the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. My name is 4x4. I'm with Solari today for week 7 of the CBLOL. The home stretch is upon us, and Solari, the playoff places, they are starting to, well, not get locked in. Teams are starting to look at potentially locking them in. In the words of Trajan on our most recent episode of our podcast, Gringos Liberados, he said things are about to start getting mathematical.
Things are about to start getting wild. That's the take I have on that. Because yes, we don't have anybody either locked in or locked out already. But if you look at the standings, I think you kind of can already have a general idea about who is most likely getting into the playoffs, for whom the chances are not really that realistic anymore. And then in the middle, as you called it, the soup, and it starts to thicken very much. And I'm afraid it's not even a soup anymore. It's not even a broth. I don't know. It's like a ragu or something.
Yeah, it is a ragu. Very well said. A goulash, a jambalaya, a real. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat there. Yeah, it's congealing for sure. It's getting gross in there because you see, our defending champions and the 8th place team separated by 2 games. Solari, it is so close. And the 2 teams we have playing today are Los Grandes and INTZ, or at least to start off. So let's get that Los Grandes roster up on the screen for you. Los Grandes, 5-7 in a 2-way tie with Fluxu there in 6th place. Super clever. Sees Envy, Cello, and Cabby. Solari, the way I've described Los Grandes to those that might want to know more about them is that, look, of these kind of mushy middle playoff contenders, they have the highest floor. That's how I've gone about it.
Mm-hmm. I heard you say that in the last podcast, I believe, and I have to agree with you. They do have a very high floor. I am not sure how high their ceiling is right now because, unfortunately, well, again, I am very biased towards this team, so you cannot fully trust my judgment when I talk about Los Grandes. But I did expect them to land a little bit higher when I was just initially looking at them going into this season. They are not as low as they could have been, and they definitely still have the chances of getting into the playoffs. And I do believe that this team has much more to show to us in the best of 5 scenario. But right now, the thing is, yes, there's this, not the best. Again, they're not locked out, but they're on the 7th place, sharing it together with Fluxer, and this starts to look a little bit worrying because it's just slightly out of reach for the 6 places that are going into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's getting tricky. I think the only thing, if you are a Los Grandes fan, you look at, shoot, we're a game behind Liberty, is that, look, the head-to-head there isn't decided, and Liberty, they've played all their easy games already. Los Grandes, they've got their easy games still to come, including against our team today. Great transition, 4x4. Thank you, 4x4. Get that INTZ roster up on the screen for you. They're 1-11, and like you said earlier, Solari, somehow this team, despite having just won 1 of their 12 games this split, are not out of playoffs just yet. It's Ty, it's Yampy, it's INTZ, Ninja Kiwi, and Damage. They've been facing a lot of scrutiny this split, Solari. It has not been a kind year to INTZ.
No, it has been anything but a kind year to them, or at least a kind split, because they only won 1 game so far, and that was during the very first day when pretty much everybody was winning at least a game. Yep. Was it the first day or the second day? I don't even remember, but it was the first week for sure, and we had the scoreboard with 1 victory and 1 loss for absolutely everybody. 90Z snatched their W there, but since then, a 10-loss streak. That is not even frustrating. This is straightforward disappointing, I would say, for the fans of the team, especially since you look at the names on the roster. You look at Tai, Yampy, Ninja Kiwi, and you think these guys don't deserve to be on the last place, but somehow they're ending right there.
Yeah, it's really depressing. I mean, this roster, with just a change in the top lane and in the mid lane, they were, again, just a change in their solo laners, they were in 4th place last split. They were kind of the welcome surprise. And they took Red Canids, eventual 3rd place team, to 4 games. They put up a very respectable series. No one expected them to make playoffs. They made it to 4th. They played a very exciting League of Legends, and it was led by Yampy. So I can't even put it really on the solo laners. Although the solo lanes have been underperforming for this team, they've probably been the 2 weakest points. We've seen drops in form from pretty much everybody, unfortunately. Solari, with this team, look, I think INTZ, we've always said it, Ninja Kiwi's career, it starts with the bottom lane for this team, or at least that's kind of the thing you're pinning your hopes on. So I guess, and they to me have been the most consistent. So I guess to say it starts with them right now, I don't know if that's totally true, because if the INTZ want to turn this around, it's got to start with someone else.
The thing is, I think it still starts with them, but it also ends with them. That's it. There is nothing else happening for this team anywhere across the whole Summoner's Rift. I don't see any hope right now for them to get out of this last place position coming from anywhere but the bot lane, because the bot lane are still trying their best, and you can see that it's just the sheer experience, especially for Ninja Kiwi, that is kicking in for them for those very unfortunate games, and they're still trying to keep everything sort of afloat, but everywhere else things are usually starting to crumble down very early throughout the game, and it is honestly a very worrying sign. Again, this team is not really out yet, right? Even though they're in the very last place, technically, there is still a very slight chance for them to suddenly scale up right here, right now, and to get into the playoffs. But this would have to happen today in this very game that we're about to see.
Yeah, if not, then it becomes, I mean, if not mathematically impossible to rely on a lot of teams losing every single game and INTZ winning every single game, which is not something you can ever count on. But yeah, it is weird that you say, look, it starts and ends with Ninja Kiwi when it's like, oh, he's a veteran now. It's INTZ, actually, that is the rookie, right? This is a team that is full of very experienced players, which I think, to me, is where a lot of this confusion is coming from. Of like, sure, look, maybe they weren't going to make playoffs. I think our top four is extremely strong. We've got some teams that are really surprising. Fluxu, Los Grandes, Liberty as well. Fluxu, or I said Fluxu. Furia haven't really been too hot, but you thought surely they would be in the mix, and that has not been the case. For Los Grandes, though, super clever. In the top lane, he has been a Rookie of the Split contender, and depending on who you ask, the Rookie of the Split front runner, had that pentakill on the Rumble early on in the split, kind of put everybody on the map, saying, look, this guy, he's here to play. He's not just getting stuck on tank duty. He's not playing these kind of low-risk champions. Los Grandes, with, a couple veterans, a couple Koreans, this is a bit of a mishmash roster. They have given, in various games, Super Clever the keys, and they said, look, go drive us to a victory, man.
And he's trying to do exactly that, to be fair. Funny enough, yes, Super Clever is, I believe, we only had 2 pentakills in this split so far, right?
2 top lane pentakills for sure. We might have a third one, maybe? That's actually a good question.
Because I remember very well the 2 pentakills from the top lane.
Yeah, you remember? Yeah, those 2 for sure stick out. Chat, let us know if we're missing one, but I think it's 2, maybe 3. But you were saying?
I was saying, what was I saying? Pentakills, Super Clever. Yes, I am looking at Super Clever with a lot of respect right now, because I didn't really know what to think of the guy just going into this season, especially in this very mixed and matched up team that Los Grandes is going into this split. But he has been consistently delivering, and that's what I love. Even in the games where he's not, flash body and delivering the pentakills, he is pretty much the consistent top lane that is most likely not going to at least lose their lane, and that gives the team some flexibility when it comes to what they want to do on the map, especially moving towards the bot lane where things are very volatile. I gotta say, it is like the complete opposite of what is happening with the top lane. You have the top lane that is consistent, you have the mid lane where Envy is consistent in a good way as well, because he can deliver some exceptional plays, but usually he's just good, and you know that. And then bot lane, that can be really good or it can crumble down. I feel like the possibility to just go to the bot lane and not worry about the top lane really helps C's out, and I want to see more of him working around this bot lane in the upcoming games.
Well, let's see how they draft themselves into it, if nothing else. Into draft we go. Week 7, day 1 is starting here. Talia going to be locked in immediately for INTZ. This is a champion that we've seen INTZ put INTZ on kind of game after game. I think they've taken him off a lot of these kind of more carry-oriented champions. And it sucks to say because you don't like to rag on the guy, but he just hasn't delivered consistently. Yeah. And honestly, I'm just surprised that INTZ haven't made any roster changes, because whether justified or not, usually if a team is 1-11, they hit some sort of panic button, but it looks like INTZ are going to ride this out, if nothing else, for the time being. They hovered there. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw that one even blinded, but I'm going to take the Orianna into the Talia is Envy.
We have some really interesting bans there as well, especially looking at the bans from INTZ. They're banning out Rumble, of course, against Super Clever, Kalista against Shalou, but also this Azir is the first ban from them against Envy, the champion that Envy pretty much shines the most on, or at least has, the flashiest plays on. All of the bans totally justified from INTZ, but this pick, I am not sure if that one is justified for Wave 4, because I haven't seen Volibear in literally ages, and now it's back, and it's been locked in for INTZ.
And we got the Twisted Fate in the top lane here. Now, Volibear, I think, did get some buffs in 14.4, so he is a lot more playable. He is strong enough, I would say. I mean, if nothing else, maybe it's one of these kind of placebo buffs where Volibear was always strong, but he got some buffs, and now Yampy, who has played a lot of Volibear in his career, when he was meta, Yampy was the Volibear guy. I'm actually very okay with this just because I've seen Yampy on this champion. I actually predicted INTZ to get a win today because I think kind of sort of like the conversation that's going on in chat right now. I just don't think they're going to be winless the rest of the split. I don't think they'll end with one win. I think they will pick something up against either here. We will get a win against Los Grandes. I think their next game is against Fluxu. But either way, it will be the Twisted Fate top and the Olaf as the answer into the Twisted Fate Solari.
I'm not even sure how that is going to look like, to be honest, because Twisted Fate on the top lane, the whole idea there is that you pretty much neutralize the melee opponents there, and you don't let them farm up, you don't let them get the prio on the lane, and all of at the same time is all about prio. Now, remember, it is not 100% that Volibear is going, no, sorry, that Twisted Fate is going to the top lane. It can still be shuffled around a little bit. We might see Tilly in the jungle, we might see Volibear in the end go into the top lane. I have no idea what INTZ have in mind for their pick right now, but I quite like the pick of Olaf for Super Clever, especially because I think it really suits his playstyle quite a lot. But I'm a little bit worried if the Twisted Fate ends up going to Ty's hands to the top lane, Olaf might find a pretty hard time playing this lane.
Yeah, Twisted Fate obviously certainly has that range. I mean, the once the Ragnarok is popped, right then maybe Super Clever can just straight up run you down. But I think he's going to want a little bit of a longer lane to operate in, because if he Ragnaroks you and then you just retreat under the safety of tower, it's like, okay, like you can keep autoing me to death. You can keep undertowing me to death. I'm going to at least trade even with you. 280 carries banned away here from Ninja Kiwi. So I guess they are confident that Twisted Fate is not going to be ADC Twisted Fate, which we could, in theory, see will be Senna now with the Nautilus. Again, we're assuming that Nautilus isn't going in the jungle, although I guess it's technically possible, but it will be not the fasting Senna, but the farming Senna here for Cello.
I haven't seen a fasting Senna in quite a long time, to be honest. Just, across the regions, it seems like farming Senna is the thing right now, is the fashion right now, just because of how much value she is getting from the items. And even if her souls are being quite delayed because she's not fasting and she's getting less of them, obviously, it still plays out for you. And I feel like the payout comes a little bit earlier because you can farm up a lot of items, especially if you have a good lane. And Nautilus pretty much provides you with a good lane by default. If you have a call, you get a lot of gold and you play around that. I quite like this pick for Lost right now. Surprised to see it so late on the red side, but well, that's the world we live in right now.
And somehow that is the first Alistar of the split. I guess that's true. I'm trying to rack my brain. I don't remember another Alistar, but I thought just for sure at least one would have been played here. Now, Jax being hovered, you could see Jax go into the jungle here or C's, although we have seen him primarily in the top lane. But I broke caster rule number 1, which is don't talk about hovers, because it looks like he might just knock in the lock in the Nocturne, which with the Orianna, again, that is a combo that we see a lot. Solari, the identity of the composition here for Los Grandes is starting to take shape, and it is sprint at you while the Senna free fires in the back.
I quite like what Los Grandes have cooked there, to be honest, because they have a very well-rounded team when it comes to pretty much all of the aspects of it. Even if you look at the timers that they can play around, they have everything secured. If the early game goes well for the top lane, that's something they can try to dance around. If it doesn't work out, they have a pretty strong mid-game team fighting, and late game should be really strong for them, especially when Senna finally gets all the items and more souls in, when Orianna is on a couple of items. That's going to be a really strong team comp. And at the same time, they just want to be team fighting, right? Because they have some sort of front lane. They have really nice backlane access with this Nocturne, and the possibility to just turn off the lights for INTZ and force them to try to group up as much as possible is going to be so helpful for Orianna and for Nautilus to play around those fights. At the same time, for INTZ, I gotta say, I am not seeing the same thing. When there is consistency for loss and a very clear idea, I struggle to find it in INTZ's draft.
Yeah, I'm not totally seeing it just yet. I mean, I guess they team fight okay, right? You've got very mixed sources of damage, right? The AP from the Talia, you've got mixed damage from Twisted Fate, mixed damage from the Zarya, although they kind of swing, a little more primarily one way than the other. Let's get those predictions up on the board here. I would be stunned if I am the only one that if I'm not the only one that predicted INTZ. Yeah, look, this is. Do I think INTZ are a better team? Absolutely not. Do I think they'll win this? Probably not. But again, this is me hedging my bets for my own personal predictions that this is where, if anywhere, INTZ, I could see them picking up a win against kind of a playoff chaser. I don't see them scalping one against, against Loud or against Red or anything like that, even though the only game they did win was against Red. But anywho, We'll see. This is going to make me look very silly, probably, but that's okay. We are heading into game. On to Summoner's Rift we go. INTZ versus Los Grandes, 1-11. INTZ. And let me tell you, in Academy Land, it's not going much better for INTZ. They are 0-9. The two teams are a combined 1-20 this year. This is the org with the most CBLOL titles ever. They've got 5. That's their whole thing, their chant. Todo mundo tenta, só INTZ tenta. Everyone tries, but only INTZ has 5, which is fun because it rhymes in both English and Portuguese. So that's really, really fun. But it has been an unmitigated disaster for Os Gigantes, a Magnética, the Giants. The Magnetic is their nickname that they picked up this year for some reason. But it's been an unmitigated disaster. Look, trying to end the vibes all right here and play spoiler to a Los Grandes team that, again, chasing that 6th and final playoff spot.
I find it rather funny that you are predicting INTZ to win today, and you still have this belief that INTZ might be able to snatch their first victory in many, many weeks, maybe even today. But at the same time, you kind of curse them yourself, quite possibly, because it's usually when all of the casters have the prediction for one team.
You're right.
It loses. So I'm afraid you did the opposite there.
You know what? I think I might have boofed it. All right. Any INTZ fans out there, it's at Henrique Damour, and that's a Brazilian name. It's spelled the Brazilian way, so you guys know where to find me. Athuza trading nicely here into Envy early on. Nothing kind of to write home about as far as, runes or anything like that. This is all pretty standard stuff here. But this Volibear Solari, this is the thing that's sticking out in the draft right now, right? Yampy, especially at level 6, he and C's really. That is when you expect both of these junglers to really make hay around the map.
That's exactly it, because both of these junglers can do a lot around the lanes, and they want to be doing a lot around the lanes. The problem is they need to speed run the early game to get to their level 6s as soon as possible, because that is going to be the power spike for both of them. For Nocturne, the possibility to turn off the lights for the enemy, which of course makes any gank so much easier, and for Volibear to turn off the enemy turrets and to just do whatever you want under them, pretty much with the same idea, but with a slightly different execution. Speaking of execution and the ideas, Yampy has already been spotted on 2 wards so far, and he's close to C's. He might find him even.
Volibear, pretty good duelist early on, has an auto reset right now. Nocturne, he's no slouch either, but Ithuza roaming up here. We might see Envy collapse, I think, eventually, but Ithuza actually did a good job getting the wave to crash. Ooh, almost got the crash there, it looks like. But in any case, bullying C's out of his jungle a little bit, but C's still ahead in farm, able to blow the smite and get his last bit of farm there, Envy. Now he's got the wave in a really good spot here, actually. And we'll see who walks away with this red buff. But either way, now Tay running over, and we just get a little bit of a kerfuffle in the jungle. I don't think they will fight it out any further than this.
No, most likely not. It's not about the direct confrontation. It's about asserting the dominance. Might be some direct confrontation around the mid lane, but not quite likely. Because the thing is exactly what you said, to bully C's out of the jungle. To make sure that this speedrunning competition is won by INTZ's jungler and not Los Grandes. Because whoever wins level 6 first is pretty much able to start having their crazy jungle shenanigans on the side lanes quicker. So I like this idea from INTZ. And I love how many people they have rotated there in the top jungle of C's.
And they are really just taking it right to C's, able to get the fear out and the spell shield, but a couple abilities blown early on there. But I like as well what Damage did. He saw everybody concentrated up on the top side, knows exactly where C's is, and instead of recalling, he kind of went up and dropped the deep ward in the other side of C's jungle. They want to have all eyes on this Nocturne.
And if you looked at the very beginning of the game, the idea of the deep wards in C's jungle has been the idea for the whole game for INTZ so far. They really wanted to know how C's is moving around the jungle from the very beginning of the game, because it is very important to understand what is on his mind, how far he's progressed with his jungle clear, and to understand if he's getting to level 6 first, or maybe there is a prior for INTZ's jungler, or maybe there is something they can do. And just overall, even without, focusing so much on what these junglers are, it is always so important to understand where the enemy jungler is, because it allows you to play a little bit freer, or more free, or how do you say it? English is not English in today for me, but it allows you for more freedom on your lane.
I think freer is technically a word, but it
sounds weird.
It sounds weird, so no one says it. I don't know. Usually I have these kind of doubts about my Portuguese, but now I'm second guessing my my English here. So that's where we're at.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. It happens. Tay getting really good push here onto Super Clever. He is out farming the crap out of him on the Twisted Fate, especially pre-6. This is kind of how we thought this matchup would go.
Yeah, Exactly. That's just Twisted Fate. Honestly, that's just a ranged versus melee matchup on the top lane, right? That's why you take range. That's why you remember many seasons ago, the Vayne top lane was the
Yep.
bane of existence of every top laner out there for this very reason. She doesn't let you farm, and Twisted Fate does the same. He dominates the lane, and it's a very important pickup for INTZ because otherwise, Olaf wants to dominate the lane. Olaf is an early game lane bully, and he wants to use all his early game possibilities and prio to completely remove the enemy laner from the top lane. Now he cannot do so because Twisted Fate doesn't let him farm. Twisted Fate doesn't let him get to level 6 as quickly as he would like. It doesn't let him just run around and bully him. So yes, it is a hard lane for Olaf. But now that level 6 has been unlocked, we might see a shift there.
Seismic shove, very nicely done there by INTZ. Gets the flash out of Envy. Damage with the nice headbutt waiting in the wings. They are going to lose out on a wave because of it, or at least damages. Not sure if Ninja Kiwi's going to get back to that. But honestly, half a wave for a mid laner flash, especially on an Orianna, that feels good.
Yes, it does feel very good because what else is Orianna going to do when somebody tries to collapse on her if she's caught somewhere in the lane where she doesn't want to be? Envy needs to be super careful about the positioning of the wave right now. And that's something INTZ can punish him for because INTZ still has the flash, INTZ has the ultimate, and it's Talia who can roam so quickly. If INTZ want to collapse onto Drake somewhere very soon, they should do so because they have the pry on the mid lane.
And until recently, had a decent amount of tempo as well, did Yampy. Got himself that tunneler where C's was still waiting on that. Still level 5 for both these junglers, but actually, they're both kind of even. I think C's is slightly ahead there. Looks like he's got like 60%.
Yeah.
To Yampy's 50%. But a good bit of prio here in the bottom lane. Now going to converge right up. But Cell and Cabby should be able to wipe this up pretty quick. The dragon is started by Yampy, but it's right on vision. Ragnarok not popped here. Tay able to land the gold card. He's got those daggers. He's just whipping out these cards with the Swifty boots as well. Able to kind of kite around this Olaf. I kind of like these Swifty boots. That kind of based there by Tay.
I like this idea. I gotta say, I'm just a fan of Swifty boots in general. They're so understated, in my opinion. People don't usually look at them. Well, they, in my opinion, are some of the best boots that we have in the game. And you can see just how nicely it works right now for Tay because he just runs around super clever. And without propping the ghost, super clever can't really catch up with Tay.
Ty having a much-needed, really good game here so far, but something else we need to talk about, Solari, is the fact that with these solo laners, again, they've been the underperforming parts of these teams. To be fair, Yampy hasn't had a fantastic split either, but it's a little easier to look at Tay and INTZ, especially them being the new additions to this team. They've got 2 global ultimates here, or at least semi-global, right? So they've got the ability to get around the map and make plays. INTZ have not really turned their early game advantage into anything super crazy, although Yampy did get the first 3 Kevins, so not nothing, and that first dragon as well. So far, so good here for INTZ, Solari.
Yeah, I would say it's nothing crazy indeed, but that is very decent already. And I like that they have been looking for those little things to snatch on the map, and they have been taking them, understanding that their prio actually allows them to do so. Right now might be a little bit of a different thing, because I'm looking shallow on the top lane, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
See, he's going right in on the Tay, has to pop the Ghost and the Flash. Both summoners taken from Tay. Cello not able to join the fight, but you're okay with that, because Tay not going to opt into this 2v1. Cello's still not level 6, whereas Ninja Kiwi has hit it. But you take both summoners there on that Twisted Fate. Yampy and Damage making hay here near Envy. Not really an objective to take, except for the next 3 Void Grubs. So, I guess C's looking for an opportunity to fight around those. Able to eventually get prio there. You'd like to think Super Clever going to have an easier time setting that objective up.
I gotta focus our attention on another thing for the second. And it's actually Cello that we've been talking about. Him going to the top lane, him not being level 6. Do you know why he doesn't have level 6 yet? Have a look at the items. That is not a farming Senna like we saw. Heavy is the one farming on this lane. Senna is a support. Senna is fasting. Senna is getting in the souls. Funny enough, again, I haven't seen this in a long time, and I quite like it.
Wow, yeah, we haven't... I completely missed that. And the fact that Cabby's only 20-some CS down, that's... I don't know. I thought Ninja Kiwi would just be blasting him. But actually looking okay there. I do question a little bit Cello going up to the top links. It felt like between Super Clever and CZ you had enough damage, right? Just leave Cello in the bottom lane, let him get 6 a little more reliably, but oh well, I guess that ship has sailed, and look, the gold's still even. So not much doing here. The Kevins have respawned. What's your favorite term there for the Void Grubs? I adore the Kevins. I've really locked onto that one.
I quite like the Kevins, but I think I've started calling them the Void Pugs from the very beginning when I just saw them because they heavily remind me of pugs. Have you seen their faces? They're adorable and ugly at the same time,
Yep.
and they look like they struggle to breathe and to live every single second, and they're like still cute somehow, even though it's really weird to call something that struggles to live cute.
Yep.
So I feel very conflicted about that, but that's also how I feel about the pugs.
Laura, you hit the nail right on the head. That is exactly how I feel about pugs. Look, and I might upset some people here. Objectively, they are genetic abominations. They have been
Yes, I
purebred
agree.
into a life of suffering. It feels weird for me to get one. I've heard so many stories of people that have pugs that literally, like, after a few years, when they just like they're just perma wheezing, and it's like you're paying thousands of dollars to prolong this creature's suffering. That's God, I can't really do it. All right.
Speaking of
Prolonging some suffering here, Sella with a nice ult over the top, first blood over to C's, and everybody is happy for their contributions here. You get the flash out of Yampy as well. Good job by Los Grandes, and returning to that top lane, punishing the lack of summoners on Tay.
Exactly, the lack of summoners is what pretty much got Tay to die, because should he have a flash there, would have been at least a possibility for him to get out, at least of the ultimate from Cello, at least from more damage, from more axes flying his way from Super Clever. But now, yes, suddenly we have some action happening on the map, and I love it for Los Grandes. So we have the replay. Look at what is happening here, because the action is starting from both sides, because look at that, there is Yampy who is on the lane very early. He is the one who wants to set some action, but it is the lights off, and it is so much burst damage from Los Grandes the moment they pop all their ultimates on the top lane that literally leaves no chance for Tay to survive.
No, I mean, Super Clever and C's, they just beat the snot out of him. They just right-clicked him into oblivion. There was nothing that Tay could do there. No amount of Swifties was going to save him. Like you said, it really was that lack of summoners. He's got the ghost back, but too little too late. Los Grandes take the first real lead of the game here, and now you'd like to think that C's, with that completed item, he can start to affect the map even more. He can snowball this a lot, Solari.
Is it still called Stride Breaker, the item that he completed?
It is.
Because, oh good, at least something didn't change from last season. I like it. I like this item on him. I like this item as the first item on Nautilus, because he can complete it quite early, and it gives you so much power, even dueling power in the jungle. But this dueling power is not going to help him right now, because I also like what INTZ are doing. They're, again, rotating pretty much everybody to secure this Drake, and it's going to be their second Drake. If the soul is good, they're just 2 Drakes away from it.
Ooh, Envy in some trouble here. He's got his flash. They weren't able to punish it the first time. Waits out the seismic shove and flashes away. But like you said, everyone and their mother from INTZ is waiting around that dragon, waiting around that mid lane, and they collapse beautifully, grab themselves their first kill of the game. Super clever, though. Just wailing away on this tower.
I've got to get all the turret plates, and you, if you come to stop me, says Super Clever. Yes, Super Clever is punishing INTZ for this decision, which is a good decision, but I like that there is a solid answer from Los Grandes' side. You rotate everybody towards the Drake. You want to have all the power possible there on the bot side. Well, we don't rotate Super Clever. We're fine to give you away the Drake. We're even fine, even though we shed a single tier, we're still fine to give you Envy and his flash. But at the same time, Super Clever on the top lane is getting in the turret plates. He's getting in the gold. He's on the first item, also Strike Breaker, by the way, already. He has almost destroyed your turret in the top lane, so you, in the end, suffered quite a lot. And if you let this happen for the second time in this game, you're going to suffer even more.
Now, here's where you mentioned both those stride breakers, and it just calls to attention really kind of what we talked about the identity of this Los Grandes comp being is we are going to sprint at you, and we are going to stick to you, and we're just going to yell and scream and throw things at you and hit you with things until you suffer, bleed out, and die. There's not a ton of peel here for INTZ, right? You've got Yampy that can just kind of be a meat shield. He's got a little bit of point and click CC, right?
Well, damage.
Yeah, damage. And you got the headbutt, but that's kind of it, right? And like when you got a Super Clever that can pop Ragnarok and just throw up a middle finger to the CC, I worry that the headbutt's not going to be enough. Because you are right, that is a pretty reliable source of CC. I just worry that it's not enough.
Okay, yeah, now you got me thinking. If Super Clever just posts the Ragnarok, nobody's gonna be able to stop him. If he doesn't, though, maybe right now Yampy and Ethusa will find an answer to Super Clever. But he's just chugging the cookies or the pods, probably the pods, and he feels fine.
And chugging both, pops the Ragnarok there, but is it enough? He's going to take Ethusa down with him if he goes. Indeed, he will. TP's coming in. It's a 3v3 up at the top lane. Nice shockwave there from Envy. Gets up to the top lane, immediately makes an impact. Yampy can do absolutely nothing. He's just getting run down like a dog. C's gets another one. Los Grandes on the border. The huge play up top.
Los Grandes found an answer to INTZ, and the answer was what INTZ had been using against them so far. They grouped up very nicely on the top lane, and I love it. They even have Chiller taking part in it, even though it was just with the ultimate again. But it's still, it's still an assist. 4 assists, by the way, this way, so it's starting to look pretty nice. But yeah, the idea here from the very beginning is that Super Clever is already chipped down quite a bit, and there is 3 members of INTZ on the top lane, so they think automatically, yes, we do have a prio. Even when the TP is coming finally their way, we still kind of have a prio. But the moment there is Kabi there, who by the way gets a kill, support by the way, the moment the lights are off and you know that Cease is flying at you with a stride breaker that is going to slow you down, that is going to deal a lot of damage, you know that this is the moment you're screwed.
INTZ screwed in that fight, for sure. But in the long run here, it might not be as bad as it looks, because we talked about the grubbies, the Kevins, the chicken nuggets, however you want to call them, the space pugs, the void pugs. Chicken nuggets is one of my favorite. I saw that one the other day. I'm like, that's elite. That's really, really good stuff. They got all 6 of them. And you talked about Solari earlier, right? INTZ made a play in the bottom lane, got the dragon, and Super Clever punished them up top. I wouldn't so much call it a punish, but 2 towers have fallen down. Right? I mean, I guess it is a bit of a punish, because Ninja Kiwi, they sent him immediately to the mid lane. Tay sent him right down to the bot lane. They got 2 towers. It opened up the map in another way here. And now INTZ, right? They got 2 dragons as well earlier. There's a bit of kind of hidden power that's not going to show up in the gold that they do have in their pockets. But Super Clever. No TP. You have to keep that in mind. But he's, again, just sprinting it down the bottom lane now.
I don't think he wants to TP. I think Los Grandes are fine right now to fight for this turret in the top lane, maybe potentially give it away, because it means INTZ are going to be busy here, because they want to push through this turret and have a fight.
Good Weaver's Wall there separates Los Grandes into 2 groups of 2. They get 2 towers out of it, but Super Clever by himself able to respond. And like you said, Solari, that's kind of his job.
Mm-hmm. That is the job of the Olaf that has not been set up too nicely in the early game. I mean, he has been setting himself up rather nicely, but he's not the Olaf that is heavily ahead in terms of the kills. It is not the Olaf that is just going to 1v9 everybody in a team fight. Not yet. When the items come in, with how much gold he has been accumulating so far, quite possibly we're going to see that happening. But right now, he's much more effective on the side lanes, because he pushes very quickly, he has very nice wave clear, and at the same time, when he has Ghost and Ragnarok available, who the hell is going to go and stop him?
Yeah, very, very few people, if anybody. Like you said, Flash, Ghost, Ragnarok, Stridebreaker. Like, give me a... What are we doing here? Like, we get it. You're an Olaf. Chill. On the bottom of your screen there, you see Pain Gaming against Liberty. The last time these 2 teams met, they were on complete opposite sides of the table. But Liberty will take a scalp off INTZ. The makes Cassante 1v9 game. That was that one. In goes C's, goes immediately in with the ball over the top. Cello providing some shielding, but INTZ not going down quickly just yet. A lot of CC coming in from Cabby. Damage gets the knock up, able to buy his team some time, but Super Clever just running riot. Gets 2 kills there. Like, Solari, that just turning out the lights and pushing all your buttons at the same time, that is such a generous hitbox. Is that the cow being too fat? Is that Nautilus hitbox being Nautilus hitbox? The answer is yes, actually. It's both of those things. Los taking a mile off this. They are expanding their lead like crazy.
And you know what? You mentioned the amount of CC Los Grandes have, and they have been throwing at the enemy together with Kabi, with Chilo having so much of their kids. It is also the fact that Los Grandes are so smart with their itemization in this game. They are stepping up in their control game, because look at the items. We have 2 strike breakers, and both of them have a slow built in them. And on top of that, there is a Frozen Heart on Kabi, which is also an additional slow. And Kabi is the front lane of the team right now, pretty much together with Super Clever, but he is the tankiest one. Ever since he has been farming in this game, he knows that he can be this powerhouse for the team. And that works perfectly for everybody else, because look at that. Shallow is allowed to stay in the very back lane, and that is exactly where Senna wants to be in delivering this damage. And he runs around and does whatever he wants. So Los Grandes are free to do whatever they want in the fight. And what can INTZ do? Answer? Run away? Unfortunately, that is the reality for them.
Yeah, again, it kind of goes back to something I was talking about. Is like, look, I mean, and to be fair, I didn't really account for kind of, I think, how powerful turning off the lights would be when I kind of made my initial statement. But I was like, look, I just don't, like, damage can buy some time. I just don't know how much he's going to be able to buy. Because like you said, there was so much damage over the top. There's so much CC over the top. And these ultimates, Solari, they're all back up again. In the time it has taken us to talk about what happened in that fight, every member of Los Grandes has their ult button again available to push. And it's so powerful in this composition, right? There's a reason that the Nocturne Oriana is run as often as it is. Because if you could press those 2 buttons with a little bit of setup, if you could take that fight on your terms, it is so difficult to play the game if you're INTZ. Ninja Kiwi, he was just at a bounce house. He couldn't do anything. And even when he could, the lights were off. That is just kryptonite to an 80 carry.
Actually, yes, that is a very indirect way to deal with Zeri, because usually what you want against Zeri is just a direct lockdown, so you want Vi, Camille, something of that sort, right? It just doesn't let her move around, because when she moves, she deals damage. When Caesar moves, he also deals damage.
He also deals damage, he also fears, he spell shields a little bit, not able to get that one initially down. Tay tried to ult away and actually somehow did it. That was cheeky.
I like it. I didn't expect that one. He also had the flush in this fight, but very nice indeed from Tai. He survives, he goes back to the base, he buys Ginsu's for himself. Okay, that's getting interesting right now, because, look, we are at 21st minute of the game. We are not at the soul points for either of the teams just yet, which means all of our attention is going to be on the top side of this map right now, right? And what do we have there? We have the Baron with the many tiny grabby arms waiting for somebody to go and start it. And Los Grandes, soon, if they continue like that, will be in the situation where they can start it.
And they've got decent damage. Actually, both of these
INTZ,
teams...
not you!
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, you weren't listening, INTZ, but they are going to call Los Grandes' bluff here. Again, they do have solid damage here, but now Los Grandes, they smell something fishy. They smell blood in the water, damage. Trying to run resistance here. Cabby, he's big. Wow, INTZ, they make the call, and now Yampi ults away. Now it's just about getting as many back as you can. All the ults coming over the top. Dawning Shadow as well. Still trying to get closer, deal a good amount of damage, but it's not even going to matter because Super Clever is just too big. Ithuza gets a huge shutdown on him, but it's just damage that survives. Solari, the call, I actually thought was okay. It actually turned out okay, but again, Los Grandes just sprinted them down.
I gotta give them props for the idea, right? The idea was really bold. It was just, we just go and take the Baron. And how fast this Baron went down. It is insane how much damage Tai, for example, has been able to provide with being the Twisted Fate on just 2 items. But at the same time, just a little bit too late. Just half a second earlier that the Baron could have been taken, and that could have saved INTZ from the unfortunate defeat, because Los Grandes are still so much stronger in a fight, and when they lock them down, as you said, the ultimates are pretty much always available for them, and when they throw in all of their buttons, when they press them all at the same time, they're guaranteed a win.
C's already has his ult back up. Super Collaborative is almost back up. 3, 2, 1 now. Envy's is back up. It's just ridiculous, and we talked about it a little earlier. I want to call back more attention to it. Cabby, the fact that he has been farming, right? He's a legit tank now, right? It's not this kind of paper thin Nautilus that you say, oh, well, why not just pick Leona here, which is valid because Leona gets those extra resistances from her W. No, this is like old school, like you play him in the jungle Nautilus and he just doesn't die, right? Because he gets all that extra income. He's on 2.5 items right now, Solari. That's as many items as every member of INTZ has. 2.5, right? This is the support. Support, by the way, right? You called it out a couple times. He's doing a lot of work here. I really like what they ended up doing. I was questionable about it at first, but I think with the way that the rest of this composition works, you've got so much other damage, right? Cello, he doesn't need to be an absolute just like, turbo monster immediately. You can wait for him to get a little later.
He doesn't need to be the monster, and that is the beautiful part of this. It is risky to send Senna to be a fasting Senna, but it works out in a composition like that. Because we see in every big team fight, what happens is that Tallow is on the back lane. He is very far away, he's very removed from the enemies, and he's allowed to do so because he is stacking up the souls. Should be around 60. My eyes are not helping me here. Unfortunately, I am blind, but I think it's around 60 souls right now, which is very decent amount of souls for this time in the game. And he's just shielding everybody up nicely. He is dealing some damage from the backline. He doesn't need to kill everybody. He has 11 assists, which is a lot, but he doesn't need those. He's very useful without delivering the kills and even without being the top damage probably of the team, because they already have the damage on Super Clever, on Season, on Envy.
That kind of tells the whole story to me, is the fact, like you said, you've got Cello, just shielding everybody from the back. He's got 100% kill participation. He's 0-0-11. He really is a supportive damage dealer. This was kind of the original identity, right, of Senna, what she was supposed to be. And I gotta commend this. Right?
He's playing Senna as God intended.
He's what?
He's playing Senna as God intended her to be.
Yeah, as the good Lord intended. Exactly. Literally, yeah. No, and this is how Los Grandes composition they want to work is they are taking all these fights when they want to. They're taking every single fight on their terms, which, to be fair, it's not like it's like a really small window because, like we said, the cooldowns on these ults are a little silly how short they are.
Mhm.
But every time they have it up, they just, okay, let's find a spot. Let's punish. And when they can hit all their buttons, it works out really, really well for them. So I guess that raises the other question, Solari. What can INTZ do about this? They're only 2,000 gold down somehow. That is stunning, actually, that they're only 2,500 gold down. They're able to get those early advantages, right? They got the grubbies. They're actually playing the macro okay here. They've got some split push pressure here. Now Yampy trying to go forward here. Tay trying to get into the back line. C's just shoving him completely out of it. Tay has to flash away. Ninja Kiwi trying to get into the fight. Trying to get C's. Yampy back to peel for him. In goes damage. Gets 2 with the knockup. Seismic shove coming down, but the root is too much. Envy gonna go massive. Cabby getting a huge pick there onto Ninja Kiwi. He is left for dead. INTZ get picked apart. I saw the vision there, but Solari was not good enough.
The moment the lights went off, the vision went off as well. Unfortunately for INTZ, they were spread out a little bit in the jungle, but still it was them being spread enough for them to not see everybody well enough when the lights went off thanks to C's ultimate. And that is the moment when Los Grandes turn around and they turn on to INTZ. And it's the fact that Envy, who was initially supposed to die in this exchange because he was the first one to get caught by INTZ by Yampy, he survived and he dealt damage back because you can see it right here. Yampy has been fishing for a long time. There is very limited vision available for INTZ to begin with, but the moment the ultimate from Nocturne is popped, they don't see anything and they have to retreat and they have to try to group up, and Zeri is not able to move around until the lights finally go back on again. And even after that, Ninja Kiwi is dealing some quite decent damage here, even to Kabi, for example. Kabi almost goes down, but again, it's the fact that Los Grandes have the burst damage and they are all alive and Ninja Kiwi is alone. And Ninja Kiwi is not on 3 items even, I believe. He is now. I'm not sure if he was in that fight, but he was not at the point where Zeri can 1v9.
Yeah, you'd like to think that with an LDR, he would have been able to do a little even more damage to Cabby, but to be fair, he has just slammed armor. He's got 234 armor support, by the way. Again, he's been on 2.5 items forever now, but he's just so thick with 3 Cs and a Q. He's impossible to chew through. Ninja Kiwi, he's kind of the last hope for this team, but like you said, once the lights go off, it's so difficult to play the game. Solari, it's looking really, really bleak here for INTZ. Again, Pain versus Liberty coming up next. Makes another rookie of the split contender, rookie top laner for Liberty with another young roster, really making some exciting things happen. But now their Murderers Row starts. It starts with Pain. They're 6-6. They're on a 4-game win streak. But boy, oh boy, does their road get tougher from here. Los Grandes, look into the Baron now. Ithuza, he's got his hourglass. A couple more item spikes coming in for INTZ. But again, I just don't see a way forward here for them.
Well, maybe INTZ can find a decent fight in the Baron pit right now, but the Baron, again, is going down very quickly, and the lights are off!
Lights go off. Ithuza in with the Weaver's Wall, trying to get to the fight quickly. They pulled the trigger before he was even there, before he could use the Weaver's Wall to split anybody up. Yampy is away from Tay. He gets run down. Again, damage has to flash away. There's nothing that this composition can do. They blow everything, and now Los Grandes say, all right, we're going to restart this Baron. I dare you to come and disrupt it. I dare you.
No. INTZ cannot do it again. Frankly, they couldn't have done it the first time. They should have tried. And they did try. But it was a very desperate call from them. They couldn't have won this fight, unfortunately. They're so behind compared to Los Grandes. And you mentioned that the goal difference between the teams has not really been that high throughout the whole game. But it's the fact that it has always been there. And Los Grandes have always been, even if a little bit, ahead from INTZ. And by the moment we approach this fight at the Baron pit, INTZ cannot fight with Los Grandes anymore. They're just simply mathematically weaker than Los Grandes.
And I want to point out actually here, to shift gears a little bit, Solari, the build here from C's, just going straight tank afterwards, right? Just trying to get, look, this composition, right? If it's going to be me, like C's talking, it's going to be me, Super Clever, and Cabby on the Nautilus and the Olaf. We're going to get up in your grill. You pointed out the Frozen Hearts earlier. That I think was a fantastic call because that really seems to key in on exactly what Los Grandes wants to do because they've got 2 on that. And the Sterix and the Death Dance coming in. Super Clever is going to be impossible to deal with. These longer, drawn-out fights are really working in Los Grandes' favor, it feels like.
Yeah. And honestly, it reminds me so much, unfortunately, and I know you're going to hate it, but it reminds me of the Azure tank built on the mid lane. Because the idea is pretty much the same here, right?
No, you're right.
This thing is tanky, this thing is unkillable, and that thing somehow still deals ridiculous amounts of damage despite not really building the damage.
Yeah, here's the thing. I betrayed my principles the other day. I literally last night with the boys, I was
no.
ARAM gaming and I played
Oh,
Tank
no.
Azir. Dude, it's kind of nice. It's just like you just get punished so much less. Good Weaver's wall here by Ithuza, but they can't encroach on Super Clever. As soon as that wall goes down, Cabby's gonna rip a hook into your soul and rip your heart out. Los Grandes, little by little, taking what INTZ give them with the Baroned up minions here. They've got bot tier 2. They're looking towards mid as well. They grab themselves that third dragon. That's a 2v4 here. INTZ try to get something back. Super Clever doesn't have Ghost or Flash or ulti. Seismic Shove lands. There goes Nocturne with the Paranoia. Shields over the top. Fight drawn out just a little bit. Yampy trying to lay some CC down. Give Ninja Kiwi room to work. He pops the Lightning Crash. Envy going forward. Still got the Shockwave waiting on a big one. And that's a big one. That hits a third of the health from damage and Yampy, excuse me. Here comes Tay with the big flank play. Here's the attempt. INTZ pulling out all the stops, or at least just giving vision. Maybe it wasn't for the flank. It was just to see where they were if there was an opportunity to retake, and indeed there wasn't.
For a second, I thought that there was a chance for INTZ to win this fight. For a couple of seconds, actually, it looked like INTZ could have won that fight. But it is, again, just a simple amount of control from Los Grandes. Because you can see Ninja Kiwi is dealing a lot of damage when the lights are on, and when he is not locked down, he can remove the enemies. Ithuza is really good with his own control against the enemies as well. The minefield, the knockups are perfect, and damage is helping with the additional knockups as well. So there is finally this potential for INTZ kicking in. But it's the fact that when things don't go well for Los Grandes, they can just stop the enemy and retreat, and stop them again and retreat even further, and INTZ cannot catch up with them. It's that fact that still allows Los Grandes to be in the winning position.
Yeah, and that's you conveyed much better than me what I was trying to say with the longer drawn out fights. It's like Los Grandes have a lot of pause buttons. How many times is C's gonna ult, ripping it on cooldown, and there goes Ninja Kiwi, 50-second death timer. Solari, I don't even have to do the play-by-play for the rest of this. Los Grandes, I think they just win here.
Honestly, they can. They don't have the burn buff anymore, but they can just go straight towards the enemy's base. Well, straight towards the enemy's inhibitor and Nexus and win this one.
Ithuza doing his darters with the Seismic Shove, but he gets hit by a set of W, and that will spell the end for him. Yampy ulting away, gets a CC down onto C's, takes a couple tower shots too many here. Now, okay, it wasn't the cleanest push here by Los Grandes, but again, Ninja Kiwi still down for 20 seconds. Ithuza still down for 40. They will have a numbers advantage. Los Grandes looking to dot the I's and cross the T's here. Just got to take care of business. Their health bars are low, to be fair. Here comes the TP back. Envy, he's coming back with a vengeance, and by a vengeance, I mean well, he came back with some sort of item here. But he's back, and he's dealing damage, and Los Grandes gonna wrap this up, pushing INTZ to their 12th loss of the season, unless there is a miracle here from INTZ. Well, the observers certainly don't think so. Ithuza did his best. Ninja Kiwi did his best. It just never felt like INTZ had a leg to stand on in this game. Los Grandes were in complete control of that game. Even in the early game, when INTZ were doing all the right things, they were answering in all the right ways. When the chips were down, when the knuckles were out, there was just, in those fights, to me, there was never a chance that INTZ were going to win a straight up 5v5.
No, never. By the time the first 5v5 happened, Los Grandes were already so ahead that, yeah, it was impossible for INTZ to win this one. And from there on, it was just a big snowball just going all the way down the hill. And for Los Grandes, it was a good snowball because it was the snowball of damage, of their cooldowns being reduced to pretty much non-existent. It's the fact that they had so much damage and their front line was unkillable to the enemies. Very unfortunate situation for INTZ because they did have some really good control over the map and some really good understandings of what they need to be doing in the game. But I feel like it's the fact that their whole idea of shutting down the enemy jungler and ideally the enemy top laner on top of that, it just did not work out. And from there on, Los Grandes were free to do what they wanted. And what they wanted was to scale just a little bit and then unleash all their power onto the enemy.
That's exactly what they did. Like you said, those ultimates cooldowns being reduced to pretty much zero. To me, this, again, brought to the forefront just how scary Nocturne can be when it's played in the right composition. When
Nocturne with a teleport.
Yeah.
No, not Nocturne with a teleport. Nocturne with... No, it wasn't. Wait. I wanted to say something, and I forgot, but it was
okay.
Nautilus with a teleport, actually. The team composition that they brought in 4x4. I am still trying to process that, but it was Nocturne with a non-existent ultimate, Nautilus with a TP and a non-existent cooldown ultimate as well. What do you do with that?
It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. You see, again, the power of the Nocturne Orianna combo when it's executed like that. And then when you send that forward and then something like an Olaf, which just presses a button and just beats you over the head with things, just makes life so difficult for you. The two Frozen Hearts, the two Stride Breakers, it was a suffocating competition. That's what it felt like. As someone in the chat said, that was hard to watch. Like as after some fight, I felt suffocated, right? I felt like constricted. If I'm INTZ, it's just so frustrating, that game to play. Any final thoughts on this one? Los Grandes pick up their huge 6th win of the year, encroaching on that 6th spot. Liberty, they're coming up next. If they don't win, Los Grandes move into a tie for that last playoff spot.
They could win, to be honest. But with the win for Los Grandes right now, I am seeing so much hope right now. I mean, I have been hopeful throughout the whole split. I gotta say that. But with this victory, with them drafting such a strong composition and then playing how this composition is supposed to be played, I am very hopeful. And I would love for them to get into the playoffs because I really think that this team can shine so much more in the best of fives.
Yeah, they're certainly showed a couple different good looks. We've seen C's on things like the Sejuani, on things like the Nocturne as well. It's looking like this team is starting to raise that ceiling that we talked about. I don't know how high their ceiling is. They're showing a couple different looks and executing it, yes, against probably the weakest opposition in the league in INTZ, but you still got to beat whoever's in front of you, and that's exactly what they're doing. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, it is Pain, it is Liberty, looking for another upset. The kids looking to take down the top dogs in the league, one of them anyway, when we come back. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. It is 4x4 and Solari back with you for the second game of the day, Liberty versus Pain Gaming. Liberty, they're the story in this one. They lost 4 games in a row to teams that they are trying to beat in the playoffs. Then they beat 4 teams in a row that probably aren't going to make the playoffs. One of them was Loud, to be fair, and they have taken a game off Pain. So, Solari, as we get the Liberty roster up on our screens here, I guess that's the question I have for you. To you, won't the real Liberty please stand up? Where is the actual level of this team?
Very high.
Okay.
Much higher than I expected. This is such a fresh roster, and they had to grow up and step up so damn quickly in this season. It seemed impossible, and we were a little bit skeptical about these people, right? Because we saw a little bit of Pilot, of Mikao, of Cavallo previously, but it was just the snippets of it, and they were the academy players, and we were like, yeah, we're not sure if they can stand up to some of the titans we have in Brazilian League right now. But boy, oh boy, they did stand up, with Makes making history with this beautiful pentakill on that blind Darius, with Mikawa being exceptional, especially with those smolder picks, which I am hoping to see again today. Cavallo, Drake, Hero, Pilot, all 3 of them have grown up so much right before our eyes. I am right now a Liberty believer myself. I'm joining this church. I'm not sure if I predicted them today, to be fair. I don't remember my prediction, but if I were to tell you, like right now, if I believe on Liberty, if I think they can win against the team that is an absolute titan of this league, I think yes, there is a chance.
I think there's absolutely a chance, especially given that they beat them earlier in the year. They took down Pain Gaming on the back of the game that put Makes on the map, really, because he was solid enough in Academy, and whether guys are Smurfs in Academy or just okay in Academy, when they come up, it's really, really tough to predict how players are going to do. And for someone like Pilot especially, it's guys like him that I'm rooting for on this team. Yes, it's easy to root for Makes, and of course I'm rooting for him, but guys like Pilot that have gone up, come back down, gone up, come back down, and just really been like just okay, right? But keep getting these opportunities, because I think that I want that to succeed, because I think it shows you that progression isn't linear. If a guy doesn't work out in the top flight for the first time, that doesn't mean that he's never going to work out. So that's kind of, for me, the rooting interest I have in Liberty. Riser Karaoke, Dinketo, Titan, Curry. This is the Pain Gaming roster. They sit in a tie for second place right now, I believe. No, tie for first, excuse me, with Evocade Stars. We're in a champ select, so let's get in there. But Solari, if you have any thoughts on this Pain Gaming roster and what you've seen from them as we move forward, you can try to get them in here. They did ban Smolder. I was surprised by that, honestly.
No! But so, to be fair, so far Mikawa has been the only player in CBLOL, I believe, who has shown us the full potential of this little baby dragon, adorable but ugly champion. I have very mixed feelings about it. Apparently, Pain Gaming do as well, so they ban him out, and I can see where they're coming from. And finally, we're seeing Senna, by the way, being first pick, and Pain Gaming are going with the bot lane. And in Ultraliga, one of my co-casters has a saying, and he's like, if I ever see a Sen and Tamkinge lose a game, I'm going to go bold. I'm going to shave my head, because it is impossible to lose with this bot lane. And I really wonder if Pain Gaming have the same idea.
Well, let's hope they're not watching, just in case. You'd hate to put that kind of additional jeopardy on them. That would be unfortunate. Ghetto, he's going to be on this way. He has been a big, big fan of this champion. He said in a behind-the-scenes video that he really misses the Ahri. He really, really misses that. If we go blind Darius again for Makes, he's locking this in. I mean, this is an answer to tanks. It's an answer to a lot of things. And for Makes, this is just, you know what? I got a penta on this thing. I didn't even care about my matchup last time. You see that? 1 pick, 1 win. Yeah, it's him.
Yeah, I wonder who it could have been to just lock in Darius for the first time and win for the first time as well on it. I love it so much. This penta that he made is still standing right before my eyes. Every time I close my eyes, I see it, you know. And overall, his play on this Darius was exceptional. And it's again a blind pick for the top lane. Right now, I'm a little bit more worried than previous time, because he's gonna stand against Weiser, and Weiser has a chance to counter pick right now. It's not gonna be TF, which would have been a very interesting choice, by the way, for the top lane, but it has been proactively banned out by Liberty along with Dar. So they're trying to make Makes life on the top lane as easy as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you know, say what you want about the pick. I think the jury's still out there, but the draft around it and kind of setting up after the fact has been good, right? But they're investing a lot into this. They've invested both of their second half bans here into that top lane, not taking away something like the Nocturne, something like, you know, because that's still on the table, something like, okay, they do take away, you know, the Sejuani is taken away on the other side, but they've given Pilot blind R3 top lane, and then slam the Gnar ban and the TF ban, both of which answers I think would have been really, really good into it. Mikau, I don't think he's going to lock in the Ziggs here. I'd be very surprised. But Mikau, he's done some surprising things before. Mikau is, my goodness. All right, you know what? I just need it. You go ahead. I'm going to have a seat.
I'm gonna tell you though, I love oh, this small 4x4, I love it. But I love what Liberty are doing because they are cooking right now. They have found a really interesting answer onto Pain Gaming because what the Pain Gaming have right now is a lot of range, and in late game, Pain Gaming, if especially they lock in that Jace right now, they're gonna have so much range, so much poke. It's gonna be so hard for Liberty to survive against it. But with these Ziggs on the bot lane, I assume they have the additional range for themselves. They have the additional poke to answer the poke from Pain Gaming, and they also have really decent split push right now. I gotta say, I can see how the Ziggs pick can be questionable, but I think I like it a lot.
Well, I mean, look, Mikau, he's been playing some weird stuff, right? He played the Ziggs the other day. This guy has been in the league for a long time. He's got 4 titles under his belt. He's a very experienced player. You know, it hasn't the last few years haven't been too kind to him. Holy smokes.
They are cooking. Oh my god. And I don't even know what they're cooking, but that looks spicy, my friend. With a Belvet as the last pick. Oh my god. Imagine the team fights with this team. They have such strong ultimates. They have such good resets for Darius and for Belvet. This is an all-in team. And I love it.
I mean, I hate to say it, this kind of seems like a pretty good Tank Azir game. You've got a ton of other damage, right?
No.
And a lot of good setup as well. The Jace here, we haven't seen the Jace at all. I think this split. I think so. We've got not 1, not 2, but 3 champs in this game being picked for the first time all split. Karaoke on the Lee Sin. I mean, holy smokes! I'm processing a lot right now. Liberty, yeah. Look, how do you feel about the way they've drafted around the Belvet specifically?
I think it's pretty fine. Again, Belvet is all about getting those resets and having the fights around the objectives because she wants to have her empowered her true Empress form, and she gets those only from these 2 sources. And I think Liberty have a really nice combo to do exactly that because they have a lot of control and a lot of ways to control the terrain with the ultimates from Azir, from Ziggs, and from Nautilus. They pretty much are supposed to tell Pain Gaming where they want to fight and how they want to fight. However, I gotta be honest here. I'm still not entirely bought just because of how much long-range poke there is at Pain Gaming. And Liberty are trying to have an answer to match it as much as possible, but it is impossible to match up with Wei. It is almost impossible to match up with a late-game Senna.
It's really, really tough. We're going to get the predictions here on the screen for you, but I agree with you, Solari. It's with a late-game Senna, with a Jace, with a Hui. It is just Axeman, Hawk, and Solari that believe in Liberty in this one. I still think Pain are a little too strong. I think, look, he pulled off a miracle in that game against Pain, but Pain, they are at the top of the table for a reason. I think they take it here. I think this draft might be too much cooking, and I think the range advantage, you mentioned it, that Pain have. To be fair, Ziggs, a lot of range, right? And Pilot, he can, with a shuffle, he can cover a lot of distance, with the flash EQ, Shurima shuffle there. But the rest of the composition's short range, right? All melee. I'm worried a little bit. This seems like a bit of an easier to execute. Well, actually, is it? I mean, you've got no real front line. You've got a Tom Kench, right, for Pain Gaming.
Didn't quite out? Hello?
Oh, just walking up here. Drake here actually calling his bluff very, very nicely here. Dinketo, gutsy, holding on to the flash there. He's somehow going to live that and hold on to his flash. He's going to miss out on probably a wave or 2 of CS. Again, he's got the range advantage. But Drake Hero did a very nice job of asserting his presence here into the jungle and getting a deep ward down as well.
Like the true Empress that Belvet is. I quite like this move because, yes, it's making pilots play in the very early stages of the laning phase a little bit easier because Azir wants to be controlling the wave, and now he has better possibility to do so because otherwise it is not easy to do that against Hui. And now he always also has the possibility of a better recall because he is the one sitting on the TP. Dinquera, of course, had to sacrifice his own TP to get back into the lane. So overall, yeah, a pretty nice early game dominance right there from Pain Gaming. It will not be a nice mid majority of the junglers in the jungle. I was hoping for that for a while, but no, everybody just goes to their own jungles and pretends like they are peaceful creatures for some time.
Yeah, just coexisting
Or are
for now.
they?
Yeah, maybe Drake Hero just taking the loop around here. Karioka, he's got Smite. Drake Hero does not. So at least for blue buff purposes, Karioka can be able to take that down. He's a pretty good duelist here early, but Drake Hero just autoing him out of his own jungle. Solari, Liberty, they're doing all right here so far. They've got Dinkedo's TP. They've got, they just bullied Karioka out of the jungle here. Drake Hero, now it's what can he do with this? Karioka, he's going to be left to his own devices here early on. Wiser, down a level here to Makes early on.
I love what Makes is doing on the top lane because I think what Makes is doing at the top lane and what is happening with the top lane is pretty much a mirror image what is going to be happening for Liberty in general in this game because they need to be very dominant. They need to be very aggressive on the Pain Gaming. If they just play a slow game, if they allow Pain Gaming to choose a position, to choose the time of the fight, they are going to outpoke them because I actually agree with what you said before. For Pain Gaming, I think it is easier to play despite not having any good frontline apart from this Tahm Kench. It is easier to play for them because they can just stand back, not let the enemy come onto them, and by the moment Liberty finally decide to engage, they're going to be so low on health they will not be able to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the hope, right? Titan, where did he come from? Able to... Is this something that we're just missing here? Cello in the last game, roaming up with the Senna? I mean, I guess, look, if Curry's the one farming, then he's the one that really needs the experience. Cavallo, he's just going to run right into him. Cavallo not going to
is
auto
peaceful today.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, but again, it's going to be the, Tahm Kench with the... Or Curry with the Tahm Kench farming up here on Macau. I just don't understand how Macau is not just blasting. Over the wall, flashing. Titan has to blow the cleanse here. Karioka safeguarding in. It's the root down Titan. He will actually return fire here really, really nicely. Cavallo bit off more than he could chew. First blood over to Karioka. And Drake here has to blow his flash as well. Huge swing here in favor of Pain.
I'm not quite sure what was the idea there for Liberty. I mean, they were going aggressive, and again, I want to see them going aggressive in this game because otherwise they're going to get outpoked to the hell. They need to just press all their buttons the moment they see the enemy around them. But Liberty already seeing that Pain have the advantage around the mid lane, and Liberty knowing that Karaoke is playing Lee Sin, who is going to be stronger than almost anybody on the side of Liberty in the early game, except maybe for Megs, who is on the top lane and not rotating anywhere. The whole idea from Liberty there was... I'm a bit skeptical about it. I'm gonna put it this way. And well, they lost the first blood, so I guess I was right.
Yep, and now the scrapping doesn't stop. Titan just roaming around all over the place. Wiser has to flash over the wall to try to save Titan here. Makes just ripping damage onto him, and Titan somehow going to survive with the help of Wiser. Gets the kill onto Makes. Solari, it's falling apart here. Some sloppy early game decision making. Titan talking his smack over the wall.
Yeah. I mean, he has the right to do so. Let's be fair here. He's sitting on 2 assists already. This Sen is going to feel very happy. Buying, by the way, the superior boots as well. They both have sweetness, getting some souls in. And I love that he's just going around the map and collecting these souls from everywhere. He's not just sticking with Corey on the bot lane. He's the Mr. Worldwide. He's been there, done that, got some assists, very happy with the situation.
And Cavallo as well. I mean, both of these quote-unquote supports of Cavallo and Titan just roaming all over the map. Let's get another look at this fight here. Makes almost able to take down Titan.
Almost. Unfortunately, it was a little bit not enough for him. He got very nicely locked there by Wiser. He didn't have the flash anymore, so he couldn't really get any closer to Titan. But yeah, it's the fact that he almost got the kill. And was it not for Pain having a better position in their jungle and having more vision and having more people there, it would have been a kill. But yeah, all those they add up. And Pain Gaming are sitting with a 2-0 with some gold lead, and overall should be quite happy with how the early game is going.
Yeah, so far so good. And they've got, like you said, the Lee Sin accelerated. Wiser's got himself a kill. And Makes, unfortunately, he's put in a little bit of a hole. He's got one of his summoners blown as well. Over the wall, Karioka max range there with the Sonic Wave. Very nicely done. But Pilot, cool and collected, didn't blow the flash, didn't blow the ultimate. Good play there from the Liberty mid laner who, Solari, he was the butt of a lot of jokes in splits past. He was probably the worst mid laner in the league every time he came up. But now I think he's been solidly middle of the pack, in my opinion. His floor has gotten a lot higher. He's put on some carry performances, played on a bunch of different champions. And right now, playing this lane, this Azir lane, very, very well here. You see, he's the furthest ahead out of anybody. He gets the flash out of Dinkedo. Trying to punish him over Curry with the Abyssal Dive. Cavallo going to root him up immediately. Drake here again. Some decent damage onto him, but Curry going to stay alive because he is a thick boy.
He's a thick boy indeed for way 4. I gotta agree with that. And this thick boy is going to rotate towards the Drake right now. I would assume that Paint Gaming would love to get either the Drake or the Void Pugs, because the Pugs are available. In the last game, we saw how much they were actually helping to stay afloat. But, well, INTZ just didn't have enough to use all the 6 Void Crabs that they have. But still, they were getting some turrets, they were getting some gold in, making sure that the gold difference between the teams wasn't too devastating. But right now, nobody wants them. Everybody just wants to be fighting, and Drake here on top of that also wants to be taking the enemy jungle like if it belongs to him.
Yeah, don't let the 2-0 scoreline fool you. This game has had a lot of fighting. Not a lot of deaths.
How cool.
They have been scrapping like crazy. Man, I guess I haven't seen a Bel'Veth game in Season 14. I don't really know how she interacts with the Grubbies, but just ripped right through the first Kevin there. Karaoke hit level 6. Drake Hero, maybe he thought that, okay, with the level advantage, I could take this by myself. But he's calling in Piloto, or Pilot, excuse me. Pilot Piloto was his former name, for those that don't know. Drake Hero, immediately over the wall. He still got his flasher. It's going to be up in a little bit here to close the gap. Karaoke, again, just getting bullied out of his jungle. Not a good time here had by the Pain Gaming jungler. Even though he's got the first kill, he's done a good job of kind of damage mitigation, despite the fact that Drake Hero has been running him in the jungle.
And Drake Hero has been so dominant there. Speaking of dominance, just Cavallo, what? These hooks from Nautilus are driving me crazy, man, I swear. But Corey just showcased us why exactly my co-caster in Polish Ultra League says that Sen and Taomkench are almost impossible to lose as a lane. Because Taomkench is the best support for Senna, even if he is not exactly a support in this situation. He provides so much safety for Senna. Anytime anything goes wrong for her, he just swallows her in a nice and polite and not naughty way, and brings her to the safety. And you cannot do anything to that, and you cannot punish Senna anymore when Tom is around.
Nope. With the help of her man Thomas B. Kench, that is his full name, by the way. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You'll never know.
Look at those nails. I'm sorry, but look at those nails. I love it.
That's fun. Shout out to that person. Tamathis Kenchington is what our producer whispered in my ear. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Lunchtime in Brazil. Well, it's lunchtime for me. That's why I was scarfing down a protein bar. I'm be honest, behind the curtain, look, that's why we were a little late getting on. I had to eat. I was a hungry boy. I woke up later than I wanted to. I had to do some work. So I did work before the broadcast. I didn't eat, but now I have stuff in my tummy and I'm much happier for it.
Good for you. Good for you. It's important to have some food in the meantime. So says Karaoke. Apparently,
goes forward, gets hit with the above and below. Drake Hero wails away on him, but is able to get away as Karaoke with the support there from Titan. Not level 6 just yet, but he's still got himself a pretty decent item haul, all things considered here. Just the 7 CS. Pilot still doing well in this mid lane here, but Dinkedo able to grab a turret plate and get a little bit of that gold back. Everyone more or less on equal footing here, Solari. And again, we talked about it with the Nautilus that Cabby was piloting last game. Again, being the farmer in that bottom lane. This Taomkench is going to be a menace. When he's just a support, just because of his kit, he's so tough to deal with. Like you said, in lane, but in team fights as well, he's a menace. And now, Solari, with all the money that this man is going to be accruing, he's going to be so much harder to kill.
Oh, yes. I am expecting Kenny Kroger. I am maybe even expecting Frozen Heart on top of that.
Sure.
Because there is a lot of AP damage on the side of Liberty, but the AD damage they have is really devastating as well. Oh my goodness!
Pilot with a beautiful Shurima shuffle goes on a Dinkedo, able to punish the lack of a flash. He's kind of low. Titan, he's 4 levels down, able to heal up. A couple more autos might do it, but I think he's going to die for this one. Cavallo able to lock him up. Double kill for the Nautilus. Maybe not exactly where you want it to go, but Liberty do fight back.
Support, by the way! I love how we're having the games of supports today for the second time in a row already, and Cavallo is just taking the kills, and frankly, he should. Let him get the kills. Let the boy get the money in. I love it so much. Maybe Liberty don't love it that much. For sure, Drake would have been a much better receiver of the kills, but hey, it doesn't matter that much.
Yeah, I think, Macau having to flash away there. He knew that Curry, with that acquired taste stacking up there, now Drake Hero and company looking for a dive. Cavallo going to take the... Actually, Drake Hero takes the aggro immediately. Maybe not super well thought out there, Karaoke. With Titan waiting in the wings here. Now maybe they take this 3v3 here. Pilot with no flash. Makes over the wall. Pilot doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't have anything. All he can do is summon some soldiers. He's not playing that Grasp Azir. He's going full tank, or full damage, I should say. Dinkedo joining the fight here. Throws down the path. Makes. Pops Ghost, pops Flash, pops everything to try to be there for this fight. Should his team need him, Cavallo gets locked up. Cavallo gets shut down. A whole lot of gold out of nowhere into the pocket of Dinkedo. Pilot in some trouble here. Doesn't have any safety net. Over the top, the Dawning Shadow going to help Carioca secure the kill.
And that's when you start doubting the cooking from Liberty, right?
Yep.
Not even during the draft, but when you see the plays like that. Because, again, Liberty are in with a draft that is a really interesting one and spicy one, and I still like it a lot. But for Pain, it's just so much easier to play. Because you can see poor Makes couldn't find the way into the enemies.
No.
If only he could have gone in with the ultimate, start stacking up, start getting in the resets. It could have been a game over for Pain in that fight, but he never was allowed to because there was Titan on that Senate tripping him down over and over until his health bar was so low he had to run to the Baron Pit and flash over the wall in an attempt to get away. This is what is going to be the bane of the existence for Liberty in this game. The range and the poke from Pain Gaming that is so hard to do anything about.
Wiser not going to get locked up by the initial hook from Cavallo, but the Glacial Augment going to help him secure Wiser, lock him down. There goes the Depth Charge. Makes, again, he just kind of has to walk towards you. He's only got some components, able to get the Hemorrhage, stacks up. Wiser, able to buy some time. Will the bleed be enough? Maybe, just maybe.
No way.
Gets a shield off, and he will survive. Just kidding. Makes, whips his axe around him, and gets the kill.
Oh.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Carioca able to pick up a kill onto Mikau. He gets dove in the bottom lane, and Curry going to rack up even more gold here. Solar, I think he's going to be able to get a plate or two before they fall into 15 seconds.
Yes, same goes for Makes, to be honest. At least one plate is already in his pockets, and the both Inquity is going to share this plate with the Titan. But a very nice answer from Pain Gaming. Not exactly sure how it happened that Mikhail got caught under his own turret, but most likely it's just, oh, we're going to see the replay. Yes, it is exactly as I thought. Karaoke is just walking all the way into the midst of the enemy jungle, unnoticed, because there is very limited vision for some reason available for Liberty in their own terrain. And because of that, Pain are able to punish Liberty's bot laner.
Turret plating gold about even. Yeah, Solari, Karaoke just kind of walked up uncontested, and Mikau was completely unaware. Able to, he was caught there. It's tough. I don't know. I guess diving as Ziggs is kind of normal. He's got the satchel charge to kind of disrupt some things, but other than that, it's not too difficult to do so. Liberty, effectively, they've only got one kill, right? They've got, yes, the 2 kills there onto Cavallo, but, I mean, he's got an item, right? Like, Titan and Curry both have one item. It's just, the lead is really, I think, a lot bigger than it looks for Pain right now. They're going to start up this Dragon, our Liberty Mikau, zoning off. You talk about the terrain control that makes, or that Liberty have in this composition. Carioca goes over the wall and goes right back out. Liberty get their second Dragon of the game.
And the problem is, the moment there is an objective going into Liberty's hands, he can't really go in anymore and fight. Because look at Drake Hero. He is the true form, the fully unleashed Empress of the Void. And you can't really fight with the Empress anymore because she can dash much more than before. She deals more damage. The attack speed is absolutely ridiculous for Pain Gaming. Do the right thing. They turn around. They go onto the mid lane. They remove this outer turret from the Liberty's mid lane. And I love it. Because right now, Pain Gaming will have easier access to the objectives, and they will need it, because 2 dragons are already in the pockets of Liberty. Pain will need to fight for the next one.
Yeah, we're certainly going to have to at least contest, right? They got to do something. 3 dragons here. Liberty, you're doing a pretty solid job of playing the map, all things considered. Sending Pilot into the solo lanes. Again, the ever-present threat of Drake here. I think Dinkedo very respectful of that. He knows that Drake here could be lurking around the corner at any moment. Cavallo lurking down as well. Dinkedo with Titan here on the loose. If he can get a W down, Carioca, he's going in, does his team have his back. Carioca gets taken down to half health. Bops Drake Hero. Dragons rages him immediately. Zero Tower goes down on the other side. Drake Hero actually in some trouble here. Not able to get the fight that he wanted. He kind of gets picked off a little bit. Dawning Shadow going to take him down to a below 50 HP, but it won't be enough. Good Lord, stop bullying the poor Yordle.
Oh, Mikau. I wish he could have been playing smaller, but he was denied. He decided to go with another little kind of cute champion on the bot lane, but unfortunately this time it's not really working out that well. And frankly, Ziggs is not a champion who's afraid of being behind in a game because he's
No.
still super useful in the side lanes. The way he pushes through the side lanes, the way he pushes through the turrets is very effective and useful for the team. But it's just the sheer fact, yes, that he has been being bullied throughout the whole game. And even here, look, it's just a tiny Yodel walking through the river, right? Boom, boom,
Good
bang,
Lord.
and he's dead. Ah!
That's so violent. I mean, makes, or Wiser rather, with an item and a half, essentially one item. That tier's not really doing anything for him combat-wise.
Mhm.
Just rips through Mikau. I mean, he never stood a chance. 2 kills for
Mhm.
Wiser. That's his second one of the game here. 3 kills on Karaoke. I mean, we've talked about him a little bit, but we got to give him his flowers because how often, Solari, have we seen a Lee Sin do absolutely nothing in the early game? That is like the cardinal sin. You talked about it. He's going to be stronger than anybody in the early game. Piloto can't fight his way into this fight. Did Keno just keep him out of it completely? Fantastic zoning by the Pain Gaming mid laner. Doesn't allow Pilot to contest. They have to sacrifice the TP to secure that kill. But fantastic work by Pain Gaming. Liberty in the 1v1 here with Drake Hero against Wiser. Going to take a tower shot and cease and desist. Makes still doing all right here, though. You can't help but feel like, look, this could still be a really valuable win condition here for Liberty. They are not out of it by any stretch of the imagination.
No, they are in a tough situation. Let's face it, let's be clear. They are in a tough situation because Pain Gaming have more kills, have more control over the map, and they're pushing into them. But I believe I mentioned the split push possibilities for Liberty. Doesn't matter if I did. Right now, you can see that Liberty are unleashing them as much as possible, and they're matching the wave clear from Pain Gaming with their own wave clear, with their own possibility to cut through those turrets like a hot knife through butter. And they're doing exactly that. And there is a constant threat for Pain Gaming on the sidelines. And Pain Gaming are not really able to group up as a 5-man strong army because there is always Pilot split pushing. There is always Megs on the top lane. He's just never leaving the lane whatsoever. And on top of that, there is Mikau, which we don't really see much, unfortunately, because poor Yodel is suffering. We only see him when he, dies or is close to dying, but he is still useful on those side lanes, and he is still a threat.
Yep, like you said, useful in the side lanes. You know, he has, the satchel charge as like a quasi defensive. When he's got the flash up, he's a little safer. Obviously, Titan just getting run down by this Darius. The bleed will do it. Actually, didn't get the animation off on the ultimate, so Titan didn't burn the ultimate for nothing. Hold on to his flash as well here. But that is what that is like the quintessential, like when AD carry players, they'll, it's their role is clearly the strongest in the game. And whenever they cry about, I get run down, it's like, yeah, you're a glass cannon, idiot. Like, deal with it. One of my best friends is an AD carry player. The way they whine about like, oh no, this type of champion that specifically counters my champion that I don't have any support. That was the quintessential like thing that AD carry players whine about. Oh no, in a 1v1 versus a Darius, I just get run down like a dog in the street. Yeah, you do. That's what happens. I don't know where that came from.
You're supposed to.
Yeah, exactly. Good Lord, Titan somehow gets devoured. Kuri able to save his AD carry one more time. Somehow Liberty don't get anything out of that. That is all Kuri right there. He has to blow the devour, but Titan lives to tell another tale.
That is the Tam Kench for you. The moment he is unbenched, nobody dies when he is on the watch because he just noms them up. And Titan, he was supposed to die there. He had absolutely zero right to leave after getting so much damage right in his face. And he survives because of what? Because of his support, who's not even support, by the way. Look at that, Kenny Kruger already completed. Bami Cinder on top of that. It's not a support, it's a full-on front lane who is supporting the teammates.
Yeah, Titan's the support this game. Let's not get it twisted, right? They've got so much damage otherwise. They're going to be just fine. Able to grab that third dragon is Drake Hero. Cavallo is low. Curry going in immediately with the Abyssal Dive. Dinketo trying to rip damage over the wall. Gets the fear down onto Pilot. He's not going to be able to make a huge play, or at least it's going to be a little tougher for him. Good Lord. That's what's always so annoying about Hui, right? You've got all that range. You've got long range CC. And the damage just kind of keeps on ticking.
Mm-hmm. I hate Hui. I mean, I like Hui, but I really do think that he is ridiculously overpowered in the situations like that.
So
when nobody can get to him, when nobody can lock him down and punish him, he has all the range in Aegis. And his ultimate does a ridiculous amount of damage. Yeah. It's ticking, it's slowing down. Like, what does he not have in the kit?
Yeah, I mean, like, I kind of ask him rhetorically, but he really is pretty safe. Come on, Wiser.
No.
Able to lock that, delete the Herald. Now, Liberty under the cover of night.
I've seen that.
Under the shroud of darkness. Liberty gonna to take this first Baron, or at least they're going to try. They have a decent amount of damage here. Remember, Cavallo, or rather Pilot, is building full damage. Obviously, he's not there yet. But they just take it. They rip right through it. Tons of damage here in this mid game here for Liberty. And now Curry, they want to make them pay. Macau. It's another angle here. Throws out the bombs. Cavallo, he might go down here. That's a lot of damage. The Spiraling Despair will get another kill. Third one of the day for Dinkedo.
But they had to leave him behind, unfortunately. He was destined to die, but if Liberty decided to stay and help him out, they would have died altogether. They need to recall, and they need to use their Baron buff right now, but they're staying on the top lane. I am worried for Y4. I am worried for Liberty there right now.
Yeah, they, considering what they got, right, that Baron is a huge prize. You're worried about them throwing it away here, right? When it's like, look, you're kind of getting, it's just death by 1,000 cuts here. Drake here over the wall, gets to the above and below. Curry getting chewed through slowly but surely. Titan with the shield over the top, but Pilot able to grab the kill. Drake Hero goes into full form there. Oh, or no, he doesn't, excuse me. Does not pop the ultimate, but able to grab himself an assist, rather, for his team. Liberty got a nice chunk of gold here from this Baron power play. Makes, might not be done just yet. W lands from Titan. Damage over the top. Makes immediately! Beats Titan over the head with the Noxian Guillotine. Shield as well coming over the top. Now Cavallo coming from the flank. Looking to make things happen. Flashes onto Weiser. Gets the root down. Where's the follow-up for his team? Where's my team? There he is. Shut down for Pilot. One traded back. He goes down. But that is huge. Still 3 members of Liberty here left with the Baron buff. Oh, now the TP. Oh, no. Payne's looking for the punish. Here comes Curry. That is a tough nut to crack. Able to gobble up, makes, spit him back out. He's able to get the actually some decent damage down. Somehow surviving Macau. He's completely untouched, but now he's got no mana. Here come the soldiers from Pilot, warding them off of Macau. Dinkedo taken low, but he's got so much damage and so much rage. The ult! Oh, it doesn't get him. Mega Infernal Bomb goes wide. Or rather, actually, it was right on target, but Dinkedo flashed away. And after all that, Solari still 3 members alive from that initial Baron push for Liberty. It's a 4,000 gold power play.
And they pushed them to mid lane at the same time. They did so much out of this play. And this play, what Makes keeps doing, I just don't know. This guy keeps us all on the edge because he's flash in with a Q onto the enemies. It catches me off guard every single time. And the fact that Cavallo is here on the flank, you were absolutely right there screaming, where is the team? Because it felt like poor guy was left completely alone. A beautiful Zhonya's here, by the way, from Pilot, completely negating all that damage from Dinquetti. Would have been 100% kill if not for him going golden. And here, look at Makes. Look at the amount of healing the guy gets right here. Insane! Illegal!
Reminder, Makes, he is a former Darius One Trick. He made his name on the ladder on this champion.
Not so former anymore, I think.
Yeah, no, true. He's back-to-back games on it, or back-to-back weeks with a game on it. Drake Hero going forward here. He's got the posse behind him. And again, Solari, Liberty first ones to the Dragon. Pain Gaming, they are the better team. Their players are, in theory, better, but Liberty, man, they are making heavy weather of this. We were starting to worry about the viability of this composition. And look, I think it was a sloppy early game. I wouldn't even put it so much on the composition, although, like, I see, obviously, look, this is kind of solo QE and a little tough to execute, but it just felt like the decision-making for me in the beginning was really what did them in, right? It wasn't so much the champions. It was just like they were looking to scrap everywhere and being a little too over-aggressive and trying to get Drake Hero these early kills and these early leads. But right now, Solari, they're only down 2 kills, but they're up 2,500 gold. TP coming in. Pilot has a death cap. Yes, the Azir's going to do damage, Solari. Let's go!
Yes, no more Tank Azirs, not on our watch, not today, thank you, Pilot. But can they secure the Rake with that? Because if they do, it's going to be a mountain soul for them, 4x4, it's going to be massive, but Pain have to answer it. Pain have to take it away from them.
That mountain soul's going to feel so good for this composition, because they want to get all up in your grill and just take these longer, more drawn-out fights and make Infernal Bomb finds nobody from Macau. That's not going to help things. You want to use that as a zoning tool, but Titan trying to get forward here. Carioca looking for the steal. 4,000 health left on this Dragon. Solari, Cavallo trying to zone Dinkedo off this. He ults Drake Hero off it, but Cavallo goes down, and now the Mountain Soul secured there by Liberty. It's a 5v4. Carioca died for it and really got nothing out of it. Now Macau, immediately the veteran TPing into the bottom lane says, great, we got Soul. We don't want to fight this. We've got the tools to make something happen.
And I love this decision so much. They don't have to fight. There is nothing to fight for them anymore. They can fight with the turrets much more effective right now than with the enemy. And Pain have to answer. Pain have to rotate to answer whatever Liberty are doing. And look at them. They have Makes on the mid lane right now. They can split across the map. They can do whatever they want. They have secured a very important soul for them. Would have been so helpful for Pain, by the way, considering they still are lacking a lot of their potential frontline. But no, Pain then can have it. It's Liberty who can continue their push right now. And with the Baron coming up in less than a minute already, the second Baron in the game, I am worried if Pain can take it away. I am literally worried for the team that is contesting the first place right now.
I've just been like shaking my head here, like literally just like what is going on? Liberty, they're making true believers out of me. I've had my doubts, and I'm still not fully convinced about this team as like a legit kind of play, like with a team with a huge ability to make something happen in the playoffs. But they're slowly making a believer out of me, little by little. Again, they're playing these fights out in a very mature way. That play right there, like you said, they had nothing to fight for. And yes, Dinketo was kind of low on mana, but they're like, look, into this poke composition, if we just kind of like ARAM around this river for no reason after we've gotten the soul, we're going to lose. We're just going to get chunked out. We're going to get poked out, right? Instead, we're going to make them split up, and we're going to take objectives, going to make them respond to us here. Now, the battle lines are drawn here in the jungle. Curry finally showing up here. It's a 5v5. The root lands onto Makes. And that is kind of how you got to deal with him, right? If he can't run at you, he can't make things happen, but he's got flash, he's got ghost, he's got stride breaker. So if he gets in range, he is going to have hell to pay for the other team.
I love that there is Scuttle for Pain there, because they have no vision otherwise. They are really struggling and they cannot really get to the river and put more, but this Scuttle is helping them quite a lot to see when Liberty are finally deciding to make a push, and the time is right here, right now. Makes it up close, but Pain Gaming, they have to be up close as possible, because they need to get this Baron away from Liberty, but there is no way they're doing it.
They got nothing, and now Cavallo looking for a fight. Makes flashing over the wall, gets two with the upper hand. He's going low, but he dunks Dinketo immediately. So much healing over the top with this Darius. Makes is going crazy. Makes gets another one. Liberty, they've done it. They rip Pain apart off the back of Makes. He pounced immediately. Makes just see him in the player camps. He jumped out of his seat. 6,000 damage for the Darius one trick. Fear him. Fear this champion. You've got to ban this thing. Tell the whole country, from Akari to Amapa, tell the whole country that you do not give Makes this Darius. He's letting them know. Let them know, Makes. Talk your smack. You've earned it. Liberty, for the first time all split, have a positive record. They take sole possession of 6 or just a half game outside of 4th.
For I fear this Darius right now in the hands of Makes. I fear no man and no god but this thing. It scares me 4x4, because he did it again. He did the very same thing as he does on his champion. He flashed in right in the midst of the enemies. Oh my god! Yeah. I'm not sure if that aged well.
Look. Yeah, I mean, another good meme is like, it's that Mr. Incredible meme, right? I fear no one, I fear no man, but that thing, and then it's just Makes with like Darius's face photoshopped onto it or something. That thing terrifies me.
Yes.
What a play, dude! What a game! What a decisive game-ending play there. Because that's the thing, right? That's what we said about this competition from Pain. It might be easier to execute, and the Tom Kench is tough to chew through. But if they just ooga booga melee range you, there is nothing that Pain can do, right? It's a poke composition.
A poke composition wants to stay far away. But in order to stay away and execute the pokiness of the poke composition, they need to understand what they're shooting at. They kind of need to see the enemy to land the poke. In this last team fight, no vision for Pain Gaming, except for this poor little Scuttlecrab, who did his best, but he's just one Scuttlecrab against everyone of the enemy team. And the fight didn't even happen there. It didn't happen at the river. It started when Makes flashed over the wall onto the enemies, into the unknown, and unknown to them. And they started just slamming left and right. And yeah, the poke composition cannot really do much when the enemy is already sitting on top of them, and the enemy is Darius, and the enemy prevails in the melee range.
And I mean, you see the proficiency of Makes on this Darius, right? Knowing just exactly how much his champion can and can't take, but also everyone, trusting the call. When Makes flashes over, right? Because I thought he was toast there, right? I thought that was maybe a little aggro. He went in and flashed. I thought at least he was going to die for it, and maybe they could take a fight that was a little bit more even. But when he got the apprehend down, I mean, everyone else followed up. He was able to heal back up to full almost. Darius is a goofy little champion. They paid him no respect, building no anti-heal of any kind. to try to shut him down, and he made them pay. Solari, I gotta hold my hands up, man. I didn't believe. I was wrong. I was wrong about this team, man. They've got something. They've got that unspoken little, the je ne sais quoi, right? They've got it. Whatever it is, they've got it. This team deserves to be in playoffs. Will they or won't they? I don't know. But this team absolutely deserves a shot because they've proven it. They've beaten Loud. They've beaten Pain twice. Pain have 4 losses. Half of them are to Liberty.
Absolutely insane. The glow up of Liberty throughout this season is absolutely insane because you gotta remember all the way into the last split of the previous year when the poor players were just thrown into the main roster, straight from the academy roster into the team that was on the last place and had no hope of getting out of it. And the guys were just thrown under the fire like a last resort, even though it was impossible to find any result because the whole building was already on fire and has been for a long time. But since then, they have grown up so much. And now that they are on the main roster, and now that we are approaching the end of their first regular season in the main roster, like for good, I can tell you, these guys deserve to be there so much. And I can see so much more room that they can grow into.
Yeah, right. I mean, clean up some of those mistakes in the early game, right? You've got these creative drafts. You're playing with so much confidence, right? That's what I feel like. Look, like that sloppiness in the early game. The other side of that coin says, well, they're playing with confidence, right? They're not playing scared, and that can go a long, long way. You've got to think about Liberty. I bet no one is going into playoffs if they match up with Liberty, right? It's 1 and 2 get a bye, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? They play each other. If you're 3 and 4 and you're matched up against Liberty, everyone's thinking, I do not want to play against that team. That team's going to be so annoying to play against.
Yeah.
You've got yourself a heck of an advantage. I mean, look at that. Liberty, technically, all right, they're not in 4th. Let's slow it down a sec. They are in 6th. They've got 1 more loss. But the point stands. In terms of wins, right, they're right up there. And they've secured themselves they've given themselves much more than a fighting chance, scalping the games off of these teams above you. I said this was when Liberty's schedule is going to start to get rough, and that's still the case, right? I think they've got Kaboom tomorrow. Right now, I'd give them a shot against anybody.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, we're talking about Pain Gaming, the team that is on the first place together with VKS. And Liberty take them down. And if you take down the team that is on the first place, do you fear anybody anymore?
No, you took down the defending champs. You took down Pain twice. Blue side, red side. Makes is a star in the making. He is unbelievable. I mean, if he hasn't vaulted himself to the front of the rookie of the split discussion right now, I mean, I think right now it's 1A, 1B. I had him firmly second behind Super Clever because I think Super Clever had been more consistent. But the upside from Makes is just stunning. I mean, I don't know. We're just gonna keep saying the same things over and over again. So, Solari, unless you have any final thoughts here, we're gonna set it to a break. When we come back, we got 3 more games for you. It is Red. It is Kaboom on the other side of this break. So don't you go anywhere. We will be right back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CBLOL English. We've had an early play-by-play swap today from game number 3, and we're ready to keep this day rolling. We've already had so much CBLOL occurrence today. Solari, you've been there, you've been casting it. We just had the second Liberty Pain upset. It just never fails to deliver, right? The CBLOL, every day we show up here, it gives us something to get hype about.
Every day I wake up and I think, what will these Brazilians come up with today? And every day they surprise me.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Love to see that coming through. Didn't love to see the return of CBLOL Jace, but I'm sure Wiser learned his lesson and we'll definitely not see it again this time. But with that out of the way, we've got another big ticket matchup coming straight up. Last time it looked like top of the table versus bottom of the table. We had a big upset. This time we have two strong contenders going head to head in game number 3. Red Canids versus Kaboom Esports. Kaboom currently in second, but with a chance to jump back into first now that Pain has already stumbled on the day. And Red Canids, someone that a lot of us were very excited about in this split, but so far have been stumbling a bit too much for our liking. So I want to focus on Red first, Solari. What is your read on Red Canids? Do you think that they are still very much a title contender, someone that can take the games off the best of us, or do you think that we've seen too many issues and we need to see some growth before we can start considering them a real challenger again?
I usually try to, be nice about everybody, about the teams I'm talking about, but I find it a little bit hard to be nice about Red because they are a disappointment in this split. And I say this, I mean, they are still, most likely getting into the playoffs. They still are in the middle of the soup, so they are still in a pretty good spot overall, but I don't think that this is a good spot for Red Canids. I don't think anything can justify how low they've fallen from where we expected them to be just going into this season. Because Red, just by default, are supposed to be contesting the very first places, right? First, second, third, not fourth, not fifth, not even being at the edge of not getting into the playoffs potentially. This is not where they should be.
No, there's so many titles across this roster. There's so much talent, so much pedigree on the Canids, so much inbuilt synergy that we really did expect more. And last week, they got their first 2-0, right? They had a spree of 1-1 weeks. Now they got the 2-0 over INTZ and loss. Bit of a confidence-building week. And maybe this is enough for them to build some momentum. And going up against Kaboom, undoubtedly a tough opponent. Kaboom, on the other hand, they're coming off an 0-2 week. Their first 0-2 week of the split. So they are very much... They've had the first knock to the confidence, perhaps, after that time. They had some struggles in the draft, some struggles in bot lane. They've not looked as clean in that last week. And we know that some of their players have a history of collapsing in the second half of the season. So, maybe this is a time for Red Canids to capitalize, take a big scalp off of Kaboom, and then keep that momentum rolling, get into playoffs, maybe secure a spot as high as 3rd or 4th, because they're not too far behind, and then they can actually get back to where we wanted them to be from week number 1, as the draft has begun. And I gotta tell you, Solari, I'm loving this from Red, the old Maokai first pick. Incredibly broken champion, flexible across a couple of roles. I love this as a start for them. This is going to be some controlled, high-level gameplay. I can feel it.
The moment he's not banned, and usually the ban, of course, comes from the red side, you just know that the blue side has to stay away as the Otherwise, you're doing something very wrong with your life choices. But I kind of like the answer from Kaboom. The Vi answer is a pretty standard one into Maokai. You just match the control and the power and the lockdown with your own same things. And the Nautilus pretty much with the same idea here. And I love that Kaboom are not really showing anything with this pick so far. Like, yeah, that's it. But what is our identity? You will not find out. While Red are already showing a lot. They have Xayah and Rakan locked down for their bot lane. The Lovebirds for Bronzy and Jojo. And I quite like it. It's not a bot lane that we see very often these days. We usually see the birds being separated from each other because they work well with different champions, but I like it when they're together.
Yeah, 100%. And I like the fact that this is putting Bronzy and Jojo at the core of this composition, most likely, right? Bronzy is a player that on this roster, we expect him to be the core of this roster, the ultimate win condition. And the last time Red faced Kaboom, he was playing Seraphine, and Jojo or Frosty, I think, was playing Senna. And they had this Death Ball comp that Kaboom just pulled apart with a Lucian from Natuno, and it did not look good from Red. It looked like they built the team fight and then lost the team fights and just got run around the map by Kaboom out-handsing them. So now they have this another strong core to play with, but Bronzy critically has an AD carry, and that's a development that I am very much here for. Kaboom with the answer has the Zeri, and this is a champion that's been coming up a lot more. Bronzy particularly has been picking up the Zeri, so I like that we've got Natuno on a scaling carry. I think that's better for him. And how do you feel about the Zeri coming in here? Do you think that it is rising to a level of prominence where we can maybe start blinding it, or we can pick it more,
No.
or do you think this is still going to be a bit of an edge case?
No, I think Zeri is a little bit of a bait pick still. I mean, she's much stronger than she was just a little bit earlier during this downtime when we didn't see Zeri whatsoever, and rightfully so because she was very weak. She has always had her weaknesses, but her strength has been also reduced to pretty much nothingness. Right now, there is a point when late game on 3-4 items, Zeri is shining quite a lot, but I still don't think, first of all, that she is the 1v9 champion that she used to be, and second of all, I think her power spike comes much later than before, and it's not as high as it has been. So I am not a fan of Zeri right now, and I can see why she's not such a high pro like she has been some time ago, and why she's not picked as often as before.
Yeah, I do prefer the Zeri for Natuno over the Smolder. We saw the Smolder for him last week, and
yeah.
anyone who's not Macau, I don't want to see the Smolder, man. I don't want to see that Smolder. Only Macau can play it. I don't know why. No one else can win on this champion. And it feels like they do no damage and die instantly whenever they pick the champion. So Zeri, I feel, has a bit more self-sustained, like self-reliance, I guess, than Smolder. And maybe that's better for Natuno. As the comps have rounded out here, we've got the House Azir, which is back, which had a very lackluster debut this season, going the Showmaker build, didn't really do anything. Got that back, and we'll see if he wants to go damage this time. Red have got the Hui as another good answer for Grefthar, so it is a mage matchup for Grefthar, which could be tough. And then the Aatrox FNB. I like the fact they're going aggressive with the blind Aatrox, and it seems like whenever you and I cast together, Solari, there's always an Udyr. There's always a way for Udyr to worm his way into our games, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, Mr. Rude, I know you're responsible for the schedule. I love casting with Trajan, but I am getting sick and tired of the Udyrs. Just separate us. I'm gonna cry about it, but please, because Udyr as an R5 is the worst thing to ever happen to a human being. And you know that he's gonna do a lot in the early game. You know exactly how it's gonna go. He's gonna go together with the Vi most likely into the enemy's top part of the jungle. He's going to do his little Udyr shenanigans there. Then he's gonna proxy all the lanes from Aatrox, effectively not letting him get anywhere outside of this turret. And the top part of the map is going to look fine for Kaboom in the early game. But after that, in the mid game, in the late game, where is this Udyr gonna be? What is he gonna be doing?
He's gonna be hoping that Azir and Zeri are carrying the game, I think.
Exactly.
Like, FNB and Lonely have been some of our best Udyrs in terms of success rate and win rate. They have made Udyr, they've been using Udyr the way that it can be used, right? So I don't want to fault them for being bad. It's just that the champion is so lame. It's cringe, in a word. So unfortunately, we have to see this so much, and Lonely being so often relegated to the weak side. Udyr is just such a premium weak side pick. Again, the R5, we're using the counter to pick Udyr. Feels so bad. And I kind of hope FNB whops him a little bit, just so we learn a lesson and maybe stop picking it. But I fear we might not see it, because we know Lonely can easily absorb pressure and not lose out on this pick. So Kaboom likely to be focusing on the other lanes. Let's take a quick look at the predictions, though. Let's see how we've gone on this very split matchup. I say very split.
4-1-4!
Only 4x4 believes in the multi-title holder Canids. Kaboom, of course, are not with titles of their own, but that was years and years ago. It's been a long time since they've even had a sniff in for a title. But we've got a lot of confidence in Kaboom here. I appreciate that. I believe that they can bounce back from the O2. But honestly, draft-wise, I'm not sure if I could pick a winner from the pick ban.
I'm not sure either. I think, apart from Udyr, of course, I quite like both of these picks. I really like the way for Grefthar. I think this is a champion that suits kind of the playstyle that Grefthar has been pivoting into in this split, and it's also always a very good answer into Azure, because he outranges him. Well, who outranges Hui? Honestly, it's pretty much only Zereth, I think, and that's it, because Hui is an interesting champion in that sense, and I quite like it, because there is a lot of folk onto Kaboom.
From last game. I was watching that cast.
I have a lot of them.
And we've seen House take this up as well. A lot of our mid laners have been picking up Decado as well in that last game. So I'm a little worried, because I feel like it's quite vulnerable. We've seen how vulnerable it is when it is under pressure. It doesn't have a lot of self-reliance, as I would say that Zeri has some. So Grefthar, he does need to be on top of his positioning, and he can do a lot of great supportive action and a lot of good damage. I've liked his Orianna games from the last 2 weeks. We have 2 Orianna games. They were great. Some of the best games we've had from him all split. So there is still value to be found on the mages. Hui feels like there's a bit less of an emphasis on the utility it offers, and it does have a bit more reliance on pumping out that damage, which hasn't been Grevthar's strong suit so far this year. So let's keep an eye on that and see how he does into one of our most oppressive mid laners in the league.
And also, let's see how Bronzy is going to feel on this bot lane, because I feel like a lot of hopes for Red in terms of their damage output, especially later in the game, is going to fall onto Bronzy's shoulders. And he has a lot of responsibility in that sense, because Grevthar, yes, he's going to deal damage, he's going to poke, but it's not like we expect Hui to be the main damage dealer and the main carry when it comes especially to bigger team fights. Bronzy needs to be on top of his game, and Jojo needs to not die in exchanges like that. Thank you.
Yes, this is a strong 2v2 with the Zyra Khan, but Jojo making sure to take a lot of damage there, making it look fairly even. Natuno takes a bit of damage in return, and this bot lane as well, we've seen a fair number of stumbles out of Natuno and Seos in the 2v2 specifically. This has kind of been the weakest part of their game. One of the weakest parts of Kaboom's game in general has been the early performance of the bot lane duo, so I'm watching to see if Bronzy and Jojo can get one over here. They've got a strong 2v2 duo, and we've seen a number of missteps out of the Kaboom side, so they need to make sure they're staying in control, not falling behind, because your Zeri will do 0 damage for the whole game if you fall behind. And the Xayah is going to be big. The Xayah is one of those great scaling champions as well.
I quite like Xayah in that sense, yes, because she is a great AD carry controller, she's a great AD carry damage dealer, she's very vulnerable pre-level 6, and it's easy to punish her if you want to go aggressive, and Nautilus with an Ignite can allow to go aggressive, but the problem is, he's fighting alongside Zeri, and Zeri is one of the squishiest champions on the early levels, and she's very susceptible to the enemy damage as well, just like how is he susceptible to the damage from Grevthar right now? Look at this poke! Hui is a fun champion.
There's that hook from Seos getting onto the target again. Jojo falling low. Ignite onto Bronzy. Big root onto Natuno, though. Stops him following too much up and drops him down to 300 HP himself. These bot laners throwing punches back and forth, ending lower and lower. But all the defensive summoners still alive, as Aegis is going to be spotted on the vision here. Kaboom know what's coming.
Very good vision from them. I like it that they're securing both the tri-bush and this little pixel bush. Even though Makai is not exactly the jungler you expect to come from unconventional angles onto your lane, it's still very good that they're protecting their bot lane. Because I like that Zeri is running with a cleanse, but the thing is, if a jungler gets out the flash and the cleanse out of that Zeri, she's pretty much a free kill for anybody on this bot lane. So I love that Kaboom are trying to protect Nituno, and they will need to keep protecting Nituno for quite some time until he finally grows into a big strong Zeri that doesn't fear anything except for like one thing flying her way from Hui.
Yeah, we have still seen these big late game carry performances from Natuno. The Jinx games from a couple of weeks back really sell that, right? He still can be the win condition in the same way that Bronzy can on the right kind of picks. I didn't love the Kalista form as much. He did have a great Lucian game, as we said, against Red before, so he does have the mechanics still there, but generally speaking for Kaboom, I think the more consistent solution has been scalers into this bot side, and then House and Lonely have been doing a bit more in those early stages with the kind of lane scrappy picks that they have off the back of Malrang being a bit of a spearhead. He's got the Vi right now. He's been heading around this top side. You can see him going onto the Grubs as well, with Aegis backing away, so that'll be 3 ones picked up for Kaboom. But Malrang has been really, really good in this season. He's not really looked exploitable in the way that some people worried he would be. He's just been very active, very effective at leading the charge for Kaboom through the first 20 minutes.
No, he's very consistent, and that's what I like about him, and that's what I think is the type of jungler that Kaboom in their current state really needed going into this split. So I like Malrang. He hasn't had the most explosive fighter performances, but again, it's his consistency that I really value a lot about him, and he's doing what is needed for the team right now. What was needed for Kaboom was to take those 3 void grabs, using the prio they have on the top lane, using the fact they still have Azure who can very easily get the prio on the mid lane. Speaking of him going on the Grevthar so aggressively, I'm not sure about that.
It's a lovely fear from Grevthar to stop House being able to drop the shuffle. He gets into melee range, but then can't press R. Grevthar gets to hold his flash, and House chooses not to trade that summoner with him, as it would have been a 2v2 there. So ultimately, nothing lost by Grevthar off that aggressive play, but we can still see that House, he's looking to find the aggression. He's got the blasting rod for it. Raw damage, as now Aegis is on to Malrang with the twisted advance, and House is a little far away. Gets a flash in fact out of Vi, but House is still there with the Azir. Grevthar dropping a little low, still has the ultimate, doesn't choose to commit it, as the red bot lane would have been first to move. Now the dragon is started up instead. Red still looking to take control of this play.
And it's a it's not the best Drake to have, but it's just the fact that they are getting the Drake out of this whole play on the map, especially around the mid lane, is a very nice move for them. They have the control over it. They can continue having control over the bot side afterwards. So far, no kills in this game. Could change soon because this bush looks very nice.
They have Malrang ready. Do they expect the 3 versus 3? Big damage onto Brunsey. He's already dead. Sails with the first blood. Red not expecting the hidden Malrang in the brush. There's a flashes pop from Jojo as well. Great awareness, great patience by the Kaboom jungler.
That bush did look very nice in the end, but not for Red, obviously. They
no.
should have been a little bit more cautious about where Malrang was being all this time because they couldn't see him anywhere on the map. They have been trying to keep some vision on him, but definitely not enough to just understand how he's moving on the map at any given time. And not a lot of offensive vision from Red in general. Definitely didn't help them out in this game. And it is a little bit sad that it's Sears who gets the first blood in the end, but it's a kill regardless.
Yeah, they get a summoner from Brunsey. Oh, Lonely dropping very low. And
yes!
FNB flashes forward, drops the blade on him, and the Udyr is finally punished. We love that for us.
I love Lonely. I have nothing against Lonely. It is the Udyr that I'm happy to see punished and removed from existence. Great job, FNB. You had to use everything in that fight, but I applaud you. That was so worth it. And finally, everything has shifted on the top lane because in theory, this Udyr pick is supposed to keep this top lane trembling and sitting out of their turret and praying for the day the Udyr is removed from the game. But now it's not the case.
Absolutely. FNB getting something going for Red on the top side after that problem in bot side. There's a CS lead for House in mid, but FNB is not going to be knocked out of this game by an R5 Udyr pick, that's for sure. So we've seen that the Aatrox can be a terror in itself. If they can have the Aatrox and the Xayah as massive late game carries in the team fight, that makes Red's win conditions a whole lot nicer. So good job for FNB there. Straight into the Hex Drinker, he saw, to keep him in that strong in that 1 versus 1. But that's really what Red needed. Now, if they can stabilize this bot lane, they can keep mid lane from going too far behind, they're gonna be fine going into those later stages.
Yeah, so far, to be fair, every lane is winning for Kaboom, even if ever slightly so, not anymore, thank you, FNB. But overall, Kaboom are maintaining a slight lead for their advantage. Again, the first blood on CS definitely helped. He is the wealthiest one compared to the opponent right now within the whole team. But I would love to see more happening on the map, because right now, it's going to be a good time to see the junglers move, and actually they already are at the top side of the map. We will have the more grubs coming up soon, and it's super important for Aegis to be there, because 3 grubs are already on the side of Kaboom, and Aegis having the ultimate, having prior now thanks to FNB on these Aatrox, I think they should be the ones fighting and trying to get all 3 of those grubs.
Yeah, absolutely. We see so much invested by Red into this top side. Aegis waiting to see where he needs to go, waiting to see if someone's going to come up and contest them. Both the AD carries in the 1 versus 1 right now. And Natuno pops the ultimate, and Brunsey fighting back the route onto the Zeri. It's very close though. Natuno has the wave. If he can use that for an advantage, Brunsey without no blade core anymore. And both step away. Brunsey holds onto the summons and the ultimate. Now here's the Grubs fight. Out goes Malkail, but there's more Kaboom members here. Big shuffle in from House. They've got to find the kills, and Red are the ones fighting back. It's 2 quick ones for them. There'll be 3 and 1 on the scoreline. The rest of Kaboom running for the hills. They wanted this fight, and Red were happy to give it to them. Seos bounces over the wall of the blast cone. Only Jojo in range. Rageous round the corner with another W, and the Hui lightning bolt strikes for Grefthar to make it 3-0 around the Grubs.
And you could see on the camera, Grefthar was so happy about this last pickup as well. It was a snipe from the downtown, and we fortunately have the replay of the very beginning of this fight because it happened while we were admiring the bot laners. Very nice shuffle right there from House, but unfortunately not really doing much because Grefthar isn't punished. Nobody's really doing anything to him, and he's free firing at the enemies. FNB completely unleashed with the ultimate propped. What can you really do about these Aatrox on this stage of the game? Nothing. And you could say that maybe your top laner could shut him down. Oh no, your top laner is dead again.
Yep. Very little impact coming through from the Udyr so far, and FNB continues to scale. He's completed the Maw of Malmortius first in this matchup, decidedly solved, and now we can see the gold is back to even. All those gold leads fluctuating across the map, and Red avoiding falling too far behind against Kaboom. And I feel like this game, Solari, has the potential to go pretty late, to go deep into those later stages with a lot of gold, a lot of items, a lot of power across these scaling carries.
I'm gonna tell you though that there are like two scenarios that I see for this game right now. It's either, as you said, going into a very deep, very late game, like 40 plus minutes, or there is going to be one big explosive team fight like we had in the previous game that is going to
Just
pretty
end
much pretty much just end it. Thank you.
Yeah.
It can go either way, and I really wonder what we're going to see. But so far, Kaboom are not opting to go into very late game. Look at that. They are at the Drake right now. They are taking it. I quite like it.
Yeah, for sure. Kaboom stopping that stacking from Red. The Grubs have gone even 3 apiece, so completely even across the board in terms of objectives. And as we can see, so as we said before, the gold dead even right now. There is some CS advantage even that out. How's trying once again to go up to Grefthar, gets the flash, finally makes it in range for the shuffle. But Grefthar hasn't really had to expend any summoners so far. He's been doing well on the way. He's falling behind in CS, yes, but he's just giving up the space where he has to. And he's the one with 2 kills to his name.
Yeah, so this CS difference, you can see there is only 42 gold difference between the mid laners, because this CS difference doesn't really do much. Wait, it's F&B proxying the lane a little bit?
Wow. Doing the Udyr, giving him the Udyr special. We love to see that. F&B is making a statement against the Udyr players of this region.
Show us. Top lane.
Ooh, Jojo gets caught with an
not.
all assault. House is there as well. Out comes Jojo with the quickness for the charm, and he'll skate away. Just the supports trading R-keys in the end. And Aegis is now heading up to this top side. Can they pull a dive off against the high HP Udyr? I don't think so. It's just going to be some stealing jungle camps.
And some more proxying. I love it so much. Thank you so much, F&B. It's hard to be my favorite top laner in CBLOL because there's so many people and there is
so many good top
mates.
laners. Yeah, there's just too many good tops now, man.
Yeah, but F&B just for this play, and he's gonna continue proxying. Look at that, and Aegis is using it so wisely because look, he knows that F&B is around, and he can take the enemy jungle and punish Malrang for being at the same team with Lonely or something.
Yeah, I love that so many of our top laners can just blind pick into aggressive matchups and completely school even some of our most tenured, some of our strongest players in the region. Any day, any game, someone different could come out top up in that top lane. And I really love to see that. It gives us so much competitiveness up there. And it is really helping Red right now. The fact that Aatrox has turned that matchup in its favor, evened out the map, was so big for that, that early grub fight that went heavily in Red's favor. So this is going to mean that they're going to be comfortable going into this mid game. And Red are a team that can team fight very, very well. So they have some of the best team fighting players in the region. Now, they have struggled to put that together so far in 2024, but we know the potential is there if they can get on the same page.
If they can get on the same page, that's very correct, because as you can judge by their position on the scoreboard, it hasn't really been the case in the majority of their games. And in this game, I'm a little bit worried about their positioning on the map in general, because Jojo is doing the same thing as he did just a little bit earlier. He's walking into the enemy jungle with zero vision available, and they're trying to put INTZ, but Kaboom are doing such a good job at removing all the eyes that Red put into the enemy jungle, removing all the offensive vision from them.
They're both skulking around this bot lane. Nutuno reticent to approach his tower. Aegis was hovering, but the rest of Kaboom happy to come over and support, and the teams will simply dance around each other. There's not another dragon for 2 minutes, and Lonely, in fact, alone on this top side, gets a lot of damage down. FMB maybe will be able to hold onto the turret. Looks like he will, but that's going to be an easy pickup for Lonely if someone forgets to defend it once again.
Or no, where is our top lane turret? Oh. Lonely was feeling a little bit lonely on the top lane. No, again!
Okay, so they get to knock Amarang. TP behind. FMB's committing for this. Amarang has to flash. Can he queue over the wall? But the Aatrox is going to try and stop him. Bronze flashes as well and picks up the kill with the help of his teammates. The rest of Red all overloaded onto the spot side. They find a jungle kill. It is 1-0. And there's nothing else that Kaboom can get because Udyr TP to the mid lane. He TP to answer the Aatrox. He doesn't get that top lane tower and answer.
No, he TP'd pretty at the ward at the same bush that FNB TP to. But then he was like, yeah, there isn't really much I can do here anymore, I'm afraid. So I'm just going to go to the mid lane, see if I can do anything there. Not much. Yeah, very unfortunate rotation there from Kaboom. And it's the fact that it's Jojo who got caught by surprise by Malrang in his own jungle. But it's Red who turned this fight around in the end and make it to a nice 5-1 position in this game. There is still very little goal difference between the teams. So even though there are 5-1 kills, Red are not really that much in control of the game, but it's still putting them to a nice spot.
it is fairly common for Kaboom to be behind in kills and be a little behind in gold coming out of the early game. This is very common for them. Normally, around the mid game, that's where they show up. As you have a replay of this event here, Malrang tries to get some vision of his own, but I guess doesn't respect how hard Red are willing to defend it.
Yeah, just how hard Red would decide to commit onto it. Look at how many ultimates they pop just to get Malrank. And to be fair, not just that, to make sure that Kaboom are not continuing the fight, that Kaboom are not turning around onto them. So it's not, just we're gonna press everything and get the enemy jungle. It's we're gonna press everything, get the enemy jungle, and make sure that the enemy does not even think about getting any of us in return.
Yeah, absolutely. And as this tweet, I believe, says, Red, my Red came to play today. That is absolutely true. Red are not messing around. Seems like that 2-0 week has helped them build a bit of that confidence. Brunsey on an AD carry, making aggressive plays, making it work. FNB countering one of the most kind of uncounterable, undealable with top lane picks, even in the blind matchup. We do find him getting that top lane tower eventually. But Red are certainly looking energized coming into this week, not as fragmented as before. They'll keep building dragons for themselves. 2 for them, the Ocean Rift here, so all about that sustain, all about those long drawn-out team fights. People like Xayah would love that, the Aatrox as well would love that, as FNB finds his way onto Lonely. A quick stun, and we'll walk away for the Udyr.
And Lonely is building up very tanky, and I quite like it. I'm not usually the fan of full tanky Udyr, but I think in this scenario, when he's already so behind, when he has been farming, yes, but nothing else has been happening for him so far, and I think that should be at least the right decision to just go, yes, into Frozen Heart as the second item to build up as much armor as possible against the enemy, throw in, slap on some magic resist on top too, and just be the front lane together with Zeus for the team and try to absorb the damage.
Another aggressive position from Jojo, and Brunsey to follow up gets the root, but here's the turnaround. Natuno in the flank, Lonely as well, and Red will back away. It's just some ults traded once again, but FNB with free time on the top lane turret will answer Lonely and get the first turret for Red on this map as Kaboom now pushing into the mid lane. I do like that we have the damage build for House. We've got the Nash's Tooth into, I believe that's... What is that? Is that Storm Surge? With Aether Wisp and Alternator? It's something high damage. Is it Lich Bane? I'm not sure. It's something. It's big damage, and it's not the Showmaker tank build, which is good for me. I think Kaboom need damage on their carries. They can't just go with no damage across the entire board, especially with Lonely going full tank.
Absolutely no. No, they need the damage on House, on Natuno, and the thing is the damage on House might pop earlier, much earlier than Natuno is going to feel comfortable in this game. So yeah, I like this decision from them. I like what they are doing now.
Going for Brunsey, he doesn't have any summoners. Big shuffle in from House, but they need to get some targets dead. As here's the fire back from Red. Again, their damage is massive. FNB leading the counter-attack. 2 for 1 so far, and Kaboom have a tower to hide behind. House and Natuno, the carry still alive, and they clearly want a little bit more. They're now the ones pushing Red back. Lovely run to Natuno, has to be covered by Sails. FNB can't find more. Jojo dropping low. It's very tense in the mid lane, but it will be the 2 for 1 at the end of it all.
And it's thanks to FNB. Might be getting a little bit now, but with House approaching, I don't think FNB should be taking this fight any longer. But FNB just casually not even teleporting, wait, he was just there on the mid lane because there was a teleport coming in from Kaboom's side actually. But very nice turnaround, especially after this shuffle, which looked very suspicious for ages. For example, the moment FNB joins the fight, you can see just how much of the force this player is for the team right now, how much damage Aatrox deals in the team fights, and with all the poke from the backlane from Grefthar, it is not that hard for it to make Kaboom turn around. Yeah. But I gotta say that Natuno's damage was also really nice there, already sitting on those 2 items. He was dealing a lot to FNB specifically.
Yeah, and I love that we could see Natuno, cleansing, and Seos did a little bit of assisting, but ultimately has the cleanse, has the flash, has the E. He has ways to get himself out of these situations on his own as A just drops the ultimate to defend himself. Brunsey taking a bit of damage. Big pump down onto House, who doesn't have any summoners now himself, had to flash away. FNB is exactly where he needs to be always in this game.
He's rotating with the team, and I like it because they need him in the fights. It's not the situation where they can just throw him to the sidelines and keep him there. They need him in the fights because he's such a big force for them. I like that they're rotating Grifthar, actually, because his wave clear allows him to stay on the sidelines for longer, I believe, than FNB in this case. But so far, the state of the game It is 7-2, and we see some damage building up for everybody, including Netuna, who's just cutting through this turret, but it still stands barely.
Red are,
And
they
last
keep
minion
forgetting
comes.
to
1
defend the
HP!
turrets, man.
It's
actually,
1
the
HP!
actual one. How
No
often do
way.
you see the genuine 1 HP? That is crazy, and we know that's going to go down before too long. I don't love the fact that Red keep forgetting to defend their forgetting to defend their turrets. They're like happened top lane, it's happened mid lane. It's going to go down now. Netuna will surely be able to get one. I guess not. I guess the threat of the Maokai is okay. The minions did it. That's fine.
Yeah, and the minions, they're just doing the job, you know. They're not forgetting anything, like defending the turrets or anything. They do
Lovely
what they
hook
need
onto
to.
Aegis. Netuna was there with the damage. Has to ult defensively. And the Maokai, not super tanky yet, has got the Frozen Heart, but it's as you said, the Zeri damage is not to be sniffed at, even only on 2 items.
And in order to proc that Frozen Heart, you kind of need to get close to Netuna, kind of need to get close to that Zeri. And the issue I'm seeing right now, right, don't really have a good definitive way to lock Netuna down, and that's what you need against Zeri. In the first game today, we had a beautiful Nocturne who was turning off the lights, and poor Zeri was not able to do anything anymore because she doesn't know what's happening around her. Is it an enemy? Is it a friend? I don't know. I don't see anything. In this game, there is the Maokai ultimate. There is a little bit of control from Brunsey, from Jojo, but nothing that can just lock this Zeri down and immobilize her.
Yeah, now we see a second turret picked up, Dragon I should say, picked up by Kaboom, even it's a 2 apiece. Generally, it feels like Kaboom have the better map movements. They're picking up more gold across the map. They're picking up more objectives across the map generally, and they're punishing Red for bad back timings or bad resets or whatever it actually is. But there's kind of holes in the Red timeline that leaves these lanes undefended or dragons unchecked or unwarded. And Kaboom are always stepping in to pick up some extra value on the map when that happens. The fights have been going decidedly Red Canids' way, and ultimately in the CBLOL, that tends to be how we decide the winner, is in the 5v5.
Yes, just like in the previous game, it was a little bit uncertain, but then a big 5v5 happens at the burn pit, actually, and the game is over. And I have the feeling, that quite likely this game is going to come down to at least one big team fight that is going to shift the tides into one way or the other, because so far, look at the goal difference. It's almost non-existent. Kaboom and Red are going very much toe-to-toe right now, despite the difference in the kills between the teams. And I have to tell you, I think it's because Kaboom are so good at rotating around the map, at finding and accumulating as much gold as possible, especially for House and Netunu, who are the ones leading in gold compared to their adversaries on their lanes. So overall, Kaboom are doing fine despite the kills.
Yeah, you can see that the Kaboom has the gold where it needs to be, and ultimately, Lonely is 1.5k behind. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all for Udyr, like for full tank Udyr that he's 1.5k behind. He's still going to do the job. He's going to walk into a side lane and push. He's going to run around team fights and drop ult, slow fields, and stun random people. His job has not changed, but FNB, I think, has a lot of pressure on his shoulders to use this gold lead on the Aatrox. He needs to get big flanks off. He needs to be pressuring the carries to use the gold he has.
He also has the pressure to be on the side lanes. I like it because he has a TP right now, and look at that, he's forcing Kaboom to go back and to find some answer on the bot side of the map as well, which means they are dropping the potential prio around the Baron pit, something that Red could try to utilize, but so far at least they have some vision around. I don't think it's enough, but it's at least something. And it feels entered a little bit of a stalemate right now, because it is 24th minute of the game, and the burn is up, but it's not like either of the teams are just ready to go and start it unless they remove somebody from the enemy team. So I think we're going to wait until the next streak. Or maybe someone's just going to pull the trigger, you never know.
Yeah, for the first time, it was Red finding the advantage on the map and finding that hole in Kaboom's movement to pick up the objective. I don't know if Kaboom are feeling a little wary to start fights and look for plays, given both the last times they started a fight and they lost out in a big way in those engagements. They lost a lot. They lost the kills. They lost some of the gold they'd built up, and maybe they're not as comfortable just going for like a pick or something that could go very badly wrong for them, as Red are feeling confident to call for the engagement. They've started up the Baron, in fact, trying to draw House away from the bot lane push, and there's wards in that pit. We can see the picture in picture. When's he going to commit? How late's he going to leave it? This Baron is going very slowly, but there's the Azir. He's on vision. Jojo on the flank. Red are still sticking to this one. They're happy to commit to it. Kaboom trying to force their way in. FNB does have the flank. Jojo is in. It's only onto the front line. Seos will not make it out alive. Gets a great knockup, flashes away to keep himself up just a little longer. In goes FNB. The shuffle is only defensive, and House walks away with the whale on him, and Lonely abandoned on the front line. Both tanky members of Kaboom drop, and now it's a 3 versus 5. Red back on the Baron.
2 tanky items and a half on Lonely, and it doesn't feel like he's a tank whatsoever. Just let's be honest. Oh, look at FNB. He's on the flank again.
With the carries, Aegis gets onto House, he does have the ultimate, and he pops on the front line. In goes Malrang to try and do something, to try and do anything, as Natuno can only watch. Again, Red in the 5v5 are unbeatable today, and they will find the Baron as a reward.
And this time they can finally commit to it. This time it's not the Baron that is designed to take away the teleports or anything from the enemy. This time it is the full-on Baron, and that was such a good fight. The fact that FNB was in it, the fact that Kaboom couldn't really find any answer. They weren't even firing back at the enemy. As you mentioned, everything they were throwing there was very defensive, and for the majority of the time, they were just running away and trying to relocate themselves. It was never a fight that was going in Kaboom's direction. But this continuation from FNB, the fact that he finds the flank together with Aegis, is the fact that secures the Baron for Red.
Yeah, once they have the numbers, man, the Flash Maokai W is just such a prohibitive ability. You cannot go anywhere near them. And Red, happy to pull the trigger, happy to peel away and shut the door on Kaboom. Now they'll have the Baron, and finally they will have a decided lead to push with. This can hopefully be how they break up the turrets. This can be how they move to potentially defeating Kaboom, which will leave them both at 8 and 5. And all of a sudden, Red's back in second place. All of a sudden, Red kind of back in the title picture.
It's always one team fight, right? It's always one team fight in the games like that are going very equal between the teams, that is going to finally put one of the teams in a stronger leading position. And Red are the ones who bear the consequences of their good actions and their good fight. And the fact that FNB was completely unleashed in that fight on 3 items and a half right now, this guy, plus the boots, plus the Baron buff, plus the full wave of the minions with a cannon minion. This turret is as good as dead.
So much defense for Red to push forward. The Maokai and the Rakan, infinite peel for days. The Xayah so hard to dive on, and the Hui with the wave clear and the range that we talked about. Red on the siege is a very scary thing. House picking up some gold on the side lane to try and find anything for Kaboom, because I think we know they can't really contest Red in that lane. They've got to find something somewhere else.
And they're finding it, and I quite like it, but there is no way House can stay on the sideline any longer, because if he does, Kaboom are going to lose the turrets on their base, and they already lost one, and they're losing the inhibitor. Even the recall didn't really help.
Yeah, FNB stepping in. The inhibitor's very low. Bronze's gonna get it, and Kaboom might be forced into a fight. They've got a hook onto Aegis, but I don't know if they win this one. If they die in front of their base, it could just be over. Jojo is in and out. FNB's on the front line, pushing back Malrang. House has to use the flash. Natuno doesn't want to call it here, but he gets popped up by the Aatrox and flashes away from the Hui. Kaboom, the carries are still doing everything they can to hold the door against Red, and they will keep the game alive. But man, it looks so close.
Hold the door, Kaboom! And they're doing that. But I don't know if it ends the way it usually ends for those who hold the door for too long or not. I'm still worried about them, but that was a good defense. I gotta give them that. They only lost 1 lane so far. They didn't lose the bot lane, even though they were very close. Might lose Lonely now, or might lose the bot lane if nobody stops FNB. And who's gonna stop FNB is 505. He has a very nice champion gold bounty on his head, so it would be very lovely for somebody to get this away from him. But so far, he is unbeatable.
Yeah, if they can just find a way to separate him from the rest of the team, then they have the Nautilus, the Vi, they've got CC to lock him up, and their carries will have the damage to burn through him with 3 items apiece from the 2-1 House. But FNB is finding such good times to engage. He's not giving himself up as a target. Right there, we saw him almost get caught, but he's got the Edge of Night. You can't shuffle him without breaking it.
Nope, you can't just do it like that. But what Kaboom can do right now is remove this bot lane turret, and that's going to be a pretty nice answer. Because Red are still pushing in, and Red still should have... No, they don't have actually the Baron buff anymore, so that is an exceptional answer that Kaboom found on the map. However, not much they can do. Nothing else they can do anymore. They need to go back to the base. They need to answer Red, because his wave clear is way too good for him to stay there unattended.
He is such an easy pushing threat, and Grevthar, we must say, has had a stellar game on this way. He was losing out in the CS versus House, but once the teamfights came around, his positioning has been immaculate. He's doing a lot of damage. He's zoning away the carries of Kaboom when he needs to. 3, 0, and 8, doing exactly what his job is supposed to be on this pick. So it's another strong mage performance for Grevthar, starting to get into his groove in this latter part of the split.
And you can see how much more aggressive Red are moving around the map right now because they know they have so much more control of it compared to Kaboom. Kaboom still have an inhibitor open on their mid lane for 2.5 minutes. And the next Drake is going to pop on the map in a minute and a half from now. Red should have a really nice prio for it. And they already are sitting on the 3 Drakes. The next Drake is going to be an Ocean Soul for them, a massive one. Which means they will force Kaboom to fight for it. Kaboom cannot allow to give away this Drake for free. If they do that, the game is over for them. But Red, having the TPs up, having so much wave clear, they can do wonders to Kaboom, and Kaboom will not like these wonders because a split push potential for Red while baiting them into the Dragon Pit is something I really fear of.
Yeah, I really don't. Kaboom really don't want Red to get the Ocean Soul, man. With like Zeri and Azir, it's all DPS. It's not burst based. You really don't want them to have that constant regen coming through fights, especially with something like an Aatrox as well that can hold the front line. Kaboom really need to stop this, but they've got the choice between the Baron and the Drake with a mid inhib down. It's a tough call for Kaboom, who've had good macro throughout this game, good map movements as we've said, but it's all come down to the fights. It's all come down to the big critical moments, and Red have been outclassing them every single time.
And I'm a little bit worried that I see Kaboom on the top part of the map right now. It's understandable because 10 seconds and the Baron is going to spawn, and that's another objective that Kaboom cannot afford to fall into Red's hands. But I feel like the Dragon is so important right now for Red to get because it's going to give them even a bigger upper hand in the team fights, even though they already have one coming into those. And look at that, the Baron Pit might be the fight here.
Alice doesn't choose to go for anything. It was just the supporting jungle securing that vision, and FNB soloing the Drake right now. If he picks this one up for free, the vision is there for Kaboom. They have the blue trinket. They need to get in and stop him, and FNB will peel away. He's not going to find it. He's not going to reset it either. Kaboom, now they have to fight their way into the river. This went so bad for them last time, and the soul is already gone.
It is gone, and now they have to relocate urgently. I hope the idea for them is not to relocate towards the Baron Pit, because look at what's happening at their base. The bot lane turret, the minions, the winions are doing the job there, and Kaboom cannot really do much. They cannot have a fight with Red, because Red most likely are going to win it with the soul. They cannot just go onto the Baron, and they cannot find anything else on the map because they have to go back and defend their base at the same time defending the Baron Pit. It is so hard to be Kaboom right now.
Yeah, I could see FNB in the base. I think he was waiting for Kaboom to start the Baron to just slam a TP in bot, get the free in him. Kaboom probably gets shoved off the Baron by a Maokai ult anyway and a whale, and now Red are straight onto the objective. I love the way they're managing this one, Solari. Yes, the early game wasn't as clean for them, but with the lead, they are playing it exquisitely. They get the soul, they get the Baron, they've got the full map under their command.
It's as you said, Trajan, they excel in the team fights. If they all fight together, they win those team fights. And that's exactly how Red have been able to get the control of this game back into their hands. Yes, their movements on the map improved a lot compared to the beginning of the game, but I really feel like it always comes down to the fights between them and Kaboom, because Red are just positioning so much better in those fights.
Kaboom now with what might be one of the last stands to mount in front of their base against them. They've got FNB on his own. They have the Vi ultimate, but he's so far away for the rest of the team. Natuno has to do it all himself. Surely they'll be able to kite him out eventually, but on the top side it's getting worse and worse. What is that healing? Riot, what is happening? In comes House. They get onto Jojo. Can they find one kill? They will. 4 versus 5 for now. With an Azir turret to play for. Aegis getting poked down. Kaboom with 1 kill on the support. But FNB went from 0 HP to full in the blink of an eye.
What was that? What?
That was
I mean,
illegal.
I know Rakan, I know Aatrox, but...
Disgraceful shielding there on the Aatrox.
Disgusting. It is just disgusting. He was not supposed to survive that because Nituno was dealing very decent damage.
Yeah.
Malrank was on him, never letting him go, and that useless flash from FNB didn't really do anything but waste a flash on him. But in the end, he survives.
Yeah, that could have gone so much better for Kaboom if they get the kill on Aegis, if they get FNB suddenly. They've got most of the Baron buffs off. Both their inhibs are now back alive, and they might have been able to get more control of their side of the map. As it stands, Red still have plenty of Baron buffs to push on the side waves with. And I imagine they'll go back to what was working before. They do still have the inhibs to pick up again, and they're still 6,000 gold ahead. We saw the effort it took for Kaboom to even pop the Malmortia shield on FNB, let alone kill him.
Yeah, let alone kill him, by the way. Not killed just yet. The 700 gold bounty is still sitting on FNB. Will be so nice for Kaboom to have these for Netuno over House, but FNB is just not giving them any chance to do so. And now it's about the defense for Kaboom yet again. They have an opening here on the top lane, and Red really want to remove it from the game.
Refthar TPing in to make sure he's ready for the support. You can see critical flashes available on the Hui, on the Xayah. Kaboom. Zeus gets pulled back in, and Red easily will pounce on this Nautilus. Now it's a 4v5 in Red's favor. One inhib falls. There's another one available, but Kaboom still has the carries. They still have a chance. They can find the perfect fight. They can keep this game going, but Red will not leave the window open. And with an Ocean Soul healing them back up, this looks nigh undoable for Kaboom.
Absolutely so. And they are risking right now losing the bot lane as well. And with the 3 lanes open, it is pretty much a GG for them. They are firing back some very decent damage at Red. But again, the Ocean Soul is going to heal them up. Rakani is going to help that a little bit too. And Aegis is going in, and the Zerg, what?
Speaking of going in, Aegis dragged under the tower still, 4 versus 5. Sales comes off the fountain now, and Kaboom are safe and sound under their turrets. The Whale drops Netuno down to dangerously low HP, but he has a fountain to heal on. Howls drops another Sun Disc, and Red, with all 3 inhibs down, now once again have the entire map at their fingertips. There's no pressure on them to fight here. They can let the super minions do the job for them.
Or they can help them out a little bit. They can set up a trap for Kaboom here. They can remove Lonely from the game.
Lonely with no ghost. He does have that CC immunity. Gets him out of trouble there, using the Udyr to great effect. But Malrang tipped in. He didn't have to be there, and he's already gone down. It's another 4v5. 50 seconds on the buy. Sales hooks in, but there's no way they let him get away with that one. He's so low, and Brunsey goes in with the ghost. Finds another kill. Kaboom again. It is Netuno and Howls watching in despair as the carries fall. Howls goes for a shuffle, only finds the Rakan, doesn't even get the kill, and now he's behind the entire roster of Kaboom. Gets down Grefthar, but FNB is sticking to him, and Netuno has fallen. Lonely as well. Red Canids will not be contested in the 5v5 and knock down Kaboom to go to 8 wins.
4y4, what have you done? How did you know? He was the only one who predicted them to win out of all our CBLOL English crew, but he knew something, or he just believed enough in them. Frankly, I didn't believe in them in the very beginning of the game, because Kaboom looked pretty solid on the map despite being behind in the kills. But yet again and again, it comes down to finding a team fight where they have an advantage, where they position well, where they know what everybody's supposed to be doing and have their ultimates available for Red to just start snowballing from there on.
They played those fights so well. Any of those early fights don't go their way, you have to feel like the Kaboom gold lead is going to keep growing. And they'll get the leads, they'll have the carries, they'll have the damage on their carries before Red does. And maybe these fights don't go so well, but every time they had to clutch it out in a team fight environment, Red were always there. And most importantly, FNB was on a mad one today on the Aatrox. Completely dismantles the Udyr top, proxies the top lane himself, and is massively impactful in all of those early skirmishes and fights. Definitely a game MVP for me, if I do say so myself right here. Made the Aatrox look insane and showed us all why this is, you know, the top laner, the best top laner that never won a title in this region. You know, FNB is still fighting for that to prove himself that he is someone that should be respected.
Absolutely deserves an MVP for this game from me as well, because yes, he did what we were hoping for him to do, to shut down this Udyr top lane. And when Udyr doesn't really have a good early game, what else do you do with him afterwards? You saw he built himself into a full tank, and the tank was not really tanking. He was going down extremely quickly. Brunsey was able to just 1v1 him, and he didn't care about a frozen heart or anything of that sort.
Yeah, we saw Red draft early to secure a strong 2v2 for Brunsey and Jojo. They did a great job down there. Jojo with his patented, very aggressive enemy jungle positioning on this Rakan that we see him love to do time and again. Always gets out of trouble. Great job in the team fights. And Brunsey on the AD carry is starting to look more like his old self. Someone that will pop off in a late game team fight that you can rely on to dish out the damage when you need it. And this Red team is looking a lot more complete, especially when you put that with Grefthar, who, as we said, had a great Hui game and is now starting to show that he's not just going to get bowled over and fail to have an impact if you don't give him something that is entirely utility-based.
Yes, he was having a great game, honestly. Again, not maybe that flashy, but it was there. The damage was there. It was there in the critical moments on the critical carries in the enemy team. It was from the right range with him positioning safely enough so that nobody could get to him and punish him. So yeah, everything was done so correctly by Red, despite this slightly weird early game. They still found their way back into this game.
Yeah. And unfortunately, Alzazir is now 0-2 on this year, and I weep for Alzazir of splits past. Sadly, we're just not seeing it from them. I'm worried that we're seeing the Fluxu story come back for a third split in a row, and if Hal's being the common factor here, second half of the split rolls around, suddenly the team just can't execute in a 5v5 environment. Suddenly we're just not outclassing our opponents in the way that we used to do, and I'm worried that that's going to start getting to him. You know, I think there is a heavy mental aspect to that when you start to see the same story playing out again. We saw that from the Tay interview in 2023 Split 2, that it does weigh on them when they start to see this repetition come through. So I hope that Kaboom can shake this funk. They're now 0-3 in the last 3 games, and they've got plenty more tough games ahead to make sure they can secure a good playoffs seed. So I'm not out of hope yet, but it's starting to worry me. You know what I mean? Kaboom is really starting to make me sweat a bit.
Red, however, are suddenly starting to make me a little bit happier.
Yes.
Because I said, when you asked me about my opinion about Red, I said they were a disappointment because I didn't expect them to land so quote-unquote low. Yeah, apparently they did take it too hard, and I'm quite happy after this game performance from them. Still a lot of things that could be perfected out for them, but overall, that was a very solid game from them.
Yeah, absolutely. We love the way they're playing the team fights, and as we say, at the end of the day, a very important skill to have in the CBLOL, and we know Red are not slacking in that regard. So for now, we're going to go to a break, and then Solari and I will be back for game number 4, Cade Stars versus Fluxu. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'm sure it'll be another good one. And we are back for game number 4. I am still joining you from the play-by-play position. My name is still Trajan, but now we've got Hawk subbing in for the last couple games of the day. Solari has shot off. Those games were just too much to handle. They were too crazy. They were too insane. Too much CBLOL for anyone to handle, I'll be honest. Now we have Hawk in for the Canids versus Fluxu in game number 4. And something that we were talking about before we went live that I want to continue, now we're on air, Hawk, is the discussion of how we had like the awakening of CBLOL top lane with all the academy players, Makes and Super Clever going crazy up in there. And now we've just got that same narrative, but we've patched it into mid lane. Because now we've got Fu, we've got Leleco, both of whom are playing in this game. We've got Pilot resurging. Now we're just, are we going to have more bot lanes again? Because we've already had the bot lane thing before. All of our academy roles are just going nuts right now.
I mean, there's talent in Brazil. What else can we say, Trajan? These teams are playing so well. These players are playing so well, and it's been amazing to watch. I mean, we can talk about this matchup in particular. Fu against Leleco, battle of the rookie mid laners, and Vivo Canids versus Furia. And Canids yet to drop a single game ever since this rookie mid has come in, and now they have a chance to stand alone at the top of the standings. And on the other side, Fu is a player that has oftentimes stood alone against their opponents, that has felt at times having a really good showing for Fluxu thus far, this split.
Yeah, for sure. This was certainly a roster that I think we all thought was kind of the most development roster. Even Liberty had, you know, Macau and Cavallo, who's been a long time, and Pilot, who we've seen before, and Fluxu was the true development, like Scamber, who's barely had a half dozen games, if that, you know, one split maybe on a red kind of budget roster, and then Kojima promoted from Academy, Fu promoted from Academy, Sting we've seen bits and bobs off, but most of the Academy, and then Chiari, the one kind of known quantity up there. So the most development roster is now still 5-7, I believe, threatening to take that 6th playoff spot, and has, by all accounts, just really outperformed everyone's expectations. And a huge part of that, I think, as you've kind of alluded to here, and as I think everyone would say, has been Fu in the mid lane, and for me as well, Sting in the jungle. I think this mid-jungle duo has been really, really high-performing for them.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think Fluxu across the board, they've had pop-off moments from everyone on this team. I think everyone has stepped up when it matters most, even if players like Chiari have potentially been more quiet than we have expected, because all of the top laners in CBLOL, for some reason, decided to be God this split, right?
Yeah.
But everyone's had their moments, and for Fluxu, it's been about having it all come together at the same time, right? But this now is a really important game, one in which they need it all to come together at the same time, because Los Grandes picked up a win earlier today. Liberty picked up an upset earlier today. Fluxu, they do not want to fall behind the curve of their counterparts in the race for 6th place.
Yeah, we can see it here, that we see those top 6 right there. Liberty kind of sneaking into this who's who of the most famous teams in the region. You know, even Canids from back in the day. This is an OG organization, and Pain, Kaboom, Red, and Loud, all very, very well known. And on the other side, INTZ, the previous grandfather team, kind of languishing and last, kind of lost their direction. Furia, well known in Brazil, but not really in League of Legends as of yet. And Fluxu and Los, the new name. So Liberty just hanging out among the best and the biggest names of the region, 7-6, 1 game behind second in terms of scoreline, 2 games behind first. That is crazy for another very kind of suspect roster that we weren't sure about coming into this season. But now, as we start off the pick and ban, let's see what VKS are here to prioritize. So the Maokai is unbanned and hasn't been first pick, so huge development. Instead, it's the Rel over for VKS. So flexible in the same way, and we know that Pro Delta especially has a crazy Rel in the pocket.
Yeah, hasn't played it yet this split, but Dasamas has 3 games of it, and we definitely know that both these players do have capability on it. Trajan, I know in the grand finals we saw in Pain's 1 win, a highlight engage from Pro Delta on this champion. That was the last time he pulled it out in the CBLOL. So we're expecting that one could come through, but what are you giving up for it? It's going to be priority in the bottom lane. Kojima and Scamber going to be fighting for their lives down there as the Callista comes through. And Rel, not one of the champions that is that good at dealing with the Callista, with her hopping all over the place. And again, Vivo Canids, an opportunity to take sole possession of first place. They have not dropped a game in a couple weeks now. This team on a tear, and they always play facilitator in the jungle, facilitator in support, and then triple-headed hydra of carries in top, mid, and bottom. Let's not forget, while we're talking about all these rookie top laners and rookie solo laners, Gigod in the top lane is having a great split.
He is ascending again, man. He'd kind of lost a bit of the momentum, a bit of the reverence that we had from him back from his Red Canids days when he was winning back-to-back titles with them. Seemed to drop off a little bit. VKS obviously ending, I think it was 5th last split. And we just didn't really see as much from him when people like FNB were on the rise and Robo was still capturing the hearts and minds with his plays and his, decisions. So I think that Gigo lost a lot of attention. But now this split, I think we had this on the trivia, he has the most MVPs of anyone, so for most game MVPs, and I think is showing the #1 top lane performance in the region in a lane which, as you've said, is insanely stacked this split. Gigo is still managing to separate himself and, distinguish himself in a crazy strong roster in that lane.
Yeah, it has truly been a remarkable performance, and his Aatrox still yet to be banned, as well as K'Sante. Now, I would expect, if it goes unbanned, K'Sante to potentially be the option on 4 here for Fluxu. We have seen it so many times. It's fallen off in priority a little bit over recent weeks. However, still, without a doubt, one of the stronger top laners. But you gotta ban Aatrox if you're gonna pick K'Sante, right? Because it is a great matchup into it, and you go so comfortable on the champion. Most played so far this split. Other power picks up and available. Going to be things like, I guess we're looking for supports like Renata. Glask is one that I look at. Kalista Renata being potentially so strong, as well as things like the stock standard Nautilus that we have seen so far. Vivo Kate Stars, they still have a lot of flexibility in their composition, right? We have a way into a potential Taliyah, or that Taliyah could be into the jungle, and then the Rel could be down at support. The Rel could also be the jungler. Now, I think I'm expecting that Rel to be in the jungle for Dasami's. I don't think you send this one down to support. You let the Taliyah play into the way. You just try to roam for those sides.
Yeah, we don't have a Karma for a pairing for the Varus. We don't have the Maokai, as Fluxu's already taken that away. So I'm wondering if it's just going to be we're just going to pick Nautilus, because everything else has kind of been banned away. All of the premium synergies there. They'll still have CC to pair up with Smiley and Pro Delta. But Smiley has not been a lane smasher. He's not been a super flashy, dominant bot laner. He has been picking scaling carries pretty much every single game and playing to scale. I believe there's been 1 or 2 Kalista games, but he's looked most effective on the Aphelioses of the world, So they're not tending to play to smash bot lane. Pro Delta has effect across the map. We did see that Kiari has gone for the K'Sante, and the answer has been the Gnar for Gigo. So he's got range matchup to abuse there, and we'll see if he can get ahead over this most dominant champion in the K'Sante. The Braum is the answer. So it's defensive from Pro Delta, less active kind of playmaking potential for him, but he's still got great utility in the fights.
Yeah, and I like this Braum pick a lot, actually. You already have plenty of engage between Varus Chains of Corruption, Gnar flying in, and especially Dasamis's Rel. And this preempts any sort of Nautilus pick, which seems like the most obvious support up and available. So now, if you want to play a tank support, you're actually sacrificing the lane. Alistar would be the option I would go for as well, but this has been that one that has really fallen out of favor in Season 14. We've not really seen this pick as much, and now Fluxu, they have themselves a very short range composition outside of the way. I think there's going to be a lot of responsibility on this rookie mid laner Fu. He's got the counter pick into Leleko's Taliyah. He's got the range advantage, and he's going to need to dish out so much from so far away, because on the other side for Vivo Cade Stars, again, 3 carries, 2 facilitator frontliners to keep things going. And I like their lane states in the side lanes. I think especially Gigo on this Gnar. Look, you can ban his Aatrox to blind pick K'Sante, but you still got to deal with a menace in the missing link.
Yeah, absolutely. So VKS, both of these teams can do a lot in the team fights. I like that Fluxu has some strong lanes to play with. At least they have the Kalista to focus on for Kojima that emphasizes his mechanics. And as you say, the mid lane matchup for Fu, something favorable for him in the 1 versus 1. As someone who, we were talking about the fact that Gigo has the most match MVPs of anyone. In second place is Fu, only 1 behind. I think he has 4 and Gigo has 5. They have both been incredibly impactful. And if you take into account the fact that that Fluxu has 5 wins and 4 Fu MVPs, like when they win, Fu is a big part of every Fluxu win, almost every win that they've found. So we need to keep an eye on both those solo lane matchups. And then the bot lane as well, because there is a Kalista, because there is that Alistar into Braum, we can't be forgetting about that as well. Let's take a quick look at the predictions. Last time, we were heavily Kaboom favored, and we were super duper wrong. 4x4 walked away with the Soul Red prediction. And this time, we've clean swept it. We've gone full VKS. Now, I don't know if we've actually properly fully cursed it, at least that when we all vote one way, it always fails. But I think our win rate as predictors, when there is kind of one or less predictions for the opposite team or the underdog team, is still insanely low.
You know, I think we've been bringing it back in recent weeks, Trajan, but it has not exactly been ideal for us. But we're on to the Rift here. Battle for first place if you're Vivo K-Stars. Fluxu looking to keep their playoff hopes alive and well, not wanting to fall behind the curve in the race for 6th place. And Vivo K, look, I think understandably having that clean sweep of predictions. They have not lost in weeks. They now have the shortest average game time in the CBLOL as well. Little Echo with a 14.5 KDA over the games that he has played here in the CBLOL. This player, this team has been on another level.
I think he didn't die at all in the first week. I think when he had 2 Oriana games, I think he got literally 0 deaths. And he's just blazed onto the Rift here. We saw previously in this split, Coach CL gassing him up on Twitter before they'd even made this change and going like, Leleko is actually super underrated. He has been grinding away in Academy for years and has been getting good results. As VKS holding position in this bot side, they'll be found out. They'll still find the blue buff, and we'll see what Sting's decision is going to be and how to match this. They've got vision on the blue side, or yeah, the blue side blue buff on VKS's side. So we'll see if he wants to go for a trade, or if he just holds the L and I guess triple buff.
Yeah, but you know what, though? No matter what happens, it's favorable for Vivo K-Stars, because anytime there's a Kalista in the game, bot lane immediately becomes the Armageddon lane, as I love to call it, right? This is the big focus, and if we expect this to be the most volatile lane, having Dasami's permanently on the bottom side of the map is going to mean that Kojima and Scamber are not able to safely contest any creep waves without risk of a Rel flying in. And when you're looking at Rel, Varus, Braum, those ganks, absolutely formidable with the level of CC setup and damage that can come through from these characters in the early game.
Ego and Kiari having a pretty standard early start. The Nara going to be looking to abuse that range. We can see VKS playing with that confidence as they know their jungler is going to be here. No shot is Sting going to be here. There's nothing for him to do apart from his Gromp, as we saw from the observers there. So they can feel pretty safe pushing up here, trying to abuse that Varus range. The Kalista, Alistar just have to settle for being kind of bullied in this first few levels. We'll see where Fluxu want to mount their first attack. Sting is generally not the most active jungler as far as we've seen. It's been one of the points that we've had to criticize him for in the past, is not being super active, even on picks like the Xin Zhao. But now he has the Maokai. He can still be incredibly useful, kind of whatever he does on this champion.
Yeah, and this is in contrast to a Dasami's that I think is having a fantastic split so far, Trajan. He has been so proactive in the early stages of the game. I think he has been a very unsung hero in K-Star's success for how well these carries are all playing. I think so much of what they've been able to do has come from some excellent jungle play. Now, I do want to point out, Sting is actually up a camp here. He did the Gromp. Dasami's did not. And there's no threat on the bottom side right now. However, Fluxu suffering from a lack of information. All they know from that ward was that they weren't getting dove, but they have no idea where Dasami's is at this point, and that is forcing Sting to respect the threat in the bottom side river should the Rel be here. Now, Sting has his bottom lane here first at the very least, but this crab's so important for the early information war on bottom side.
Kojima got it with the Rend. I think the Smite took it down to less than 10 HP, but the Kalista secures it, so a little scuffle by VKS and Fluxu. Fluxu coming out on top there with the kind of semi-objective game. And they will step away. There was a little bit of tension there. Ultimately, Fluxu coming out on top. The gold's still fairly even and not too much invested. But Dasamis and Sting now both on this bot side. They're both kind of aware of what the other is doing and kind of precluding each other from doing anything because they both know the other is there. They can't really go for a safe play.
Yeah, but that crab take is actually so big, right? Because Dasamis's whole plan was to completely control the bottom side, shut Sting out, and not allow Kojima to play the game the way that he wants to. But with that crab going over, it's a lot harder because they're going to have full information of when the Rel's around. They've got a ward to cover for this potential gank as well. However, Wave pushing away from them. Fluxu, they do need to be careful. Jungler on the opposite side of the map trying to clean up the rest of the camps. And Dasamis is investing a lot of time on the bottom side. Has still only farmed 5 camps up to this point, Trajan.
And Kojima and Scamber, they're sitting with the wave. They're trying to trade, but they're not all in. They're not going super aggressive. They have some vision, but they know that they have to be wary. Playing with a good amount of awareness in this bot side for a pair of basically rookies down there, and they have been holding their own very well in what is the original stacked position in Brazil was that bot side. The AD carry Talent Factory was the first one that we really started to notice, churning out so many strong players. Kojima in Academy was kind of tipped to be the next in a long line, as now they're going aggressive. Now they feel confident that Dasamis isn't there to ruin it, and they are still pushed back. That Brom passive doing work. A Scamber dropped down to half.
I'm just so good into those tank supports. It's almost a guarantee that the concussive blows is going to be procced in any sort of trade. But now it's Fluxu's turn. They've got the wave stacking, Sting hovering for a dive. But Dasamis, again, he should be top, Trajan, and Sting knows that. But he's covering the dive, spending so much time here in the bottom lane, and now the flash forward.
Got in to get the stun onto Scamber as well with no ultimate. Dasamis is there and picks up the first blood. Easy CC combo, and the Cade Stars will strike first.
I mean, this is just psychotic juggling from Dasamis. Why are you permanently bot lane? Go farm a camp top. If I am Scamber, I am mauling after that first blood. That is so frustrating for Fluxu, but the play turned around on them, and that is the early gank power of the Rel Braum on full display.
You're like, why is the enemy Master Yi sitting in my brush for 2 straight minutes, bro? Why is he still here? This should be safe for me to trade. But alas, he has outsmarted the logical conclusion, and Dasamis will pick up that first blood for himself. Now, only the assist onto the bot sides, the gold's still fairly even. In fact, Brom is the one significantly ahead down there, and the gold still pretty much even across the board. Small leads accruing for VKS off these good lane matchups that they're playing out very well, but it's mainly just the first blood. The Dragon will be picked up in response by Fluxu, and we've had no one touching the grubs just yet. Dasamis finally going up to top lane, and Sting might feel safe enough to follow him now that the bot lane might be left alone for just a minute.
Yeah, neutral objectives will ultimately be traded, as Sting should just farm his bot side camp, so Dasamis will be able to equalize on this front despite being spotted out, and everything just going to go back to normal. But it is Vivo Kate starts having that 1,000 gold lead, and something that we didn't really talk about too much, but maybe alluded to in the draft, is that Fluxu's damage does fall off in this game if Kojima's not able to get going, and we talked about the level of responsibility on Fu to be the long-range carry this game, and I worry that the Hui will not be enough into the stalwart front line that Vivo Kate Stars does have later into the game. So they have to get their Kalista at least off the ground somewhat. She doesn't need to be turbo-fed, but you cannot let her fall too far behind. So far, has not really happened too much, but this is something that we need to track as the game progresses. Otherwise, I think Fluxu really going to struggle in the damage department.
Yeah, 100%. Going to be all on Fu at that point. He's going to have to put up one of those MVP level games if Kojima's not able to get rolling in the gold department. On the other side, we can see that Smiley, he is going for the DPS build. He's got the lethal tempo, Berserker's Greaves. He's not going for poke. He's going for better late game scaling damage on this Varus. So he's going to be outclassing Kojima even more in that regard if we do go late into those team fight scenarios.
Yeah. And
with VKS building up a nice comfortable gold lead, there's not too much pressure on them right now. The early game going pretty much as they would like. The only thing they've missed out on is one dragon.
Fu needs to be careful. Gigo is hovering on the roam. He's done this so many times this split, these mid roams from Gigo. It's been a huge part, again, of Vivo Kate Star's success, the way that they play through multiple lanes, not as individuals.
There's the flash burn by a lovely placed seismic shove, and just Gigo hopping into frame. Didn't have Mega, didn't have anywhere near that kind of damage, but that could just be enough. You don't want to lose that HP if you're just going to have to flash away anyway, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, Gigo is going to lose a single melee creep to do this. I mean, it's completely worth it because now Fu cannot play the lane that he wants to, can't leverage that Hui range advantage to try to push in the Talia. And now on the bottom side of the map, we might have some action. But no, okay, Dasamis, he sees the Maokai's around. He's just going to back away, maybe contest for this Gromp. But Vivo K-Stars, they're controlling so well. They understand the map is not about individual lanes and individual roles, but they are always together as 5, as a team. There's always a trade, a reaction to be made, and a place to cover. Simply being more proactive than their opposite number up to this point has netted them, I mean, a 1.5 thousand gold lead, which at 10 minutes is nothing huge, but it is still significant. And it just goes to show how well K-Stars is able to play as a team.
It does show the advantage they're building. Gigo, in fact, uses the Mega Nart to push Chiari off him in this top side as the Kazante is starting to build a bit of an HP lead. Has that Q stacked up again. If he can get a knockback onto Mininar, this could get a little bit dicey, but Gigo will hop away to safety, managing once again this top lane matchup pretty comfortably. And Sting just tracking Dasamis very closely. Scamber into this mid lane as well to get this wave pushed in. Dasamis did find the first blood in that small window on bot side, but ultimately the Maokai has genuinely been ready and waiting whenever the Rail tries to make an aggressive move across the river.
Yeah, and that is the good thing, right? Is they've not let Vivo K-Stars get too far ahead or anything like that.
No.
There has not been a massive break point in this game. And Trajan, we're just vibing, you know? Look, we have games like this in the CBLOL. Sometimes we talk about how crazy this region is, but sometimes we have to wait to get crazy. It's more like a slow descent into madness before the team fights start in some of our games.
Yeah, it's not always, you know, we don't have that short attention span, you know what I mean? Sometimes we have a slow build up to the crazy payoff that we will almost always get. You see Gigo TPing back into that top side, developing a small CS lead for himself. Generally speaking, EKS have just been getting a nice lead growing across all the lanes. And a couple of plates, I think just the one plate in top side as well for themselves. And Fluxu, given that they don't really stand up as well into the late game, especially if Kojima is put behind, we currently see Sting just kind of matching what Dasamis is doing and keeping an eye on him. Where can we maybe see them find something aggressive? As maybe the answer is bot lane. He gets into Smiley. Won't get too much damage down, but the aggression is still there for Scamber and Kojima. But look who it is. Ooh. It's Dasamis around the corner. Lecco as well with the ultimate, but Fu's there too. Kojima cleanses out. Scamber is in with the ultimate. Gets Smiley into a spot of bother. Both the carries very low, and Scamber gets that first kill. Pulled back in. Kojima still dipping and diving, throwing out the spears, and Fluxu with a great answer off the bot plate. Finally, they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, you asked the question, where can they go? And the answer is clear. Answer the play in bot. Now Gigo, he's dead. He's taken too many shots, forced to flash. Okay.
With no flash. Yeah, that's very close for him.
Yeah. Okay, Sting needs to be careful, though. We're still not done, Trajan.
No, we're still going. And there comes that DPS coming out of the Talia. He has to commit in, and Fu is there. Might be able to get some damage onto Predelta. Drops the ultimate. Can't get that Q on him, though. Doesn't have enough damage on the R at level 1. Does get a lightning bolt to the isolated target. Fu picks it up. There's that MVP mid laner we've been crowing about.
And that's huge. Fu now having 2 on the board as the fight was extended. Vivo K-Stars did not want to let Fluxu take the dragon. And I think critically, they do not. But it is answer back. Now, Gigo. Okay, he's going to be fine. Let's take a look at this fight. And I just want you to track Kojima in this fight, because yes, Fu may have gotten the kills, but watch the movement on the Callista. Gets concussive blows onto him, kites it out, dodges Chains of Corruption, kites it out more. He gets procced with the cleanse though, and great disengage from Scamber in the middle of the fight. Flashes out of the Magnet Storm, barely able to stay alive as Smiley dies, and at this point is untouched in the fight. Such incredible kiting and movement from the AD carry of Fluxu to do the damage and stay alive. That is exactly why you draft Callista for these early fights, and it does put Fluxu firmly in the advantage with the second dragon going their way.
Finally, they've almost evened out that gold lead. The advantages built by VKS ebbing away, very much mirroring the last game we saw with, you know, Kaboom accruing these map advantages, but Red winning the fights to kind of remove them. We see a replay, I guess, of something that just happened in bot lane while we were watching the replay. Smiley just kind of died. He just got caught, and now FX are really rolling down there.
Yeah, and we talked about the carries needing to get going, otherwise their damage is going to fall off, and now they have 3 kills across both of them. Going to feel so incredibly good if these carries are ahead of the curve of the game with such a massive front line in front of them. And good, consistent DPS on the side of Vivo K-Stars, but no renowned tank shredders necessarily. Make things rather difficult Pro Delta gonna get out of dodge, and now I expect things to slow down yet again, but Fluxu, I want to see them try to increase the pace of the game as much as they can. With the Rift Herald now being on the map, continue fighting for these neutral objectives, continuing forcing Vivo K-Star's hand and playing around these carries. I think at this point, if Vivo K-Stars is able to slow things down, is able to, shall I say, avoid massive fights, it's going to be good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can just get that first item done on Kojima, he's got to be close after picking up that gold going into the first item, Blade of the Ruin King. As we see that Rift Herald picked up by Dasamis and Gigo. And Fluxu may be looking to just force and threaten around this bot side. You can see Fu and Sting in the bot side jungle trying to take control, and VKS taking a very conservative path around what is supposed to be their side of the map.
And they know that the engage can come from anywhere. You do not want to face check into a cow, Trajan. That is not my kind of rodeo if you're a Vivo K-Stars fan. I think Scamber, though, he would have some fun, maybe bucking the Cowboys out of their jungle.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so Fluxu now with this even gold with the 2 dragons as well, an Infernal Rift that we have here. So big burst potential. If Fluxu can keep these dragons rolling, that could be the extra little kick that they need to keep their lead growing into this mid game. If they can find more success around these dragon fights, it's been very good for them so far. We didn't end up seeing the other set of grubs taken as well, just to tidy that other bit of housekeeping up. VKS got the 3. No one else picked up the other 3, so there won't be any Void Mites to contend with. And I think for Fluxu, it's really going to be all about the fights. You need to play these out as you have been very, very well. Do it around the objectives. If you can get that soul, that'll probably be enough, honestly, to keep VKS down.
I think a sneaky underrated thing about these early mid-game comps and their win conditions that can go overlooked is Fluxu rolled a good soul. You mentioned the Infernal Soul. I think sometimes that can make or break these dragon stacking style of comps. So the fact that they're able to get that one, going to feel so good for them. But now Kojima has been swapped to the mid, Fu in bottom, Fluxu wanting to switch up their lanes, wanting to make sure they have their skirmishers in the best position to control as much of the map as possible. With no turrets having fallen, though, it is still fairly early into the game to be doing this. Ego. Be careful, though. Sting standing behind.
Another defensive Gnar ultimate, and Chiari can't get the knockback. Sting's ready and waiting. Easy crunch away from Gigo. Doesn't have the flash, but didn't need to employ it. So he will get away. Once again, being very resilient up in this top side. He's built a small lead for himself. He hasn't really had any assistance from Dasamis. It's been all about the bot lane from VKS. And very obviously, right, Fluxu knows that Gigo has no help because the Dasamis is permanently visible on bot side, but the Gnar has been very good at absorbing that pressure and in fact built a small advantage for himself, not falling behind at all. So there's not going to be an insanely massive Cassante threatening the lives of Leleko and Smiley, who don't have any dashes to save themselves, really.
Everything's slowing down yet again, but the dragon spawning in a minute. I mean, it seems like that's going to be the play. Fluxu, they just want to continue stacking. They just want to continue fighting for these objectives, which is good for them. But they've not managed to extend any sort of advantage, right? Gold's still dead even. It really just is the Grubs and the Dragons. Separating these two teams on the scoreboard at Trajan. I feel like we're just waiting with bated breath, right? Like, we've set up everything there is to set up. All of the spells are available. First item spikes have come through for everyone. I think the main thing, Fu yet to transform the Seraphs. So the Hui potentially not as strong as he could be for this fight. Maybe that will be impactful. Leleko has his Seraphs already completed. Keep your eyes on the damage coming out of each of these mid laners, because I do think they are the most fed members in the game.
The dragon spawning in 10 seconds here. The Herald down from VKS to try and force Fluxu's hand. Gigo is there again, roaming into mid lane, gets an early flash, and look at the Weaver's wall. Sting completely isolated. Scamber has to be saved by the Kalista ult, and just like that, as Fluxu were approaching a chance to win another team fight, VKS completely slams the door on them. They won't get to that soul point early. And Chiari TPs away to top lane for a consolation prize.
I mean, it was just clean from Vivo K-Stars. Their setup simply better. All 5 members first to the play in mid with the Rift Herald. They just want to pry out on the play, but a great Weaver's wall from Leleko to set it up. And now Chiari is the focus. Has a lot of damage, though, on a Pro Delta, so the play will be deterred. Top laners casually level 13 to Pro Delta's 8 in this one.
Yeah, they have been farming up a storm for sure. We saw Scamber get the flash away from Leleko in the post play, but first turret gold was picked up by VKS. Kiari, lovely use of the W to avoid that stun, but when he dashes over the minefield, he stuns himself again anyway, and there's the Brom passive. What a horrendous fight for Cassante to try and play into Brom and Talia.
Yeah, I guess Kiari tried to get back to top lane through the river and did not have control of that side of the map as his team was already hovering towards bot, potentially looking for a dive on Smiley, but cover from Dasami means that he's fine, so it's a kill given over. It's finally first break nearly 20 minutes into the game. Finally, we're tearing down some buildings here. We pulled out the wrecking ball.
Yeah, here's the difference that last game, where Kaboom were getting good gold across the map, and every time a fight would come around, Red would just outclass them and remove the gold lead and then eventually build one of their own. This time, when it looked like Fluxu were in a great spot to just let's have another 5v5, come and fight us at this third dragon, we'll beat you again, we'll get soul point, and we'll be off to the races, VKS just completely avoided the fight question at all. They just played so well using the Weaver's Wall, using the Heralds. They removed the fight as an option, didn't have the risk associated with it, and then they got the tower, then they got the pick. Now they're 3,000 gold ahead, and they've stopped the dragon stacking without ever having to actually defeat Fluxu in kind of a quote-unquote fair fight. And I think that shows the quality that VKS have in their map movements and the way they're thinking about the game. They're playing it in a very smart fashion, not just going, well, we have to just be better than you in the 5v5, and if we're not, I guess we lose.
And oh, hang on. There's a fight brewing. Maybe I'll come back to that point later as Fluxu wants to commit all their members into this mid wave. They're trying to get pushed so that Kiari can work on this topside tier 1 to try to equalize some of these towers, because Vivo K-Stars at the drop of the hat has actually picked up all 3 outers, really extending their control over the map. And Fluxu is behind on the play. They're eventually going to get this top tower, but for every action, equal and opposite reaction. K-Stars with push in bottom, having taken that bot tower a wave prior, working on this tier 2. They're not going to get it, but they get so much damage onto it.
Yeah, the Maokai ult kind of hidden by the jungle right there, but Smiley will simply walk away. Did pop the ghost, and they hold onto the tower, do Fluxu, as they get the topside version. So there's no bonus gold for VKS just now. They're still 3,000 ahead. Ultimately, a fairly even trade across the map. But now we do have some more spikes landing in. We've got the Terminus second item for Gigo with a Triforce as well. So not as tanky as he could be, but that 1v1 potential, very, very high. That on-hit damage is super impactful. And we see it a lot as well in the mid lane. Krilleleko with the Crit Bloom, plus the Blasting Wand, and then that critical Bork and Gwynsu's for Smiley. So VKS are feeling very, very strong in their inventories.
Yeah.
They have now got a lot of threat to offer in the team fight if it goes that way.
They are primed and ready to go, and to be honest, this is probably one of their strongest spikes of the entire game, and I think K-Stars know it. They have full control over the bottom side jungle should they want to win for the dragon, but a great flash.
Scamber cares not for the power spike, and Hex flashes over the wall, does get the second summoner from Smiley, so they have that extra threat on him. If Kiari finds the Varus, I think even 2 items deep, Cassante is just a bit of an interesting champion and might still win that one. They get the TP out as well, so a nice little play from Fluxu to keep the pressure on K-Stars.
Yeah, but look at the side waves. I mean, Fluxu, they're just mismanaging their wave states in this game, falling so far behind in farm in every role as a result. They're giving up towers as well. And I think this is the point I was going to make earlier, Trajan. With a lot of our mid to lower tier teams in the CBLOL, we see this issue in particular, where it feels like they don't know how to do much other than fight for neutral objectives. And Fluxu, I think they fell into a similar trap where they're trying to play this more skirmish style of composition, this early mid-game style of composition, and they just don't know how to set up their objectives as well, how to set up waves as well as their opposite number. So when they were denied that dragon fight and denied the soul stacking, Fluxu, they've been left floundering a little bit, right? Yes, they found a really nice flash off of Smiley with the attempt from Scamber. So there is still windows, but when they're dropping so many sideways, the gold has now grown to 5,000 in favor of K-Stars after it was 3,000 just a couple minutes ago. And that has mostly come off of just creep score.
Yeah, absolutely. Just creep score, just managing the waves, picking up the towers, as you've said. Now the 4th one picked out that bot lane. Eventually, Gigo went back to sort it out, and the Cade Stars, with so much control over the map at this point, dragon back up in 10 seconds. Last time, Vivo K-Stars completely avoided a difficult fight, and now let's see, I think they're ready to have an actual blowout right here. They've got the items, they're getting the summoners. Fu has to flash away. Weaver's Wall is there, doesn't fight too much, and the Hui ultimate fires a nice chunk of damage back. VKS having to respect the damage Fluxu can put out, but the fight's not maybe done yet.
Fu, though, still exceptionally strong. That Spiraling Despair pop onto Leleko, doing a lot of damage. Gigo going to try to base and get back into this fight. And, oh no, he's going to gnar out. He's going to gnar out on the base. That's so bad for K-Stars. I don't think they can fight this anymore.
Samus on the flank. Does he have a way in? Pro Delta and Smiley flanking in from the top side. Dragon down below 4K. The TP in from Gigo. He's still mega. He's almost got it. Does get onto the critical carry. Fu. Remember, he's flashless, and Gigo makes it work. Sting desperately trying to finish the objective, but out from the pit he goes, and Samus will flash in to take it. Fluxu again. They try to bait VKS into a fight. They say, come and take it. And K-Stars say, absolutely, my friends. They walk in, they find the kills with the TPs, they've stopped the dragon stacking again, and Gigo gets the counter kill to wrap it all up.
And what a fight from K-Stars! Gigo got gnarred out from the damage from Fu on the base, but he was still able to find, I'm going to call it a gnar buzzer beater in that fight. Now the Baron certain to fall. Sting, no flash, no way into the pit. Maybe he can toss in a sapling, but it is all for naught. Vivo K-Stars full control over this game. They're marching their way to 10-3, but keep your eyes on Gigo. He's got so little of the gnar bar left, and Fu completely out of position in this fight. He was trying to get damage off, and he dies. And at this point, the damage fall off that we discussed, Trajan, on full display. Kojima, he's trying to carry, but he can't do a damn thing. The front line is way too tanky, and especially when one of the frontliners could jump on him and kill him without much effort at all. Gigo level 15. I mean, come on. It is all too easy once he found that flank.
That's that Terminus Triforce Gnar, man. Gigo's just an AD carry and a frontline engager in one MVP package. The Gi God is on full display this split, and once again is the deciding factor in so many of these plays. Now VKS, with the Dragon stacking continuing, with the Baron, they've got it all, man.
Don't look at the number between Gigo and Kiari right now. It might make you upset if you're a Fluxu fan, okay? Yeah, that's...
Sheesh.
That's brutal. I mean, Gigo, it doesn't look like it's that he should be that far ahead based on the scoreboard, but just he's so far ahead with the amount of pressure that he's been able to put down. That is unreal.
Yeah, that's brutal. The Cassante blind pick is not as safe as it used to be in the early weeks, that's for sure.
Especially not against Gigo.
Not against Gigo, absolutely. He can take the Cassante, or he will punish you for it. Scamber has to be pulled back to safety by a timely Kojima ultimate. VKS not letting up. They've got the Baron pushing through, and Production heard you. Production heard Hawk and went for the zoom in. That's pretty brutal.
Yeah, they're gonna make us look at it, apparently. That is absolutely brutal. Kiari not able to defend the tier 2 as well. 10,000 gold in the lead, and you'd have to think this one is just a formality. Fluxu, they really did try, and they had some good looks in this game, but K-Stars way too clean for them, and I really think it came down to the setups. They're going to make an attempt onto the most fed member of K-Stars. They do hit him up.
Kojima doesn't want any of that smoke, bro.
Yeah,
he's like,
no, he saw what happened last fight.
Yeah, no thank you. Even on a half HP, no Mega Gnar, no thank you. Scamber again caught out. Leleko with a big chunk gets the ultimate off him as well. Fluxu, death by 1,000 cuts right now. They don't need to lose a fight. They are just getting picked apart across the map. The way the VKS have been operating with the lead has been so impressive today.
Yeah, that was all 5 R keys from Fluxu to take half HP from a couple frontliners, which is just tough. Kojima forced to flash. Kiari, he knows he needs to find something, not wanting to let this inhibitor drop, but it just feels like a lost fight.
Yeah, now Fluxu with the last stand. Kiara dropping lower and lower. Fu needs to do that damage. Remember, it's all about the Hui. Kojima's back off the fountain. Kiara's already fallen. Scamber with no ultimate means he's got no options left. And Fluxu are getting run over inside of their base. Again, just the carries left alone with no support, no frontline, no initiation, trying to clear the waves while they can. But this is really just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, there's 2 waves of minions pushing into the base. Some of them going to be super TP coming, and I think this is it, Trajan. Vivo Cade Stars, they're looking to extend their fastest average game time in this split.
And there it is. It ends as it began with a massive Gigo play. The Gnar ult into the Nexus to seal the deal. VKS, now the sole first place team. Rude Dude is laughing his head off watching the stream right now. The quote-unquote crazy prediction that VKS takes this season is looking more and more legit by the day. Even with the sub-mid laner. You know, even with the crazy imports from all over the globe, with the underrated players from across the season and across the other teams, this Cade Stars roster is going crazy, and they're only picking up speed as each day goes past.
And look at them, business as usual. I mean, they look bored after that win. Vivo Cade Stars hardly having to break a sweat. I mean, unreal stuff. The game plan was clear from the beginning. Hey, focus out this bottom lane. They understood the assignment of, wait a minute. Fluxu, their damage does fall off. Let's just not let them get too far ahead. Even though they did fumble that one fight, that was the only moment of weakness. Yeah. Their setups on mid in particular, so clean. Team play, just better. Vivo Cade Stars deserving of first place. And now, Fluxu, they're 2 games behind the curve in the race for 6th place with only 5 to play. They are, by all means, not eliminated, but it is going to be a difficult road, especially because they do not possess the head-to-head against either Liberty or Los Grandes.
No, they need to actually outperform them in the scoreboard, which is not an easy task, that's for sure. It feels like Fluxu are kind of becoming the Furia of this split. They're going to settle just outside of playoffs, and we love what they do. We love watching them play. We think they've had so much individually impressive moments from this team, from these players. But it's just not enough altogether. Right. We've got too many good teams, man. We have too many strong teams.
It's too hard.
And as much as I say, we've been impressed with Fluxu, it's a development roster, and it is still showing a little bit of that roughness around the edges that means it just can't quite make the jump into that top echelon.
And I think you said it. They've had great individual moments, but I think moments is what they are. This is a team that has struggled to bring it all together consistently throughout the split, despite good individual performances. I mean, I'll say it. I think this was another good game from Fu on the way, but he gets caught out once at the Dragon, and the game ended off that play. Now, it was in pretty dire straits by that point, but still, it just... Fluxu, they've struggled to keep it up the entire time, and I think while they should be proud of what they've done so far, they have their work cut out for them if they are going to make the postseason.
Yeah, for sure. And like as Kojima as well, right? We thought he had a great lane, loved the way he operated in those fights, and he was trying to carry as you highlighted, but there's only so much man can do. You know, it's a pretty tough task.
Stuff.
Ego with that. Ego playing on these fine margins with the Gnar, like the fact that he TPs away, maybe Fu's like, well, he's already TP'd away a Mega, so he doesn't have Mega anymore, so I'm safe. I can just hang out in this fight. And Gigo arrives with, as you said it, lovely phrasing, the buzzer beater Gnar ultimate, the last possible moment, and it completely wins the fight, all on his own with that play. So
buzzer beater windmill dunk.
Yeah, exactly, right? Gigo is operating on a higher level right now, and everyone needs to be afraid in this top lane. I can't wait to see BKS stepping into the playoffs and going head-to-head to try and redeem the kind of cursed run they had last time, where they beat Fluxu in the best of 5, but then couldn't put those strengths together to make it any further. And now I think they're certainly firing on all cylinders, and we've already got a lot of new contenders up at that top. BKS, as you say, a worthy first place. And I think we're going to have to hope. I just hope they don't fall apart. I hope that we keep this development going so that we do have a very exciting playoffs picture as we run into the last few weeks.
It feels like it so often is really difficult for teams at the top to really separate themselves during the CBLOL regular season, because it truly is a region where anyone can beat anybody. But all I gotta say is when Gigo and the rest of the team is poster dunking on the enemy carries like they did in this game, I mean, the sky's the limit. Yet to lose a game since Leleco has come in now through 5 Vivo Cade Stars. They are looking like the team to beat.
They certainly are. And now after the break, we'll have our last game of the day with Loud versus Furia. Loud, the titular team to beat, the literal defending champion, starting to struggle in these last few weeks. And Furia with a fresh topside looking revitalized. We'll see if they can pull off another upset. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes with the last CBLOL English game of the day. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for the last game of the day, Loud versus Furia. And as we teed up before the break, Cork, Loud have been a bit suspect. They've been showing us some suspicious games over the last few times. They've lost some pretty... They've lost to some teams that Loud should not be losing to, right? They are a 3-time back-to-back-to-back champion, and they're throwing games away like there's no tomorrow. They are now currently in 4th, with Red tied them, I think, on wins today. What is it that you think we're seeing from Loud that is making them suffer? Because they started so hot, right? They were something like 5-1 over the first 3 weeks. What's now changed? Is everyone else better, or is Loud just starting to fall apart?
It's such a great question because, and I say this knowing that this happens seemingly every split for Loud. Yeah. But the FBI has a most wanted fraud watch, okay? And Loud is public enemy #1 on the most wanted fraud watch. It is. It has been unimpressive from them, I think, shall we say, the last little bit. And I think it's the same reason that Loud has always struggled in these regular seasons, where it looks like their top side is just sprinting it, right? Like, we've got Yepcroc back. We've got Robo forfunning it. Like, Root is like, guys, can we win games? And then the rest of the team's kind of like, I don't know, like, what if we didn't? And
maybe.
It's always so hard to tell whether this team is like, it's like, actually bad, actually good, somewhere in the middle. Somewhere in the middle is probably usually the answer. I don't know what to think.
Yeah, it's another game where we know they have the individual talent, but they've just been so kind of lifeless in the first 20 minutes. And so many of our other teams are now really ready to step up and punish and grab a lead and then try and push that lead forward and not let you kind of rest on your laurels and just sit back and find a mid-game team fight to get back into it. So against Furia as well, one of our most struggling teams, they're currently in 9th position. They just ditched their entire top side last week, and they've now brought in Shino and Steiner from the Academy roster. They actually looked kind of re-energized last week with this change. They looked way more decisive, way more aggressive. Ayu and Zai, we know there's plenty of playmaking potential coming out of this bot side. And now Shino, particularly in top side as well, has been happy to step up and join the ranks of our very confident top lane players. So Furia are looking like they've got the momentum behind them. Loud certainly do not. But I think Loud do certainly have plenty of pedigree behind them, and we would expect them to be outclassing Furia across the map. We really need to just see if Loud is going to change or fix any of these problems that have been plaguing them for what feels like 2 straight years now.
Yeah. And look, Loud should, for all intents and purposes, win this game. And that is the expectation. I want to pull up the standings for a minute because Loud is dangerously close, actually, to falling out of that top 6. If they were to lose today. They need to pick up a win to improve to 8 to stay close to the Red Canids and the rest of the top teams. They will still only be 2 games behind the Cade Stars, right? Which is a perfectly comfortable position to be in. And for Furia on the other side, now that INTZ has been eliminated after the results last week, they're dangerously close. They're next on the chopping block. They could be the team that is chopped out of the playoffs and not able to make it. 5 games remaining after this one means that with a loss here today, they would be 3 games out of a playoff position with 5 to play. Not mathematically eliminated, but dangerously close to it.
Yeah, realistically, Furia, they need to win 4 out of 5 games minimum to have a chance. And we know that a lot of these kind of mid and high pack teams are trading wins off each other. No one's really pulling away. As we said, only the Cade Stars have now managed to arrive alone in first place with Pain 1 behind. But they're 3 games ahead of 6. It's not a big margin that they have with 5 games to play. So we know that, especially Loud here at 7 and 5, they've got a pretty easy schedule in theory, right? They're facing kind of all of our bottom teams, and I think Red or VKS. I think it's VKS is their top team to play, and then the other 4 teams on the right hand side of your screen. So they should go 4-1, kind of at least. However, this Loud could easily go 3-2, or God forbid 2-3, and then you're maybe not even making playoffs at all, and that would be insanity for Loud to go from triple titles into no playoffs. As we are into the draft, we see a much wider spread of bans here. A lot of pockets being taken away. The Renekton away from Robo, the Pyke away from Zai, and then some more of these kind of draft warping picks like the TF Top, the Kalista, and the Jax.
I think the story of this game is really that Loud just wants to prove that they're still a part of the top 5 and not a part of the rest, right? So with the Karma first pick, they're going to attempt to do that. It could be in Tinon's hands. It could be in Redbird's hands. Only time will tell. The only thing that I do know is that this pick generates so much priority in whatever lane it goes in. It is guaranteed to have solid value. And now Furia, it really forces their hand down in the bottom side of the map with this Karma first pick. Something like the Varus, and honestly, you need another range support as well to try to fight for push. I would expect that to be a Rel jungle for Steiner, just based on the fact that you're going to completely sacrifice push in the bottom lane if this is going support.
Yeah, for sure. And Furia, Steiner he had a solid start. It wasn't anything sensational, but he had a pretty big Baron steal in one of those games that almost secured an extra win for Furia. So Steiner is certainly showing us that there is something, cooking under the hood there as well as the Senna locked in for Loud. So we could have a Senna Karma, a lot of shielding, a lot of healing, quite hard to push out of lane. As you say, great prior coming from the Karma. Or we could still see this flexed and paired with a tank down there. I think the Senna hasn't seen huge success in the region overall. Titans tried it. We've seen... we saw Red try it. We saw Frosty and Jojo both play it a couple times. So we'll see if the Senna can find a bit more here. And if we lock in the Nautilus, we've got triple support for Loud right now. So I better see some carries in mid and top, man.
So it's the Senna Nautilus. We've been seeing this one crop up a lot here across many regions, and it's good. Loud has clearly showed their hand with their composition, though. In my opinion, maybe showing their hand a little too early, but they're at least going to disguise the top side of the map, which is the part of the map that has been struggling that little bit. Yeah. And they're going for difficult to kill. Very much team fighting, very much long range, lots of damage. But Furia, they've got a lot of range of their own. The way into the Karma, I've seen this one actually a few times. It has been the option of choice into the Karma mid here on Season 14 due to the range advantage. We just saw what this champion can do from a long way away last game.
Yeah, definitely a champion that is good at punishing people who are trying to run up in your face and get a good trade. Like the Karma can run up with a Q or to try and empower W. Wei has the fear, Wei has a shield of their own, and as you say, great range to contest and damage down onto the Karma before that trade can even happen. So I like the fact that Tuts has gone for this pick. I think Tuts, he's kind of leveled out over the last few weeks. He had a really rough start to the split, honestly, but now he's just kind of doing his job, and it's been up to Ayu and Zai to really be the X factors there. I like Ayu on the Varus. This is a great carry pick for him, and we'll see what Zai wants to go down here. If he does go for the Rel, or if he has something a bit more carry-oriented, despite being denied the Pike. We see that top side, those top side carries being pushed away, Croc, Lee Sin, and the Robo Olaf. So Robo has been heavily targeted out from his comforts. The Olaf, Renekton, and Jax all removed.
Yeah, Olaf is a good ban. All these carry tops are a good ban. Aatrox is the one still up and available that I could potentially see them going for. You also got things like the Garen. I don't know. Maybe they go back to the Garen for Robo, right?
It was good until that last fight. You know,
that's true. That is true. Where he ran into 5 people in a solo mission. Yeah,
But yeah. Absolutely bodied the Cassante right up to that stage and then lost his mind and lost the game. So, it happens.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think the Lee Sin ban is interesting because this has to be a Viego for Croc. Surely. I mean, I don't see what other champion Croc could play because it's the only carry jungler that he plays. If I see like a Nocturne here, look, I don't want the Croc turn this game, man. I couldn't do it. Especially because I really think they need like the team fight power, the reset power of something like the Viego, unless we're going to see Croc play something that we don't typically see. And it feels like this player's champion pool has stayed exactly the same for 3 splits now, Trajan, so I'm not expecting that.
Yeah, we've seen players like Karaoke step into things like the Ivern and pull the old Lee Sins out, and we've seen Aegis really wide, open up that pool from just being like the Wukongs and the Xin Zhaos and the skirmishes. Then he's pulling out the Iverns and the carries as well with the Kindred. So we have seen a lot of development from some of our top junglers, except for Croc, as you rightly say. It's mainly just the same few picks, as the Gnar is locked in for Robos. This is another good pick for him in the 1v1. We've seen him win whole games with it, but it's the Vi locked in for Croc. And I'm going to be honest, Talk, you don't seem enthused by this lock-in. That's just what I'm reading. I'm kind of an empath, so I'm reading that from you right now.
Yes, I know. Yeah, my gas facial reaction. I looked like the Van Gogh painting of the guy going like, oh, okay. No, so,
yeah, exactly.
but yeah, this, I mean, they don't have a skirmish comp at all. It's a Yasuo on 5. What the hell? Is this Yasuo top for Zyno?
Buddy.
I mean,
take it easy, my guy.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. So,
Okay.
Zyno, the rookie, slamming down the Yasuo top into the winningest top laner in CBLOL history. I mean,
Oh.
come on. What a statement to come out from Furia. This is bold. And I've got to say, I like Furia's draft a lot. I think they have a good balance of damage and frontline to match into a Loud composition that, again, they're going for difficult to kill. But Loud's damage falls off so hard if they're not able to get ahead. So why not go for the crazy counter pick and not allow them to get ahead? Maybe even get ahead yourself. I think this is some gas from Furia.
Yeah, this is what I mean. They look so re-energized like this. They no shot would they be picking Yasuo top before. You know what I mean? They were playing very bog standard and it wasn't working. And now they're just throwing stuff at the wall. And I love the kind of Yasuo Gnar feels kind of similar to Aurelia Gnar to me, where Yasuo has a lot of mobility to follow the Gnar when he tries to kite back. He's got the wind wall to remove the boomerang. If you just remove that, he gets no cooldown back. The Gnar is kind of screwed in that 1v1. So if Gino's got the mechanics, he can dominate the Gnar in the 1v1. Let's take a look at the predictions. I imagine it's going to be a pretty Loud favorite. I want to see if we've lost that much confidence. Only Hawk, in fact, has lost confidence in Loud coming into this Furia game. And I'm going to be honest, after this draft, I think you're probably feeling pretty good about that.
I'm taking a flyer, you know, on Furia.
Yeah.
I just think that this team does still have something left to offer here in the CBLOL season. And I really don't like the way that Loud has been playing the game. I feel like they have been, if you want to use the word for funning it, maybe, like, I don't know, man. It's been weird. And I think this draft is honestly a great indication why I have not liked the way Loud is playing this game. It just does not seem like they know exactly what their win conditions are and how they want to play towards them. And so we'll see if Furia is able to do it. My one concern is the Yasuo and Gnar matchup, right? Yes, it's pretty good for Yasuo in the duels, especially against the mini Gnar. However, once Gnar goes mega, it's like any other Juggernaut into Yasuo matchup. Spoiler alert, does not go particularly well for the Yasuo. So that is like what I'm worried about, is if Robo is able to play on those mega timers and try to break open that topside matchup and put the Yasuo down.
Yeah, we know that the Robo Gnar is good. They denied him his kind of trifecta of best picks, but he has the Aatrox, he has the Gnar. He's been around for a long time, and bruisers are the bread and butter for Robo. He's very, very strong on these picks. He used to be kind of our resident tank player with the Scions and the Malphites and things, but he's become our premier bruiser player as Weiser has kind of stepped up into that weak side kind of tank champion up there on the top side. So it really depends on how Robo manages this. He could completely outclass Shino, or he could completely flub it and fall really, really far behind. And we'll see which one of those Robos we're going to get today. As we saw in some of the Loud backstage content, that Robo and Stardust are not super gelling as a kind of coach-player dynamic. They clearly have very different ideas about how to read certain situations, and to put it bluntly, like whose fault certain things are, it seemed like they were very much not on the same page. And whether Stardust is able to get Loud in line and try and develop and evolve this team, or if Loud are just going to stay the same Loud that they've been for 3 splits. And as I was saying on the podcast, and before I push back on this, but it's, you know, this really feels like the time where Loud are actually properly in danger of dropping out of the top echelon of this league. Obviously, we say this every single split, but I don't know, man. This one feels particularly rough for them right now.
Yeah, it does. I mean, really, I'm not convinced. And this is going to be a tough draft. Like, look, Loud's draft, as you can see in the picture, by the way, we are into a pause, so hopefully it does not last too long.
Yeah.
But Loud's draft is easy to play. Like, this does not require much thought process, okay? Senna and Karma make everyone not die, and everybody else presses R. Easy, right? But the fact that there's 3 carries on the side of Furia makes the just press R 5-head, like, not as simple, because you kill one, there's still 2 left to burn through, and there's, like, little to no early game agency on the side of this Loud composition, and maybe that was the Vi angle, was to say, like, okay, hey, once we hit level 6, we actually have skirmishing, right? Like, Nautilus with the Vi, with the Gnar, like, there's something to play here. But I think Furia, with the Xin Zhao, they've got more than enough to answer in the early stages, and I do think a lot of responsibility for me is going to fall on Tuts. You talked about how the performance has stabilized somewhat in the mid lane so far, and I think as long as he's able to prevent Tinones from being first to every play, then Furia should be able to match whatever Loud wants to do.
yeah, if Tuts can stay safe on the Hui and just be pumping out those spells, disruption, get a great ultimate off to slow them down, use the fears and the zone control that Hui can do, this could be big. And as you say, yeah, so I believe Tuts has stabilized a bit, and Tinones has had a few stinkers in a row. You know, he was dying solo to Envy versus Los Grandes, and we've not seen the impact from him. Early on, we were seeing the AD LeBlanc come out, and he was crushing it, bro. He was solo carrying games from the mid lane in the first few weeks. It's been a while since we've seen that, and we kind of needed to rely on Tinones and Root to prop up the struggling top side. Root's still trying his best, man, but Loud are running out of carries at a rapid rate, and as soon as Root isn't able to completely 1v9 the game, we've seen that it's just not enough anymore, and Loud cannot just get wins because they're Loud.
Yep, they can't just get wins because they're Loud. I mean, feels like so often that has been the story, right? Is Loud for, you know, whatever reason, they do whatever they do in the regular season, and then in the playoffs, they're unleashed, right? Playoffs Robo, playoffs Loud, and they win the whole split. But I've got to say, Trajan, now more than halfway through split 1 here of the CBLOL 2024, right? I think that the level of play is higher. It feels like our teams have gotten better. And we've said this before, and Loud has always come out on top, but it really does feel like the rest of the league revitalized. I mean, we just saw what Cade Stars was able to do. They played a high-level game, and despite a mistake in the early game, we're still able to dominate in sub 30 minutes. And they're not the only ones that feel like that they have a chance at the Kings.
Absolutely, right? Like, our top 8 teams all feel like they could beat anyone else at any point, right? So, like, Los Grandes were the first to disrupt Loud from their early streak. I think Loud lost the first game to Pain, I believe, which is kind of the usual way that matchup goes. They then won the reverse last week, because obviously. But Lost kind of disrupted this Loud formula, and then Liberty did it, and I believe someone else did it as well. Someone else, Kaboom, then got their win back after they lost to Loud and won one. So they really just found the holes in Loud's armor, and they have been struggling ever since. Even Furia now, if they can use this shake-up and this clear change in mindset they have, and they can start stringing some wins together, if they get this win over Loud, that's going to give them a great position to push through for these last 4 of the games to try and make a late run for that last playoff spot, if there is one available. So no one is really safe here, and I love that. I think that's what we want. We want a top-heavy, or in the sense that there's so many good teams, not that there's just kind of one team that we sent to international and hope they do better this time kind of vibe, and I think we're really getting there.
I definitely agree. I mean, Loud, just to give context to how it's been for them, they have won 1 game, and it was that Pain win, since week 4, day 1.
Crazy, man.
That is a long time ago. Yeah, and that also goes to show how hot they were off the press at the beginning. I mean, it has been a struggle since then. So, yeah, like, if you're talking about recent performance, Loud has actually been at the bottom of the table, and this is definitely the game where they have to bounce back, or maybe Furia. I mean, they're, again, backs against the wall. Sometimes a cornered animal will start to fight back when their playoff hopes and dreams are on the line.
Absolutely right. They were so close. They were so close the last couple of splits with this INTZ Tuts core. They were almost made it into playoffs. Arguably, by the time playoffs came around, they were a playoffs caliber team. They just took too long to get there. And the teams like INTZ
Quite literally,
had also...
because they needed to win in 16 and a half minutes. Yeah,
exactly. They lost the time attack. They took literally too long to get there. They did not beat the clock into playoffs. But like teams like INTZ, who had a similar kind of vibe, but managed to put it together in time, snagged those spots. And Furia was so close. And we thought that if they keep this core together, they can keep building it, and they'll be able to make it into playoffs this time. Sadly, the first kind of half of this split was lost. With that top side, it didn't come together. They ended up not sticking with this plan, so they kind of lost that first round robin entirely, and they're still where they were before. I don't think that just plugging your academy top side in is going to actually be the development and the evolution point this roster needed. If it is, that's pretty lucky, but it's unlikely. It's really a necessity move, not like not, I imagine, one that they would like to have made if they had the choice. So I think probably we're going to end up stalling out on another split for Furia. They might squeak into playoffs. I don't know how far they make it. Probably not that far. And I wonder what the plan is going to be for them next split, right? We'll wait to get into game as soon as this pause runs out. But do we just keep this top side? If they look pretty good for the last games, do we just keep this academy top side and work with it? Or do we try and import some more people? You know, who knows?
Well, and this brings up actually a really interesting discussion. Maybe we can dive into this conversation a little bit. Like, for Furia, if they win today, is it because like they're so back, or is it just that like Loud is actually just really over? Yeah. Because honestly, like to your point, it might be the latter. Like I mean, Furia, they're gonna feel really good about it. Hey guys, we could beat anyone. That's great, right? But I honestly wonder if it would speak more to the fact that Loud is actually really having us riding the struggle bus right now.
Yeah.
And maybe that would be the position that they're in if Furia is able to win.
Because Shino and Steiner were not lighting Academy on fire. They were not crushing it. They've had pretty middling results for a split or two, right? I mean, so did Makes, to be fair, and then he kind of blew the lid off.
But Makes is pentakilling people on Darius. That's not,
Yeah,
hey, if Shino or Steiner gets a pentakill, okay? If they get a pentakill, they're the future, okay?
Yeah,
I mean,
we'll
CBLOL...
just swap CBLOL and Academy. We'll just flip it.
Right, exactly.
Just let Academy run.
Apparently, rookie tops are like the commodity. That's Robo's problem. He's played for too long. He's not even washed. He just won a championship. His problem is that he's not a rookie top laner or named Gigo.
Yeah, he needs to go down into Academy because that's where the best tops are. That's where the best competition is.
Yeah.
He needs to be challenged, So we send him down to Academy, and then he'll come Anime Redemption Arc and come back a better man and go for that 7th title. So
and the bigger the random the Academy top laner is too, by the way, like the better, because Makes was not exactly the biggest talent in the region, right? So like pull the 10th place top laner out of Academy and all of a sudden you've got the next MVP of the split, I think.
Ready and waiting in the wings, man. Waiting for that opportunity. Because, I think Makes was on Loud Academy, and they finished 7th in the last split. They were there, but they didn't get playoffs. They didn't really do anything at all. And now here we are. So, with Makes, as you say, 7 and 6 on Liberty. Likely to get a playoff spot if they continue like this. And pentakilling on Darius and just blind slamming it and winning into Robo, into Weiser, into the best of the top laners that we've had. Absolute Giga Chad energy from the Brazilian Justin Timberlake, as I've seen him referred to as. So yeah, this top lane is just going insane. And for Furia, so if they just keep the Academy top side, there is potential that they have that extra development value because they've had Shino and Steiner in the organization for a long time. They can build some synergy now and keep that rolling into next split. And if I don't know if I'd prefer that, depending on if they went to import instead again, because I thought Mirror and Destroy was a great choice. I thought we've seen these kind of TCL, like Korea through TCL to CBLOL pipeline. We saw this with ZZK last split that worked really well. And then Mirror was like a very exciting talent from NA that was performing really well there. And it seems like, they're not bad players. It seems like the team just didn't work. That 5-stack just didn't function. And, the imports didn't feel like bad choices at the time.
Yeah, I mean...
At some point, you just can't know if it's going to work or not, right? Until you do it.
It is a challenge. And honestly, I mean, I would like to see Furia go the talent development route, I think, regardless of what happens to split. I always just believe in homegrown talent, no matter what the region is. I mean, I think there's a time and a place for high-value imports. And I will say, I mean, to your point, I thought Mir would be a player like that. He was our most valuable prospect in the LCS Challengers League just this past spring. So, I mean, this was a player that came into North America, played extremely well. He already has experience in Oceania as well, has made Worlds in the past. So this is a player with a story, right? And you think, okay, this is the kind of import that we can build a team around, similar to some of the others in this league, and it didn't really pan out, and it was unfortunate. I mean, as someone that covers North American tier 2, tier 3 a lot, right? Like it is tough to see players like that fail, and I think that just goes to show, when you're going to another region, it's always hard to say how things will pan out, because, I mean, to maybe get on the tier 2 talent development soapbox for a little bit, all these players for the most part are really talented and have there's a reason that they're here, right? But especially when you're talking about imports, there can be any number of factors that influence player performance, and it's just hard to know. And sometimes they rise to the occasion, like Makes, like Super Kleber, like some of these rookies, Leleko, right? But other times, they don't. And especially when you're going to a new country, a new part of the world, it can be incredibly difficult. So, yeah, I think for that reason, Furia, maybe they stick with it. Maybe they could bring it back here against Loud. But as we say, I think this game might say more about Loud than their opposite number.
That's just the Loud thing, man. When any game they're in just becomes all about them. But in a good way or a bad way, they make the game about them. And this man on your screens here, normally Robo makes it about himself through what he does. As we can see, Croc trying to push Steiner away from that mid lane. Canids, of course, that Karma, very oppressive, as you highlighted, Hawk, especially in the early stages, gets that ult straight away and can be spamming those empowered spells to push them around. And we'll be keeping a close eye on Tuts, as we said, to see if he can hold his own against Canids into this oppressive Karma. And on Tashino, the man who last picked Yasuo in his third ever CBLOL game into the best top laner we've ever seen in this region.
I mean, and seriously, what a statement. Like, Shino, he's based for this pick no matter what happens.
Yeah.
I don't care.
He
like,
rules.
you talk about rising to the occasion. Yeah. Like, this is like, I don't care. I am going to try and make my mark. And I love it. This is the kind of energy that I want to see out of young top laners, out of young talents anywhere. Shino, all eyes on you, my friend. And also all eyes on Tuts. Both these solo lanes, I think, for Furia going to be so important because that's where so much of the early priority in skirmishing is going to come from. For Loud on the opposite side, I think a lot of responsibility on Croc.
Get on him. I think because in that first game with Shino, we saw the Gragas pick, right? And it was like, it's a little outdated, but it's still solid, and it very much felt like I am an Academy top laner playing against Div 1 top laners. I am going to play to neutralize, I'm going to be utility, I'm not going to get too excited. And he was fine, but he was very under pressure. The next game, he takes Aatrox, and he gets some big place in the team fights, almost kind of unlocks Furia to get an upset win in that game. And we're continuing along that graph. We're now at the Yasuo top lane stage, where he is ego picking against our best top laner. So I love the route. I love where his head's at for Shino for sure. And I hope it works out, just because I would love this kind of behavior to be rewarded, not punished.
And I want to point out, this is the first Yasuo top this entire season in a tier 1 region globally. Wow. So Shino really making his mark. I'm trying to look up when the last time we had a Yasuo top in a tier 1 competitive region is, because honestly, wouldn't surprise me if it has been since like 2014 for the champion. I mean,
it's probably
Yasuo has been out of the top lane for years, Trajan. I feel like it's been since I was in bronze in like 2016 that I saw this guy play top.
Yeah.
Because it just gets dunked in so many matchups.
Yeah, as you said, like the Dariuses and the Garens just completely mince it if you let them go to town on it.
So, I mean, I'm like really curious to see how this one functions. It has been a mid laner for so long and a rare one at that, but pulling it out now. And again, we talked about this. It feels like it should be able to function into this Gnar.
For the quick cull buy, has Shino holding onto his TP as well, just getting that wave shoved in and stepping back as Furia Zay goes in for the two-man knockup, gets rooted by the center. Redbird dropping pretty low, IU firing away, but the rel is very low. Root's got no summoners left, gets into range for one more, flash away from Zay, but Croc is ready and waiting to pounce with a Zai flash. There's the first blood to secure it. Now IU left in the 1 versus 3. He's got the summoners. Can he get away from the buy? It's easily sewn up by Root. That's what Loud needed, a bit of a stimulus in the bot side, holding IU and Zai down.
And those are really big kills for Loud. It's just a bad timer for Furia. You can't trade that aggro when your jungler's not on your side of the map. Great punish from Loud. And the bottom lane of Furia, a massive mistake from them. But hey, on the top side of the map, look at this Shino trading with the wave pushing into him. That's what you want to see right there. He's got the jungle attention as well. Now his jungler is away, but he had him for a bit. So there's something.
There's something, yeah, you can see them. Yeah, Zay just looks like it has the perfect setup, right? But Root with the summoners, and suddenly it all gets a bit dicey with that fat minion wave to fight in.
And that's exactly it. I get the angle. It is a good trade on paper for Zai, but the problem is, it's just not your turn to fight. You're not allowed to go for that trade, and you have to be able to recognize that if you are the Furia support. Unfortunately, it does not happen, and not only does the kill drop, it is also a wave denied from IU. Now, given that is Varus against Nautilus in the farming matchup, still ahead quite a bit of CS, but dropping that experience going to be impactful as the game progresses.
Yeah, great start for Loud there. Historically, this split, their early games have been a little bit dire. They've been falling behind a lot. That's a great start for them. 2 kills and onto their most consistent carry in Root, getting the lion's share of that gold. Croc did get the first blood as well, but Root being ahead certainly isn't an issue. Steiner going to pick up that dragon, traded for the 3 grubs from Croc on the top side, and we will return to somewhat normalcy. Loud having fired that first shot. IU did hold on to both his summoners, whereas Root has neither. So if Zai can find another engage like that, it's going to look a lot better for them. But Root, I imagine, has he's been here before. He's been around the block a few times. Not going to leave that window open for no reason.
And Steiner wrapping around. Maybe they want to go for the counter dive onto that summonerless Senna. However, the health bar is still really high, and this minion wave is not that big. I don't think Furia can really go for this, especially with Croc in the area, and Steiner needs to be very careful.
They've got the root onto Zai. He's down to half HP. They get that root onto Ayu as well. Here comes Croc around the corner. Furia dropping pretty low. Zai gets interrupted over the wall, and Redbird finds that kill. Steiner now left in the lurch, has to flash. Ayu, with no one left to help him in the 1 versus 3, gets picked apart, and Root is there. And look at the rotation from Tinones. Even catches the fleeing Steiner. Redbird probably didn't need to take that kill, I'll be honest, my guy. But Loud 5-0 at 6 minutes.
Yeah, and what do you mean, farming Nautilus? He's a carry, surely, Trajan. He totally needs those kills. Yeah, he's not the support this game.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, this is just...
kills either, I guess. Like
That's a good point. You know, maybe we should give them to our Senna, perhaps. But I guess Root had already started walking away, so yeah.
Got minions to farm.
I mean, but let's just watch. This is sloppy work from Furia. Their jungler saying, okay, guys, we can't dive. I'm going to do the Krugs. Problem is, they have no control over the bottom side of the map. And remember what I said about not letting Tinones be first to the play either? They end up giving up an extra kill because Tinones got here first. The roam not followed from Tuts and Furia. I mean, they are just not choosing the right timers on the bottom side of the map. And to Loud's credit, they're punishing exceptionally well. It just feels like their opposition is serving themselves up, though.
Yeah, this looks a bit more like an Academy team versus Div 1 team kind of vibe. The lack of experience may be on show down on the bot side for Furia there, and Loud happy to capitalize. Now their bot, let's say, and jungle are heftily ahead, and Shino kind of the only lane doing all right for themselves right now as they have a wave to farm up here. There is potential assistance with I believe there was someone waiting in that brush, or Steiner did pull the recall. But you can see in that gold total, Croc, in fact, heavily rich, 500 gold richer than anyone else, following ahead of his mid laner Tinones.
Yeah, it just feels so good, and you can see that gold graph thing's already in the hole for Furia, and yet again, we're going to talk about Shino, because it feels like this guy is all of a sudden the last hope for Furia. Already 8 minutes into the game, just things in the bottom lane going so awry, unless level 6...
Big damage onto Redbird. He's got a shutdown to pick up with an E. One more auto, and Ayu and Zai finally, once they're allowed to 2v2, now we're popping off.
Flash.
Lovely flash over by Zai. Can he get the crash down to stop Root, who does have the cleanse? Will step away. There's no flash, but it's enough to get the center out. Here comes the rotation. In comes Robo with, Redbird. He has TP? Excuse me? Flash away there over the wall by Tinones. A hook onto Ayu with no summoners means he is caught out unawares. And it ends up 1-for-1. I did not notice the Redbird TP, I'll be honest.
Yeah, neither did I, to be honest with you, Trajan. And I don't think Furia did either, because the overchase
Why would he
does get punished. You know, it's a great question. I guess he doesn't need those combat summoners, Trajan. But, I mean, hey, it works out. He made it a combat summoner because he teleported into combat. It does Redbird to equalize the kill.
Think about it.
And, oh my god, look at all these creeps. Okay, Ayu's able to get back and pick up most of these at least. And he got a shutdown. So it's something back. Furia, they do get a kill. It is a shutdown onto their Varus. And this is what the Zayu bottom lane does best. They are so good in these 2v2s when the enemy jungler's not breathing down their neck. And this time, they did get one. Yes, the overchase was bad, but now they can look to fight back. And speaking of fighting back as well, this is looking at a 6-stack of grubs for Croc. The support roams have come out from both sides, but it looks like Furia with Zai hovering towards the bottom side of the map. Does not look like a contest will come through unless they are trying to move now. A little late, though.
I'm going to check it. Yeah, and they're probably not going to avoid that, at least that 5 grub mark that Loud really wants to hit. There it is. They might find one as Xeno's now here. Zay and Tuts have arrived. They're looking on for Robo. Croc out the pit. Remember, he's pretty strong, but in comes the damage from the Crescent Guard. And that Vi has absolutely no defense. You can draft all the supports you want, but when you're out of position like that, there's no help for you. And Furia get one single grub to their name. The rest of Loud Tuts flashes in.
Tuts.
Beautiful fear onto Tinones. Zay follows up, and there's the combo with the Yasuo. And Steiner picks up the credit.
Okay, that commit was cool from Furia right there. I expected it just to be the one for the grubs trade. Now, Furia at least denies one, but Loud, they are going to get the little Twitch chatter spawning at least one of them every time they hit a turret. So I still think Loud is going to be completely okay with how this one goes, but getting those couple kills back, going to feel so good for Furia. They equalize the gold gap that little bit, and they get some critical summoners. Tinone's not having that flash, recognizing that, and it's just a good collapse. Furia, I think they were a little late to this play, but better late than never. Good crescent guard to keep Steiner alive and separate out the rest of Loud. No purchase into this fight. And the confidence from Tuts to flash forward here is what can separate the good teams from the great ones. And while Furia may be trying to argue they're even a good team, was at least a great play.
Yeah, for sure. Love the commitment there, especially from Tuts, who we've wanted to see more out of, flashing aggressively on the way to find that additional value. We saw Root and Tinodes were there, the double supports, but kind of hiding around the wall, not really feeling confident to step up aggressively into that play. And that is the worry that I have for Loud, is it feels like their kind of front to back, their objective value, I think hinges a lot on Robo's ability to get a good disruption off on the Gnar, to play that front line, to maybe flank onto the critical carries for IU and Tuts. And if he can't find that angle, I don't really know how anyone can safely approach them. You know, you don't really want to be walking into the Varus ultimate, into the Flash Rel potentially, into the range that Tuts has. So we'll see how Loud want to play out these later fights, or if they maybe want to try and secure it through the skirmishing instead, which has been very strong for them. Croc's gotten a lot of value, especially extracted out of that bot lane.
Dragon on the map. Neither top laner having access to the teleport, so this would be a 4v4, which I do favor for Loud. I think Furia really wants their Yasuo in some of these early skirmishes. Yes, they have a lot of long-range pick potential onto single members, but Loud with full control of the river, I think Furia is just going to give this one up. They don't need to continue dragon stacking. Just look for those later team fights on good terms, because this one definitely Loud favored, at least for now. Redbird, though.
Redbird pulled him by the hook. There's that ultimate as well from Varus, but aggression onto IU. Has to flash away from Croc. Gets the ult as well. Someone needs to help this Varus out. Steiner cannot get there in time.
They overcommitted.
Tinones as well, but Steiner on his own. Zay with the knock-up. They get the counter kill onto the jungle. He's look at the healing from this Xin Zhao. He's living for so long. And here comes the Hui with a spiraling despair to make it 2 for 2. Furia really wanted to get stuck in there, but the fight goes even.
And it was a messy one. Loud, they went for the commitment, but it was very deep. And this time, Tuts able to arrive first as a result. It's going to deny the dragon. And honestly, a 2 for 2 right there. I think Furia is going to be completely okay with how that one went. And Trajan, I think we're going to see a round 2 as well. But we can take another look as Loud wanting to clear out this ward. I don't think you want to fight in this choke point, though. Redbird, that hook may be a little over-aggressive. Good commit, though, from Croc onto the AD carry. Means that the fight initially is Loud favored. But you mentioned it. Xin Zhao able to fight for so long, and Loud is just too far forward for really any follow-up to come through from the rest of their team, at least in a reasonable amount of time. Meaning that the kills get equalized. And back to live, everybody back down to the bottom side of the map. Tuts in base, at least for right now, does give Loud a window to push out mid and threaten towards this dragon. But first completed item online, it's only the Archangel staff against the Malignants of Tinones. I favor that item spike for the side of Loud, but at the very least, Furia coming off this reset maybe could look to fight.
Again, Loud loading members onto that bot side, trying to prevent Zai and IU from finding an angle. They'll step onto the dragon as well, re-attempting that previous play.
No Dawning Shadow.
I'd really want to fight over this one, but the fight was close last time, and Furia might be happy to go for it again. No summoners on IU this time, though. No flash on Root. Root has a lot of gold sitting on this center. A Steiner is in, and Loud peel back. Sheena's got the TP, can come in. Robo's walked his way down, but needs to stack up that Mega Bar. He's trying to stack it up on the chickens right now. Dragon picked up by Furia. In goes Zai. Picks up a couple of members. The IU ult follows again. The Rel has died, but have they done their job? Whale is there. Croc is way in front of the front line, and it'll be support for jungler traded. Shino is in. Locked up by Robo. Big Mega Gnar back. Only gets one stun, though.
No damage.
And Shino has been locked up. He's fallen down as well. They don't have the damage for Robo. Shino Steiner left on his own. And somehow Loud scrapped their way out of that one. That was a very close fight around the Drake.
It was very close, and scrap is definitely a word I would use, Trajan. These fights are doozies as both teams, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think they're both running it just a little bit, but they're making it entertaining for us. We can take another look at this fight. Look, Furia understanding the assignment very well. The Karma Mantra Q went wide just before this replay, so they get the dragon, but too deep on the overcommit from Zai, and I think it's because Robo just showed up at just the wrong time, right as they went in. However, Croc, He goes too
Also
deep.
too
So then
deep.
Furia, they feel strong in the 4v4, and that's what allows Robo to find this. No damage follow-up from Loud, but it was at least enough to separate out the members. Shino, no way out without the flash. Steiner dashing in, serves himself up as well. Ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of our defending champions. But that was definitely a messy one, and I think if a couple things go differently either way, that fight could have been much more game-defining.
Yeah, and Shino, does he have the wherewithal to go in red brick? He doesn't, just going to go for the wave. I think these long fights where they get messy and they get just scrappy and disconnected, this is where Loud is going to thrive, partly because that's just kind of their forte as a team, is these long team fights where they can just try and clutch it out at the end of the day. Plus, they have the Senna Karma, right? They've got the shields and the heals on low cooldowns that they can stack up through these long fights. Furia need to get one decisive play to win the fight off it. If they can't find that one hit, it starts to get very tricky. Robo's been locked up by the Hwei ultimate here. The damage isn't that big just yet. He will escape to the tower. Zay is there to maybe lock him up once he goes mini, but they will just let him leave, and they'll take that tower instead.
And it should be first brick. Let's see if they can get it first. Loud, they're working on the top lane, tier 1. Okay, it goes... Oh, no, that's the Herald. First break over to Furia.
Very
Loud
close,
equalizes super, super close. But Loud does get the Herald. So it's a favorable play over to them regardless. And they want to use that Herald to try to open up either mid or bottom lane at this next Dragon fight in 2 minutes or 30 seconds. It basically gives free priority on the wave, forces Furia to have to answer towards one of their towers with a defensive move, giving Loud purchase into the river. And as you say, when you're first into the river, you control the fight. And if Loud is able to stall these ones out and have him go long, it will favor them.
Yeah, we can see Root up to 57 stacks currently on the Senna, 3-0 and 7, almost with the Blood Song, the Yomus, and an extra item to boot. So he is really accelerating in this game and can still be like a massive influence damage-wise, despite also having the supportive options at this early stage. Robo's going to pick up that bot lane turret in answer, putting Loud ahead on the turret game. And now for Furia, I'm wondering what their plan currently is right now, because they don't have a Dragon to fight for. They don't have a Baron to fight for right now. Are we just kind of maybe waiting for Shino to just commit hard onto Robo right there? Gets the ultimate onto him, but Ayu's already dead. What's going on in mid lane? Tuts gets a bit of damage. Root falls a little bit low, but he can just hang back, get shielded, heal up, and fire back onto Zai. That's 2 kills for Loud in mid.
You know, if I had to guess, I would say Croc probably pressed the 80 carry sad button and Ayu died. Nice 2 kills for Loud in mid. Robo able to stay alive in bot. They use the Herald now, though. Touch should be able to defend this one. Perhaps a bit premature as the rest of the team had gone away. So that is a resource at least expended for Loud, but they're still going to be feeling very, very good. Fortunately for Furia, not too many summoners blown. 2 flashes from Loud. So we can take a look at how this fight went. Ayu, he's contesting a mid-wave, and depth charge, flash, ultimate, flash, everything Loud, just deciding to commit on the mid-wave right then and there.
Yeah, he's just melee range of a Nautilus, so he's in flash range of a Nautilus with absolutely no business being there. And yeah, Loud, I think maybe Loud would just be like, are we missing something here, or is this guy just dead? And they just kill him with the burst. They say the Malignant's Karma now with the Horizon focus at kind of the peak of that burst level around this mid game really has a lot of damage from the Mantra Skews. And Loud now decidedly ahead in the gold, can use this spike in the game with the Karma and the setup being so strong, with the Vi so strong on 2 items, to try and run Furia out of this game before they have a chance for this Varus to scale up, for the Yasuo to scale up in the Hwei as well.
And so now Furia has a question that they need to answer. Was it worth it for Loud to expend multiple flashes to kill their 80 carry in mid and not get the tower? They have the opportunity to say no, it was not, by winning this team fight right here and right now due to the added safety of the less threatening engage without those flashes. This is the game-deciding team fight. 4,000 gold in the lead for Loud. Fewer resources available, but Furia, the flash misses!
He's going in, doesn't get the stun, and now look into the backline again goes Croc. Robo's on the flank.
Robo!
Ayu gets 1 kill, but he's flashed away. Robo follows. 3-man stun with the Mega, and Loud hunting down the members of Furia again. Steiner doing what he can in the jungle. Shino completely out of the question right here. And you said it, Hawk. Game-defining team fight right there. It's Loud coming out on top.
Oh, the groceries are all over the floor. Furia, they fumbled the bag so hard on that one.
Yeesh.
And Loud, I mean, it was just beautiful. Robo coming in on the flank to clean it up, and I think that might be curtains for Furia. You can't win that one. I don't think it's going to get any easier, as I don't even know, like, what Zai saw. I think he says, hey, Croc has no flash. I'm going to get this guy. But, like, you don't want to engage on just the Vi. You need to find multiple members. The team was not ready to follow up, and especially with Robo coming in on the flank unmarked. Furia, that fight was just not great.
No, it doesn't feel like there was a whole lot of thought going into its preparation or its execution. They just fall apart. Loud happy to receive the throw into their waiting arms. Now over 5,000 gold ahead. With the dragon stacking being halted as well, it's another infernal rift for us. And I don't know, man. I think that might have just been that tipping point. Loud still.
Yeah.
No deaths en route, still scaling, and Robo's only going to get stronger. I think he might be going the classic Robo Hullbreaker Gnar in that side lane, as Furia want to find another fight. They can't get what they want, though. In comes Zai to try and make the best of it. Shino on the TP. Croc has fallen first, and maybe Loud have overstepped right here. It's gonna be 2 for 1 so far. It's something for Furia, but overall, not too much.
It's neither of the shutdowns, though. They get 2 kills. It's good. They're able to at least prove that they can still fight back, but it's not a lot. Furia, it's more of a defensive move. Not going to bring them back too much into this game, but I like the attempt. And, I mean, Shino getting the top lane experience right now. He picks the first Yasuo top. I looked it up. First Yasuo top in a tier 1 match since Broken Blade picked it at MSI against the Mad Lions and won.
Okay.
This is last year. So... I mean, you know, and he's not really, every time he's in a fight, it looks good, right? But Furia has struggled to fight around him. Finally, they do get him involved. But remember, let's go back to those win conditions, to those storylines we set up so long ago. Loud, it feels like they have stood the test, and they're proving that they are not going to fold absolutely to one of our bottom table teams, right? Furia sitting in 9th place, playoff hopes and dreams on the line. And although that fight did go their way, Loud, I still think they are firmly in control of this game, and they have their carries performing the way that they need to be. Hopefully we'll see it against some of our top teams, but they're still in a great spot here.
Yeah, as you kind of teed up before, this game, we will be looking to see what it tells us about Loud more than anything, and it does tell us that they have not crumbled, they've not completely lost their understanding of League. They came in with a clear plan, which is the really heavily focused bot lane, and they executed on it pretty darn well, and now they're stepping into their comfort zone, which is the mid to late game team fights, and they're still the Loud that we know and love, where they are very hard to contest in that field of play. For Furia, I do feel like this is a pretty rough game for Furia. I think we're not seeing as good of a game from them as even we saw last week and even earlier. You know, they're a 9th place team, but I feel like even they have been playing better than this for most of the season. And a lot of our mid-pack teams are playing better than this right now, just in terms of the way they're approaching fights mechanically and kind of in a planning sense. As we can see, Zai again stepping forward, a counter hook from Redbird, big damage from Root as well. The Senna is cooking right now. Robo and Croc in from the flank. Furia again overstepping in the mid lane. Croc is counter kill once again. Shino's there, doesn't find the knockup, and he can't get a last breath in off there. Rooted him by the Karma. He's sliding around in front of Loud. They care not for his antics, and Robo finds another kill.
I mean, this is really rough. I'm not going to lie, Trajan has been a stinker from Zai on this rel. That is just going too far forward on the mid wave. Like, rel does not have escapes. Yes, you have the W to get out, but if your W does not create enough space, you're moving at like 300 MS to then try and escape from that point. You're not leaving, especially against the Nautilus and the rest of the squad. Zai dies, baits the rest of his team in. Shino, I mean, he tried to dance in that fight. It didn't work. We were not playing, it was not a Bossa Nova playing in the mid lane right there, unfortunately, as fumbles over his feet. Loud, able to pick up the kills. And at this point, I think we're just waiting on a Baron start or some sort of massive team fight, because 25 minutes in, the gold lead, I mean, 7,000 is pretty huge. And it honestly, the lead in this game feels larger than that.
I think it does. I think that they are very much in control right here. And yeah, the Io and Zai bot lane 4-13 right now in this game versus Loud. They are really,
like my solo queue bot lane, Trajan.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough for them. They were focused, yes, but they also, they presented a lot of opportunities to get punished. Ayu in the mid lane stepping too far forward, Zai making these questionable just snap engages that doesn't seem to be any kind of buy-in from the rest of his team. And it really just doesn't look like Furia are on the same page right now. They're playing with reckless abandon, which when it works, looks great. And when it doesn't, it looks like this.
And let's remember, Furia, this is only their third game with this top jungle in. We would expect it to look rough, to look disjointed, but still, I mean, it's been a tough look from some of the more experienced players on this roster. And I think maybe that is the more concerning story. Loud picking up an uncontested dragon. And I mean, again, I don't even know what to talk about at this point, Trajan. Maybe we just zoom out from this game as a whole. Because as far as what's happening on the screen, it is feeling like a foregone conclusion that we are waiting to unfold.
Yeah, I think that we can put this into context of Loud's schedule for the rest of this. As we said, a very easy schedule, quote unquote, right? They have Furia, INTZ, Loss, Fluxu, and VKS, I believe. So it's kind of our 4 bottom teams and VKS are their last games for Loud. So they're picking up what should be one of the easiest games here against Furia, and they're most likely going to win it. So that will put them in good stead. They'll get to that 8-win mark, and they will not kind of succumb to the hunting Liberty right behind them straight away. Now, they do kind of need to get at least 9 or 10 wins to be safe for playoffs if history tells us right. Azai, again, with the flash in and the missed engage, man, it's just getting uglier and uglier from Furia.
Oh, Lord. I mean, okay. I'm going to make non-league analogies. In American baseball, right, we have ceremonial first pitches. Sometimes they're really, really good. It's like, wow, that doctor that saved lives knows how to throw a baseball. And other times you throw it like Stephen A. Smith and it bounces to the plate. Zai, he just tried to throw the ceremonial 5th engage of this fight, and it did not even make it to the catcher's mitt. It hit a fan in the face in the stands. That's how bad that was.
And he fell off the mound, and his glove fell off and hit him in the head, and his spaghetti fell out of his pocket and all the rest of it. So it's really gone wrong for Zai. I think he's just playing. He's just throwing stuff at the wall, and none of it is sticking. As the Baron we see picked up by Loud, no real way for Furia to contest it, either in the gold or in the gameplay setting. It's kind of just a bit of a done deal here. So for Loud, they can take this win and feel good about it. They've played this out pretty well. I think that if we're looking for a team that might stumble them going forward, obviously apart from VKS, do you think that what we saw from Fluxu earlier today, would you still count them as a potential threat for Loud? Or you think if Loud are going to play like this, do you think they'll be still an easy favorite over Fluxu?
Oh, that's a good question, because I do feel like Loud has played a good game. I mean, they're very far in the lead, and they have done a lot. But I do feel like a lot of this lead has not come from things they have done, but rather just, the ball has been tossed to them so many times, it feels like, this game, and they've not had to do too much to get far ahead. But I will say, I do think Fluxu, I think they would struggle to be a part of the race. I really think Loud's direct competition is going to be the Los Grandeses and the Liberties of the world.
Yeah.
Red Canids as well. Those definitely feel like the bigger threats in the race for 6th place. Fluxu, they're not out, but I would consider Loud to be somewhat safe.
Shino trying to make a play onto Robo, who is going to go Mega, gets the stun, crunches away with a Blast Cone as well, and that turret will fall. Loud with control of the mid lane, with control of the top lane, or the top lane, sorry, I should say, is the one that fell. Mid lane almost there with a couple of points left. Zai getting tagged by the Mantrid Soul Flare with a Rabidon's Malignance Horizon Focus Karma. That stings, brother.
Yeah, level 16 too. Tinone's looking strong. Robo is level 18. Oh my word, these soul lanes. I mean, we talked about the importance of the soul lanes much longer ago. Look, I think Shino did fine. Tuts, he struggled to contain Tinones a little bit, I think, the way that he needed to, but really, Robo and Tinones in these team fights, that is where they have shined. I think Robo, in particular, with some of these Gnar ultimates, has been stellar. Tinones, he's just had to press his keys and do well. That's 2 inhibitors falling. Now, they're nowhere close to the bot lane inhibitor, so Furia at least has one to hang on to, but at some point, they do have to fight.
Yeah, we said we needed Robo to be impactful in these fights. We needed him to disrupt the backline, and that's exactly what he did. Very good flank angles from him. Furia did not really cover themselves in that regard, but Robo was happy to capitalize on that. He's had another great Gnar performance. So even if you ban out the Robo specials, he always has another pick left. There's just too many options for this guy. Had a long, illustrious career and has plenty of strong picks for himself. I've just noticed that Redbird is 5k ahead of Zai, man. That is bonkers for a support matchup.
Oh, yeah. So Zai has an item and a half, and it's a Zeke's, which is not even that expensive, to the 3 completed tank items. I mean, and that's only half the gold advantage for the entire team.
Yeah.
Less than half, actually. They're 11,000 in the lead. I think the funny thing is that IU is still 500 gold ahead of Root because of the fasting setup. Like, that's funny.
Let's go, IU. You can make it. IU can carry. IU with 3 items, Varus.
Surely.
Game's not over. It's doable, baby. Let's see. Hui is about to get Rabadons. That'll be big. They've still got an inhib left for like at least another 20 seconds, probably. Robo with Mega on the flank doesn't choose to hard commit right here. Shino has a Tornado, but won't fire it. And Loud's not really stepping outside the normal playbook here, just shoving the waves in, getting the map under control, and walking them in.
And Furia is going to be forced to fight here at some point very, very soon, but they're getting chunked out. It's so hard to find a window. But that's the thing. Loud, whether or not they give you an engage angle, at some point you have to go, or you will just bleed out slowly. If triple inhibitor dies, it feels like it will be impossible. But Steiner taking so much damage on the entrance.
Oh, we're going on to the 5k ahead Nautilus and doing 0 damage. Flash away from Steiner. Zai gets hit by the hook. In goes Loud to commit under the tower. They haven't found the kills just yet.
Robo's
Shino with the
pushing.
knockup does get Croc. Robo is not present. He is at the Nexus turrets as IU is ghosting in. Big damage from the Varus. Pushes away that Gnar. Pops the Sterex as well. And the game perhaps not entirely over just yet. But this bot turret has been abandoned and Root and Tinons will take it down.
Hey, Furia, they avoided losing the game in this exact moment. They have prolonged their suffering by probably another 2 minutes by actually managing to go 1 for 1 in that fight, despite everything.
Yeah.
So, hey, props to them. You know what? When you're 11,000, 12,000 gold in the hole, you got to take your wins where you can get them.
Absolutely. The Dragon probably going to go over to Loud, but it's not the sole point because if Furia's good early Dragon control, they hold on to their inhibitor as well. So the map is not entirely unplayable. Baron's coming up in a minute, and Loud, I imagine, could probably just hang out and wait for that to come up. There's not really a reasonable way Furia can contest them. And in the straight 5v5 without Nexus turrets to hide behind, I fear that we do not have enough gold for Furia to be making that work.
I do not believe so either. The third inhibitor also did actually stand. So, you know, they're not getting triple inhibbed. They don't have the 6 super minions. Like, maybe there's an angle. Guys, it's winnable, okay? It's winnable.
Yasuo's gone
We
Force of
got-
Nature and Gauntlet.
We got tank
as his third
Yasuo.
buff.
So
Yeah.
he will
Frontline
do
Yasuo,
a
big.
moderate amount of damage in the team fights while dying slightly slower, okay? Rabadon's on a Tuts. We
Yep,
know
big,
that
big,
Hui
big.
can do damage from long range. Like, it is... There's an angle, you know? I mean,
He's got Seekers. He's got Stasis to play with, an extra
he's
ult
got-
damage with the AP.
that is an
yes.
interesting item purchase, yeah.
So, and armor is pretty good, right? Loud's mostly, I mean,
Sure.
Tinons is still insanely strong because of how fed he is, but like it's mostly AD kind of objectively across Loud. If this game was even, then it would be, you know, high
So-
value to have extra armor.
So here's a pro tip for everybody out there. When you're behind by this much, don't itemize defensively. People think, oh, I'm behind, I gotta get defenses, whatever. But all it's gonna do
Yeah.
is make you die slightly slower and then not be able to kill anyone. Just
Yeah.
go full damage and hope that you can find like the god fight and one-shot people and get a couple shutdowns and get back into the game that way. And then use that gold to itemize defensively. It's
Yeah.
just way safer, so I do think Furious defensive itemization may be a bit misplaced. The Kanik
Yeah.
Rookern on the Xin Shao as well. I don't know, man. I kind of hate it.
Alright.
Steiner, I mean, full send, try to steal a Baron. Maybe you can use the empowered minions to hold. Redbird does not see him yet, but he has no flash.
Oh,
Here he comes.
discovered. 2k down on the Baron. Steiner has no flash trying to get in. Knock up from the ultimate, and that's all she wrote right there. Steiner will not make it out. We see the push on the side of bot side for Furia, trying to get some minions crashed in. They won't get the tower. TP into mid lane. I imagine Loud are probably just kind of trying to end on this Steiner death timer. But yeah, I agree that I don't really love the defensive angle when you're behind. I feel like that's why Tank Azir failed so many times in the week we saw it last time, just because a lot of the teams building the Tank Azir ended up behind after early game and then did 0 damage. So we didn't really see much from there. But let's see it, Furia. 4 versus 5, 20 seconds on Steiner. Time to lay it all on the Rift. Ayu's got flash, he's popped the ghost already. Shino doesn't get the knock-up, isn't going to find that as the next turret goes. Zyno finds 2, does get the knock-up set up for Zeno, but he doesn't get any actual damage down. He's trying to get back to the turret. Robo's pretty low, and Shino just about scrapes away from the Dawning Shadow as the Nexus turret falls. But Tinones with another Mantrid Q drops a bomb on the carries from Furia. The rest of them come off the Rift right now. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Shino's got 1. He's going to find 2. Get the game back up, CBLOL production team, please. And thank you. I can't see the match.
Yeah, Furia, it's winnable. It's winnable, Trajan. They've held the base. Shino, he's getting karma'd.
The shield from Tuts doesn't go for the knockup. He survives, and he will get away.
And Furia is like gasping for air. They've got bullets in their chest. They're bleeding out on the table, but they pulled a gun and they said, call an ambulance, but not for me. Loud, they can't end the game yet. And against all odds, Strange, in this game, somehow 36 minutes and counting. How the hell did they manage to win that? I mean, Loud, they had no Nexus turrets. I think it was Tuts found a big spiraling despair on the multiple frontliners and actually managed to burn through them. This is unbelievable. Somehow this is continuing. And again, I want to ask the question, does this game say more about Loud or more about Furia? Look, Loud, they have not lost this game yet by any means. However, I just want to put the thought in your mind. If they lose this game in 45 odd minutes to Furia is probably when it would be.
Yeah.
What does that say about Loud and about their season?
I think if they lose this game to Furia, there is 0% chance they're the champions for the end of the split. If they lose this game, then they don't deserve it. They don't deserve to be champions. You have to win this game. You're so much stronger. You have so much more.
Surely they win this game.
Veterancy. Right? You have so much more gold. You have so much more behind you as a team to be this far ahead. You cannot lose this game. This is way more in their control than even that Liberty loss was, right? You can't lose. They're gonna call the fight. Let's see it, Loud. Prove to us why you should still be the champions as Gino drops very, very low. Isn't gonna make it back. Gets the ult off, gets the shield reset as Crop falls as well. 1 for 1 so far. Steiner flashes in. Root gets some damage, but Tuts and Ayu, they're being sectioned off by Robo. They'll get some damage through on the Sterix, but there it is. Robo leaps in, and the game crumbles for Furia. There was too much to do. They kept us here for a few more minutes, but ultimately Loud were in control from minute 1 to Nexus Explosion.
Hey, you know what? Props to Furia for not giving up on that game, but Loud, they finally get it done. It was not clean. And again, I wonder if a lot of their advantages came from not things that they did, but things that their opponents did. Regardless, though, Loud, they pick up their second win of the second round robin. They maintain their position amongst the top 5 instead of the bottom 5. And that's all you want if you are this team. Because if you're Loud and you're a Loud fan, you're thinking, hey, guys, as long as we make playoffs, we will be A-okay.
Yeah, I think so. And for Furia, I think they crumbled in a big way today. They played, we've seen them all play better than this at one point or another. The bot lane especially, they just didn't seem to respect what Loud were doing. That there was a clear game plan there, and Ayu and Zai maybe baited in by too many kind of perceived opportunities and ended up falling super far behind, and they couldn't be the win condition that was required. The top side was alright. Steiner had another fine game. Shino picked an interesting matchup and did okay in the 1 versus 1, but the rest of the map was on fire from the get-go. So I don't know if we can really glean too much still about this Academy promoted topside.
I honestly think the most concerning thing for me was what you said about the bottom lane. I mean, Zai was rookie of the split in split 1 last year. This is a player that had so much hype around him. Ayu, likewise, when he came in, role swap to AD carry for split 2. I think Ayu was fine. I mean, he made some mistakes, but you're also playing Varus against a Vi. And I'm going to be real. I mean, that was a terrible game from Zai. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. He played very badly. I think a lot of the issues in the early game were on his shoulders, unfortunately. And that's not what you want to see from what was probably the most exciting support prospect in the league. Seems like he was just not really able to keep up this game. And the top side of the map, like you said, they played okay. And if you're Furia, you're looking at this and you're thinking the bot lane is what should be winning us our games, right? And so the fact that felt like it was maybe the opposite is really unfortunate for the squad. But I do want to talk more about Loud, because they're now at 8 wins, which they are in a very solid spot to make playoffs at this point. They're still a game up above the 6th place race. 5 remaining left to play. And you talk about the easy strength of schedule left. They should be able to find the 1 or 2 wins that they need to make the playoffs. They should be in. So the only question that remains is, can they figure it out again like they have for the last 3 consecutive splits?
Yeah, and I need to clarify and correct myself from earlier because I was spreading misinformation on the internet. Their schedule is actually not as easy as I made out. They have Fluxy, yes. They have INTZ, yes. But they have Red, they have VKS, and they have Los. So these are not nearly as easy to beat. These are actually tricky opponents, and they really need to win 4 or 5 of these games, right? To really guarantee themselves a slot with all of those other teams threatening. I wouldn't be surprised if they lost 3 of these games. The VKS loss, who've already beaten them once, and Red.
Yeah.
That wouldn't even be that shocking to me. So Loud need to turn it on and keep it on.
And that's so this is really interesting too, because Los is one of those teams that they're in direct competition with, and Red is either a team that they could be playing for a playoff spot against, or also battle for 4th place, potentially an upper bracket spot. So that matchup would be really important. Vivo Kate Stars, I honestly don't think that matchup matters that much. You gotta win the game against INTZ and Fluxu though. Like, you cannot lose those. Must win matches for Loud. INTZ, they should be able to beat Fluxu. I think the jury is still out on that one. I think Loud is favored in that match, but to say that it's a foregone conclusion, I think would definitely be disingenuous, because Loud's form right now is not great.
Yeah, they had, like I said, they had such a great start from the opportunities they were given, but ultimately, they've definitely not looked like the championship, the playoff Loud just yet. As we can take a look at the standings right here. So after today, Cade Stars decidedly in first, Pain right behind them. We have 3 teams in 3rd place. Loud, Kaboom, and Red, all big names in the region. And this top 5 is looking very, very close. Liberty 1 win behind on 7 and 6. Finally, they have a positive record. It might be the first time Liberty as an org has had a positive record in the standings for a long, long time. We'd have to check back to the last time they made playoffs in 6th place back in 2021, split 2 maybe, but this is certainly a big turnaround for them. Lost 1 game behind in 6 and 7, certainly still very threatening. And then Fluxu, Furia, and INTZ kind of wallowing at the bottom, but Fluxu still within striking distance with 5 more games to go.
5 games remaining, and things in the CBLOL looking as competitive as ever. I mean, the level of parity in this league, you cannot ask for anything more. Last time we had a team take sole possession of 1st place, they started losing 3 in a row. Vivo Kate Stars, they do not want to replicate that because they have a lot of teams hot on their heels.
Yep, absolutely. The season and the region continues to heat up as we head into the last couple of weeks, and we will, of course, be back same time, same place tomorrow for more of these very, very exciting matches. So we will hope to see you all there. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Rose on production, as always. And thank you, Hawk, for joining me through these two pretty cursed last 2 games, I'll be honest.
They were CBLOL games.
they were games of League of Legends in the Brazilian region, that is to be sure. And there'll be 5 more games in that region tomorrow. So have a good rest of your day, everybody. And we will see you back on the CBLOL English tomorrow.